Hey, my mama said, fuck it, nigga, hit the streets and live. Got some crack in the corner and I did what I did. The neighbors, they don't like me, I got J's in. So, told my grandma I don't need a bed, I'm sleeping on the floor. Got my tool in my flow, they're my two main hoes. Me and all my walls stick together like the Zoes. Stop by, say who got the yay for the low. And I keep birds with me, like I'm straight out Holly Grove. They hit you for the smoke. My fingers, they hit you for the life. I'm riding around the city and I got that calculator. I'm a motherfucking monster when they come to get that paper. Hey, my fingers, they hit you for the life. My fingers, they hit you for the life. I'm riding around the city and I got my calculator. I'm a motherfucking monster when they come to get that paper.
I don't fuck with these niggas cause they shady. These bitches, they just wanna have my baby. Born in the 80s, crack baby. Mama, she was in the street, so guess who raised me? You motherfucking right, couldn't get it from my mama, so I got it off the block. Been working my whole life, but I ain't never punched the clock. 9 years old, I seen a nigga get shot. Damn. Niggas quick to run their mouth when they get jammed. Pussy ass nigga, tell it on his own fam. The same nigga that you break your neck for, be the same nigga that cross you out and wet you up. Supposed to be chasing money, but you chasing bitches. Real bosses don't talk, we just sit back and listen. Stack that paper up and then make boss moves. She like to argue, so I sent that bitch to law school. Keep it real with your dog no matter what. Same bitch decline, she love you, she'll set you up. Out here in these streets, it ain't no such thing as love. The only thing I trust is this pistol and these slugs.
It's the big dog.
First of all, Ernest, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
I feel like stopping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like stopping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like stopping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. These motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive? Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bartender, don't you see me waving you down? This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here, my friends expecting me to buy back.
FYF Sports, man. And it's Lamont, man. We back. Salute to everybody in here, man. I see everybody is ready on Newsbreak, man. Y'all been waiting for me to do this, man. I appreciate you guys. Everybody that's watching on Newsbreak, because y'all are helping to run the numbers up, man. If you're watching on Newsbreak, make sure you come over to YouTube. Hit the like and subscribe if you haven't subscribed over here on YouTube. Y'all can stay in the chat over on Newsbreak, but make sure you come over to YouTube as well and give us a little bit of engagement in the chat over here. Because y'all going crazy over there on Newsbreak right now. Salute to y'all getting here early and really supporting this stream today, man. Appreciate it. I'm glad that some of y'all like the intro, man. Yeah, we trying to switch some things up, test out some new intros, probably make them a little bit shorter than they have been in the past, but you know, we doing some different things, man. And the main thing is just going live more often, man. Right? That's the main thing right there. Getting live more often, going live more often, giving you guys content, man. And then just giving you guys content that's just not, you know, I know a lot of people say, you know, there's a lot of people that say, well, talk about, you know, something current. A lot of times these topics aren't really evergreen. You can't really go back and rewatch it. You know, if I talk about trade talk, you know, trade talk is only good to the trade deadline. Nobody's going to even really want to go back and rewatch old trade talk from 2025 when the 2026 trade deadline is coming up. So I like to give y'all content that y'all can always come back to, reflect on, right? Get something out of and learn from. That's why I'm doing this topic today, right? I'm pushing a few of these notifications out still, so I'm going to give you guys a little bit more time. So some of these channels turn into the LeBron content. That's fine. LeBron content is essentially going to be evergreen content. It's one of the reasons why the LeBron or even Jordan content, or it's why the content does so well. Even the Kobe content, I mean, to the good or to the bad, it's still evergreen. It's probably still going to be better than sitting around talking about the Clippers or something like that, or the Clippers game last night. No, who's going to roll back and rewatch that stream? Unless something epic happens on that stream, there's nobody's going to go back and rewatch stuff like that. Salute. Rap Guy Reloaded. He said the trade deadline is very quiet. It is, which is probably a telltale sign that something big is going to happen. Because if you really think about it, not even the aggregate media sites are pushing humongous trade rumors. It's more quiet than normal. You know, so that's something you're going to have to, you know, keep your eye on. You know, Jimmy Butler, Bradley Beal, Chris Middleton situation is going to be huge. Zion Williamson, that's going to be huge as well. Who gets moved, I don't know. All right, but we'll definitely talk about the moves once they happen. But trying to sit here and predict the trades and try to figure out what's best where, that's all point to me. That's just too pointless. Salute to Tyson in the chat. So I'm glad y'all getting in here, Joe Ray. Because most people don't know MJ snitched. We're going to talk about that, Joe Ray. We got Tyson Thomas. He says, Suns trade for Utah. Draft capital was major. Yeah, Phoenix is definitely up to something with that trade, Tyson. They're definitely, I mean, you don't just make a trade like that for no reason, right? They're loading up on picks because there's probably some team that they're dealing with, like the Miami Heat, that's saying, look, we need picks. He said, I still watch them 2021 streams. Hey, man, salute, man. I appreciate you, Hit, man. You one of the OGs of the channel. Before we get started on today's content, y'all, because we got a big time show for you guys today. And I'm going to approach this topic from a direction that a lot of people have not really investigated this matter from. But before we get started today, man, make sure you guys support the channel. And if you are one of the OGs of the channel, I'm going to make sure I get you guys modded up if I haven't modded you up already. But make sure you support the channel, the Cash App or the PayPal before we get started. All right. Everybody on Newsbreak, I see you guys supporting with the little gifts and the thanks, super chat. So I appreciate you guys over there on Newsbreak for supporting the stream. I wish I could share those messages over here on the screen on YouTube. I can't because that I don't have an interface where I can integrate all that yet. But once I figure out how to, I most definitely will. So I appreciate everybody over on Newsbreak. Mingo Jester says, here we go with the nonsense. Mingo Jester, the unfortunate reality is that today, these is going to be all facts. There is no nonsense. You might not like it because obviously it doesn't align with the image that you want to portray about Michael Jordan. But at the end of the day, these are the facts. These are the facts. But you know, we're going to get into it all. We're going to get into it all. So today's show, you guys, is going to be about obviously Michael Jordan. And his, not just his gambling, because, you know, the one thing that we all knew for the longest time is that he was an avid gambler. But we got to dive into how significant was that? And, you know, there's so many things that started to churn from about 1991 to 1993. And it was just one thing after another after another. And when you sit back and it's just like, is this just all coincidence, or is there some type of pattern involved or at play here that just people don't want to discuss? We've talked about on this channel, you guys, we've talked about how the 90s media did a great job of protecting their stars. And they did a hell of a job at it. They did a hell of a job with no social media and with only maybe 4 to 5 mainstream media outlets. Controlling the narrative or controlling the media was much easier for the NBA, right? The NBA could put out what they wanted. They could control what they wanted. And I think one of those elements that they control, just based on the research that I've done here, is the Michael Jordan situation. All right. And that's what we're about to dive into today. And I'm going to take you guys through a series of images and videos, because a lot of this information, some of it you may be privy to, some of it you may not be privy to. But I think the one element is, how does it all connect? And when you start to really dive into this and do real research on it, it's hard not to come to the conclusion that there was a massive cover-up. Massive cover-up. And we're going to get into it. Was Michael Jordan's father murdered by the mafia? By the mafia? I wouldn't say the mafia. But the one thing that we know is that Michael Jordan's gambling was a perfect storm, right? Michael Jordan's love for gambling was no secret. But the full scope of his losses paints a darker picture, you guys. He was entangled in high-stakes betting, from poker tables to golf courses. Jordan's competitive spirit extended beyond the basketball court, y'all, often with devastating financial consequences. In 1992, Jordan's gambling habits became public when he testified, right? When he testified in court about a $57,000 check written to a guy by the name of James Slim Bouler. Right? He was a convicted drug dealer and gambler. And Jordan claimed that the payment was to settle a golf and gambling debt. Right? But in hindsight, the amount seems minor compared to the revelations that followed. I want you guys to check out this, just to kind of give you a refresher on the scrutiny that Jordan was facing when he was forced to testify in the trial for James Slim Bouler.
Grant came over to help, and Jordan with a steal.
He's known for his amazing plays on the basketball court, but tonight Michael Jordan is making headlines in court. Under oath, Jordan is testifying about his well-publicized wagering on the golf course. He takes the stand in a drug and money laundering trial of a former friend. Jordan describes the gambling habits that got him in trouble, and he reveals why he tried to disguise a $57,000 debt payment as a loan. Channel 2's Jay Levine is in Charlotte, North Carolina with the latest.
Michael Jordan's day in court was a short one. He spent a lot less time on the witness stand than he does on the bench at Bulls games, and that's not very much. But the few questions he did answer shed new light on his gambling debts and how they mounted so rapidly.
Michael, why did it take you so long to tell the truth?
Leaving the court after testifying, it was clear Jordan couldn't wait to put it behind him fast. Normally, he's patient with reporters, but there'd be no post-game interviews today. On the witness stand, he looked uncomfortable when he talked about the high-stakes golf matches, which led to checks like these. More than $100,000 lost in golf and card games. What were the stakes, he was asked in court today? Anywhere from $20 Nassau to $1,000 Nassau. $1,000 Nassau means $1,000 for the first 9 holes, $1,000 for the second 9 holes, and $1,000 for the full 18. Doubling the bets when you get behind. It adds up fast. And even Bouler, when the story broke, was sympathetic.
You've always had a good heart, respected every man as being a man, and the gambling situation, the only thing that I can say about that is Michael have to deal with whatever he feels is right or whatever he feels is wrong.
At first, both Jordan and Bouler claimed the money was a loan for the Charlotte area pro to build a driving range. Today, both admitted that wasn't true. Jordan describing the $57,000 check as a combination of golf losses to Bouler and poker losses Bouler paid others for him. And Bouler testified today it was he who suggested to Jordan that they call the check a loan, if anyone asked. Jordan was mobbed by reporters when he arrived and when he left. But it was up to the first father of basketball to explain what his famous son was going through.
The only painful thing about it was the fact that people, regardless of how it comes out, people's going to look at him and say, well, you know, he's a gambler, this, that, and the other. And, you know, really what he did, goes on every day on every golf course in America.
Michael Jordan said in court today that the reason he didn't come clean immediately was that he was embarrassed. But clearly the changing stories from month to month, the mystery, may well have made this court appearance a lot tougher than it would have been had there been one story from the start. In Charlotte, Jay Levine, Channel 2 News.
Had there been one story from the start. I want you guys to keep that in mind. The reporter said something that's very alarming right there. And then also, as we reflect back on that news report, there were some key words and some key things that James Bouler said. Right? There were some things that were reported. How James Bouler and Jordan colluded on what to say the money was for. Why would they need to lie? If it's just gambling, if it's just a gambling loss, if it's just a gambling debt, and we all know that you gamble, why conspire to lie about it? We're going to get to all of that later. All right. But before we even get to that, I want to talk about another major player in this particular scenario. And he's not necessarily a major player as much as he starts to give his isolated incident with Michael Jordan starts to unveil how grave and significant of gambling holes Jordan would get himself into and what it could potentially lead to if you did this with the wrong person. But a guy by the name of Richard Esquinas, right? A businessman and author, detailed in his 1993 book, Michael and Me, Our Gambling Addiction, My Cry for Help, that Jordan owed him over 1.2 million in golf bets. eventually they settled at $300,000. This is significant. This is significant. And I want you guys to hear directly from Richard, right? What did Richard have to say to the public about this? What was his thoughts and opinions on Michael Jordan's gambling, and how deep and how much, how dark did it get? And did it turn Jordan into a different person? This is what he had to say about it.
You've probably been hearing today about a new book which claims that Michael Jordan ran up debts of more than $1 million while gambling on the golf course in 1991. The book's author is Richard Esquinas, a 38-year-old California businessman and former general manager of the San Diego sports arena. Esquinas said the two met in 1989 when Jordan played in a San Diego charity all-star game. He says they struck up a friendship, both 5 to 7 handicap golfers playing for sizable wagers in 1989 and 90. But in 91, Esquinas contends, the stakes escalated dramatically, Jordan losing $1.252 million during an 8-day gambling and golfing binge that saw Michael drop $473,000 in one day and later lose $626,000 on a single 18-hole round when the stakes went to double or nothing. Esquinas claims that this scorecard from June of 1992 is a running tab, Jordan having reduced his debt to $902,000 during the Dream Team training camp last summer in San Diego. Esquinas says that earlier this year, he excused 2/3 of Jordan's debt in exchange for a promise of payment. He offers these two checks, drawn at $100,000 each, as the first 2 installments of Jordan's final payment. Esquinas has also supplied us photocopies of 2 earlier checks totaling $75,000 payable to his company, E&S Marketing. The first, he says, is endorsed by David Falk, Jordan's longtime agent. The second, Esquinas claims, was accompanied by a handwritten note from Jordan's wife, Juanita, to Esquinas, his wife, Kerry, and their daughter, Felicity. Now, we made repeated attempts today to speak with Jordan, his agent, David Falk, and his attorney. None were available for comment. At Bulls practice today, Hannah Storm was able to get these reactions.
I think that everybody on this team understands the celebrity status and the focus that he has in this country, and also just the spotlight he creates, and these situations just seem to foment around his activities.
He has to get tired of it. I mean, I get tired of it just being around the situation. So the personal attacks on him, he has to get tired of it.
Richard Esquinas' book is self-published and written with Dave Distel, formerly of the Los Angeles Times. I spoke with Esquinas earlier this evening and asked about the motivation behind the book.
My primary motives for writing this book were threefold. One was to expedite my own recovery. 2 was to reach out and help Michael Jordan. And 3 was to draw attention to the potential dangers of compulsive gambling.
Those sound like lofty goals, but how is this going to help Michael Jordan, especially considering the timing? Couldn't this be disproportionately destructive?
Well, the timing, Bob, unfortunately, we lost control of the project. A lot of people had started touching the project, seeing the book, and as it was becoming manufactured, we knew that there were inquiries being made and the leak was about to happen, so we decided to take control of the situation, control the information, and let it go. If I had taken full advantage of the NBA playoffs, the amount of coverage that it's getting, I would have leaked information or told of the forthcoming book day 1 of the playoffs. So it's unfortunate. It wasn't intended on our part, but we're trying to do the best we can with information that got out.
In your mind, does Michael Jordan have a serious gambling problem?
In my mind, based on what I've seen, Michael Jordan has a serious problem. He's in serious denial, and he needs help, and I hope this book is very pivotal to him getting help.
Michael Jordan has a serious problem, and he needs help. Richard Esquinas is his gambling associations with Michael Jordan completely separate of the gambling issues that he had where he needed to testify in court. But what it highlights, y'all, is this. Because he was a degenerate gambler, he found himself in deep holes of debt. And as opposed to just stopping the addiction to gambling, compelled him to continue on and on and on, and always try to recoup what he lost and always try to get ahead. Right? Jordan fans always talk about his competitive nature, his desire to win. And in this particular instance, when you're trying with gambling, you're fighting against the house. Most instances, you're fighting against forces that you just can't beat. To add weight to this narrative is the revelation that Juanita Vanoy, Michael Jordan's ex-wife, reportedly wrote $50,000 checks to cover her husband's gambling debts. These checks, confirmed by Juanita herself, reveal that Jordan's gambling losses weren't just occasional. They were part of a pattern that regularly impacted his finances and his personal life. The consistency of such losses, it does raise a troubling question. If Jordan owed over $1.2 million to Esquinas and was reliant on his wife to clear debts, it's reasonable to infer that his total gambling obligations far exceeded what has been publicly acknowledged. This level of financial vulnerability, coupled with his repeated interactions with well-known criminals like James Bouler, creates a plausible scenario in which Jordan's gambling wasn't merely a personal pastime, but a tool for potentially laundering money. How do we get to laundering money out of all of this, y'all? How do we get to it? Well, let's just further talk about Michael Jordan's day in court, right? What do we know about Michael Jordan's day in court? This is a part of Jordan's history while he played in the NBA that it seems like Jordan fans try to erase from their memories. They try to erase it from their memories. Let's talk about it, though. Michael Jordan's gambling habits came under intense scrutiny when he was forced to testify, as we saw in that video earlier, in the 1992 court case involving James "Slim" Bouler, a convicted drug dealer and gambler. Bouler was facing charges of money laundering and drug-related activities. And Jordan's $57,000 check became a focal point of the investigation. The check, which Jordan initially claimed was a loan for a business venture, as I mentioned earlier, why lie about it, was later revealed to have been used to cover gambling debts from a high-stakes golf game. Now, Jordan's testimony was pivotal, not just because of the financial implications, but because of the inconsistencies in his story. On the stand, it was reported that Jordan appeared visibly nervous, fidgeting, and frequently pausing to gather his thoughts. His demeanor gave the impression of a man walking on a fine line, worried that saying too much or the wrong thing could further entangle him in a criminal case that was already raising eyebrows. When we talk about the inconsistencies of Jordan's testimony, Jordan's explanation during the trial shifted multiple times, leading to questions about his credibility and the true nature of his relationship with James Bouler. Initially, Jordan had claimed that the $57,000 loan was intended for Bouler to start a golf driving range business. However, when pressed under oath, he admitted the truth. The money was repayment for gambling losses. Even more troubling were the gaps in Jordan's account. And this is according to prosecutors. When asked to elaborate on gambling debts, Jordan was evasive about particular details. He couldn't recall exact terms of the bets made with James Bouler. He struggled to provide clarity on how often he gambled with Bouler or how much he had actually lost in total. At times, Jordan's answers contradicted previous statements he had made about his gambling habits, leading to speculation that he was deliberately withholding information. Now, Jordan's unease during his testimony was palpable, according to prosecutors. Observers from the media noted that he seemed hyper aware of the stakes, not just for the trial at hand, but for his own reputation and career. The pressure of being the face of the NBA, an icon whose image was built on excellence and integrity, was in direct conflict with the reality of a man caught in a web of gambling and its potential criminal connections. Now, one might ask, what was Jordan hiding? Well, Jordan's nervousness and his inconsistent statements, it definitely fueled speculation about what he might have been hiding. Several key questions remained unanswered. The true scope of his losses. If the $57,000 check was just one of many gambling debts to James Bouler, how much more had he supposedly lost to James Bouler and others? The testimony painted only a partial picture, leaving the full extent of his financial obligations in the shadows. The nature of his relationship with James Bouler. Bouler was not just a gambler. He was a known associate of drug kingpin James Edward Ned Johnson. Was Jordan aware of Bouler's criminal connections? And if so, how much did he know about where the money was going? Jordan's visible discomfort suggested that he was acutely aware of the potential consequences of his testimony, and saying too much could have implicated him in activities beyond gambling, potentially tying him to Bouler's money laundering scheme or even the drug network that funded them. Man, Jordan got caught up. See, the reason why I brought up Richard Esquinas and his $1.2 million gambling debt was because it was known that Jordan was an avid gambler and could lose millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And at that time, that was a far greater, those numbers had far more significant value than they do to have today. Even though those sums of money today is still a ton of money, 10 times the magnitude of those numbers in the 90s. So we gotta, a lot of these things and the dots are connecting, and it's just not looking too good for Michael Jordan. So it takes us back to a moment of vulnerability for a man who had seemed invincible on the basketball court. Michael Jordan's day in court revealed a different side of the NBA legend. Right? The world saw a man under immense pressure, struggling to navigate the legal and moral implications of his gambling addiction. His nervous demeanor, his inconsistent testimony, it only deepened the mystery, leaving many to wonder how deeply entangled he was in this underworld. Right? Jordan had more involvement than we think. Right? Let's talk about some of the players involved, right? Because I think to understand this, to truly understand this, we have to know the players involved, right? And there was a person that we have been mentioning so far. Let's just talk about him first, right? Let's talk about James Slim Bouler. Like I said, before we delve into Jordan's entanglement in this web, right? We got to understand who James Slim Bouler was. And we also need to understand who his boss was, because his boss was drug kingpin James Edward Ned Johnson. They were two central figures who embodied, right, the intersection of crime, gambling, and drug trafficking, right? So James Slim Bouler, who was he? He was a seasoned gambler with a knack for positioning himself in influential circles, right? A convicted drug dealer and money launderer, Bouler used high stakes gambling as a front for laundering illicit funds. Let me say that one more time. According to federal documents, Bouler used high stakes gambling as a front for laundering illicit funds. While he portrayed himself as a legitimate golfer and businessman, his operations were deeply rooted in criminal activity. Bouler's association with Jordan became public in 1992 when Jordan wrote him a $57,000 check claiming it was to settle a gambling debt from a golf game. This payment, while minor in comparison to the vast sums of money Jordan was known to gamble, raised suspicion due to Bouler's reputation. Bouler was not just a gambler, you guys. He was a key figure in a larger money laundering operation that funneled drug money through seemingly legitimate transactions. And it was later revealed Bouler was laundering money for James Edward Ned Johnson, a notorious drug kingpin, right? Bouler's role in the operation included using gambling to clean drug money, often through high-profile individuals who could provide plausible deniability. His connection to Jordan wasn't a simple coincidence. It was part of a broad and broader strategy to exploit Jordan's fame for criminal purposes. Let's get to James Edward Ned Johnson, the drug kingpin. What do we know about him? This was James Slim Bouler's boss. James Ned Johnson operated at the top of a sprawling drug empire. Where was this drug empire just so happened to be located? In North Carolina. His criminal network distributed significant quantities of cocaine and other drugs throughout the region, and his operations were sustained by a sophisticated money laundering system. Johnson relied on intermediaries like Bouler to convert dirty drug money into clean funds that could be reinvested or hidden from law enforcement. Now, Bouler's involvement in Johnson's operation was pivotal. In 1992, as we've already said before, Bouler was convicted of laundering Johnson's proceeds, which he used to purchase luxury goods and fund high-stakes gambling events. These gambling events, as we mentioned before, often involve wealthy and high-profile participants, provided the perfect cover for moving large amounts of cash. The $57,000 check from Michael Jordan was not just a payment for a golf game. It was likely part of a calculated effort to use Jordan as a willing or unwilling participant in a money laundering scheme. Johnson's empire did not operate in isolation. He had a powerful supplier. His supplier was Willie James Rhines. Right? That was his supplier, whose operation spanned over decades. Where was his operation also located? In North Carolina. Together, Johnson and Rhimes and intermediaries like Bouler formed a network that intertwined drugs, gambling, and money laundering into a seamless criminal enterprise. How do you get involved with these types of people? You get connected with James Bouler. James Bouler just so happens to be connected with two of the biggest drug kingpins, not drug kingpins in Chicago, not drug kingpins in California, not drug kingpins in Texas, not drug kingpins in Indiana or any other state. Just so happened to be connected with two drug kingpins in North Carolina, right in your backyard. More specifically, right in your family's backyard. But y'all got to realize, man, it don't stop right there. We now have to, how do we contextualize this information? We have to consider, was Jordan a pawn in a game, or was he complicit under duress? Right? When we talked about Richard Esquinas owing $1.2 million, Richard Esquinas was just a regular everyday guy. He talked about in his book how Jordan would just play him, not take him seriously, even though he owed him $1.2 million. He just basically played him, had no fear. But in this particular scenario, this is with Bouler and Johnson's roles established. We have to return to Michael Jordan's involvement in this scenario. So there are only two possibilities here. Jordan was either a pawn in the game, which meant that Jordan's losses may have been orchestrated by figures like Bouler and Johnson to launder their illicit earnings. He was just so trash at golf that they knew he would lose most times, and they could they could funnel their money and launder their money through those golf bets to clean the money up. Coincides with Jordan's fame and reputation. It offered a perfect shield for such a money laundering operation, as few would suspect the world's greatest basketball player being part of a criminal enterprise. High stakes gambling provided the perfect facade. Large sums of money could change hands under the guise of friendly competition. Now, there is another scenario here that we must now consider as well. Alternatively, Jordan could have been complicit in the operation, losing on purpose under pressure from criminal associates. With debts mounting and Johnson's network desperate for cash to fund legal defenses and operations, refusal to cooperate could have carried dire consequences. Whether through threats or intimidation, Jordan may have felt he had no choice but to participate. Both scenarios, you guys, hinge on the proximity and the power of Johnson's network, which had the resource, influence, and connections to exploit or coerce even someone as touchable as Michael Jordan. This understanding sets the stage for Willie James Rhimes, the supplier behind Johnson's empire, whose influence stretched deep into the communities where Jordan's family lived, creating the perfect storm for the events that could follow. We got to get to Willie Rhimes. Let's get back to Willie Rhimes. Enter Willie Rhimes, the North Carolina connection. So as I did my research, you guys, this story takes a darker turn with the introduction of Willie James Rhimes. Again, you guys, he was a major supplier based in North Carolina for over 25 years. Rhimes was the linchpin of a vast drug empire, supplying figures like James Edward Ned Johnson and laundering his profits through a network of legitimate looking businesses, including restaurants, nightclubs, and clothing stores. Rhines, his operation wasn't just a coincidence in Michael Jordan's orbit. It was deeply entrenched in the very communities where Jordan lived and built his career. Jordan's basketball journey also began at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, and his family remained rooted in the state. The proximity between Rhines' empire and Jordan's life creates an unsettling possibility that Jordan's entanglement with these figures began earlier than anybody ever realized. Rhines' influence extended into small town North Carolina, including areas where James Jordan Sr. lived. Rhines owned family businesses in these communities, allowing him and his associates to maintain a watchful eye on anyone they needed to track. If Rhines and his network sought to apply pressure to Michael Jordan, targeting his father would have been a calculated move. James Sr.'s predictable routines and deep ties in the community made him an accessible target by Willie Rhines. And before we continue, you guys, let me go ahead and drop this in the chat. I know a lot of you guys are really disturbed at this moment, right? And probably won't contribute to support FYF Sports. But I need you guys to hit the Cash App or hit the PayPal to support FYF Sports before we continue. Because when you think it's over, it's not over, y'all. Y'all think it's over. I know you're going to have people in the chat, y'all like Pootie. Because he has LeBron on his brain, there's no way he can sit down and fathom this information. He's going to try to associate this with people like LeBron. So I compel everybody in the chat to stay locked in and focus, because it's just going to be people like Pootie. They're just going to try to derail and distract you. Everything that I'm telling you guys, this is all information that you can research. This is all factual. And so you can come up, your conclusions after hearing all of the research, you can say that all of this was just a humongous coincidence, which the likelihood of all of this all finding its way into perfect alignment, not very likely that it's just some coincidence. But we got to continue, y'all. We got to continue with this. Salute to Myron in the chat. Salute to All Gravy. We got All Gravy says, so in your free time, Lamont, your research. No, I've had this on the shelf for probably a year or so. Today I got time. Why do y'all get mad when y'all don't get mad at anybody else for coming out with their videos? When I come out with my videos, y'all get mad. Let's continue, man, because as I said, we're going to have people who in here. What's the point of this, though? Well, why else do you think I'm doing it? Of course, I'm informing you of the dangers of gambling. That's what we said in the beginning. That's what Richard Esquinas said in his interview with NBC. But nobody cared. But we're going to continue, though. Thank you, Dante. They triggered. But it's fine. Look, y'all, these are all facts. I'm sorry that you don't like the facts, but the show is going to continue on. We're not going to stop the show because you guys want to cry. And you know what? I'll give you guys an exit. $500 Cash App and I'll stop. No $500 Cash App, then the show must go on. All right? But we got to continue with this. right? Because there's a lot of elements into this, right? Because now we've talked about all of the players involved. James Slim, James Edward Ned Johnson, Willie Rhymes, and how all three of these players are connected. James Slim had a reputation for finding his way into circles with the stars, but he only had one job. His job was to, how do I launder all of this drug money that's coming down to me from James Edward Ned Johnson and Willie Rhymes? How do I clean this money up? Because Willie Rhymes owns a ton of businesses in North Carolina. I think he owns one of the most famous chicken spots in North Carolina. I saw a review that somebody did on it. They said it was horrible chicken. Said its chicken tastes like it's been cooked in reused grease, but he does own a lot of businesses out there. So there's a connection there. And James Slim Bouler has an intent. He has an intent. And with the amount of money that seemed to be getting funneled through Jordan by way of gambling losses to James Slim Bouler, we have to ask ourselves two questions. Was Jordan just that trash at golf where he would lose that much? Or did he get himself in such a gambling hole that they forced him to participate in this money laundering scheme? And if he squealed about it, well, you know who was sitting in his backyard? Willie Rhymes and James Edwards. We're gonna get to all of this stuff, you guys. We're gonna get to it all. We're gonna continue on with this. So let's go to a very specific date. All right. And this date was very significant. I know a lot of people, a lot of 90s fans remember this particular date. On July 23rd, 1993. Very sad day for many of us. James Jordan Sr. was murdered in an event officially labeled as a random act of violence. According to authorities, two teenagers, right? They said two teenagers were responsible for this. Larry Demery and Daniel Green claimed they killed Michael Jordan Sr. Or they killed James Jordan Sr. while attempting to steal his Lexus SC400. It says the crime, however, seemed far too convenient for the official narrative to satisfy lingering suspicions. It says the body of James Jordan Sr. was found 60 miles away in a swamp near McCall, South Carolina. He had been shot in the chest before his car was stolen. And just to give you guys a quick refresher on this, because, you know, some of you guys weren't privy to who these people were. Let's take you to the news report when this was actually reported.
Chest, but it was not until Friday, after reports surfaced that Michael Jordan's father was missing, that investigators established the tragic link. James Jordan's abandoned car had been vandalized. Police have since arrested several people for stealing parts of the vehicle, but they are not considered suspects in the murder. Instead, finances are now the focus of the homicide and kidnapping investigation. According to published reports, the FBI is looking into debts James Jordan owed to a company he owned in South Carolina. He had reportedly run into tax trouble while running JVL Enterprises, a business that makes T-shirts, shorts, and socks. Michael Jordan issued a statement describing his family as tight-knit, his father's death as shocking. It went on to say there would be no comment regarding the murder while the investigation is underway. Those who know the family well say the father was his superstar son's biggest fan, often traveling with him on the road with the three-time NBA champion Chicago Bulls.
He was always there. And, you know, he was always, it was like Michael was the apple of his eye.
When Michael ran into recent controversy off the court over a late-night gambling junket, it was his father, his protector, who stepped forward and accepted the blame. In Charlotte, North Carolina, a community is shaken by the violent and mysterious death of an outwardly gentle man.
Tommy's certainly a tragedy, and I hope there's nothing more than that it was an unfortunate crime. There's nothing really deep like, the gambling thing and all that.
The family plans a small private funeral for relatives and close friends. Pat Etheridge, CNN, Mint Hill, North Carolina.
Unfortunate, untimely, and seemingly was just a man of the community. Demery and Green, as we just mentioned, Demery and Green were eventually apprehended after authorities traced phone calls made using the car phone in James Jordan Sr.'s Lexus. The phone had been linked to 2 other robberies, which led enforcement directly to the teenagers. Despite the overwhelming evidence tying them to the crime, Demery and Green repeatedly maintained that their actions were random, emphasizing this point during their trial in later statements. I want you guys to hold that thought too as well, right? It says Demery and Green repeatedly maintained that their actions were random, emphasizing this point during their trial and in later statements. While this insistence could be genuine, it also raises the possibility that the narrative of randomness was crafted to obscure a more significant motive or to protect more powerful figures behind the scenes. Now, what makes us believe that, right? And as I was investigating this, I said, well, if the 2 criminals involved are saying it was random, well, maybe it was random. But then when you look at the volume and the amount of times at which they kept telling everybody, hey, this was random. It had nothing to do with nobody else. This was random. Generally in court or in talking with detectives, you're not trying to bring up any form of motive. It was very odd that they kept pushing the randomness narrative to anyone who would actually listen. What made me think that there were other powers at play was an interview that I saw on Vlad TV, where Vlad actually brought in James Slim Bouler, and he spoke with him, and he asked him some very intrinsic and investigative questions, as he normally does, about this particular matter. Let's take a listen to what James Slim Bouler had to say to Vlad TV.
And then in July 23rd of that year, Michael Jordan's father gets killed. And I actually interviewed one of the guys who was involved in the murder. And we talked about the whole situation, because at the time, the rumor was that his dad got killed over gambling debts, which in fact, there was no truth to it. It was really just a couple of 18-year-old kids who lived in a trailer home had a chance to basically steal a car and end up killing the guy who they didn't know was Michael Jordan's father. And then that same year in November, Michael Jordan retires, and the whole NBA investigation ends 2 days later. So essentially, he never really got investigated for the gambling. When you heard about all that happening, what did you think?
Well, I was in Seagoville, Texas, when his father got killed, and what's so funny about that was when I was sentenced in Charlotte, I'm sentenced to 9 years in federal prison. The judge had told me, like I said before, I'm going to take everything you got. I had to pay my own way from Charlotte to turn myself in Texas. And when Jordan's father when they came out and asked me about it, I didn't know anything about it because I'm under lock and key. And enjoying every minute of it under lock and key. That was some of the best years of my life in prison. You ask yourself, how could you be so happy and you locked up? Because I'm getting a thorough education about different forms and ways of people, how they live. In prison, you get more in prison than you would get in a 4-year college. You got doctors, lawyers, pimps, hustlers, child molesters. It doesn't matter. Gang bangers, mobsters. You can't get that at Duke, Carolina, or any ACC school or anywhere. But in federal institutions, you can get it if you know how to carry yourself in a respectable way. And getting back to Jordan's father, I can't tell you yesterday or tomorrow. I don't know anything about that. But, you know, it's a bad situation when anybody loses a life.
Yeah, that was a horrible situation.
Yeah, bad situation.
Yeah, and the guy, one of the guys who did it, ended up making a hip hop music video in his trailer home, wearing Jordan's father's ring and his chain. And they, of course, find all that. And, you know, these guys are still both locked up in prison, you know, decades later.
Yeah.
As investigators dug into the murder of James Jordan Sr., the name James Slim Bouler reappeared in the narrative. Right? See, we know that these detectives are not stupid. So as I just mentioned, as detectives started to investigate James Jordan Sr., the name James Slim Bouler reappeared. Michael Jordan's people reportedly questioned Bouler about the identities of the killers, likely operating under the assumption that there could be a deeper connection between the murder and Jordan's gambling entanglements. Bouler, by then in prison on money laundering charges, tied to his involvement with drug kingpin James Edward Ned Johnson, denied any knowledge of the crime. When asked about the murder, Bouler deflected. What did he say in that Vlad interview? He said, getting back to Jordan's father, I can tell you yesterday or tomorrow, I don't know anything about that. He said, you know, it's a bad situation when anybody loses a life. Bouler's response, y'all, while ambiguous, underscores his precarious position. As a figure entrenched in the criminal underworld and already incarcerated, it's possible he withheld information to avoid further scrutiny or worse, retribution. Law enforcement questioned Bouler in prison. When them questioning him in prison, it just simply highlights even the police's own suspicions that Jordan Sr.'s murder might have been more than a random act of violence. However, as in many cases involving drug kingpins and organized crime, the lack of cooperation led the investigation to a dead end. Things we have to consider. Now, as we shift a little bit, what's the chilling possibility here? Right? Despite the official story, several elements surrounding the murder of James Jordan Sr. suggest a possibility of a targeted act rather than a random crime. Let's look at number one, the tracing of the Lexus. Green and Demery's use of the car phone from stolen Lexus was reckless. A glaring mistake for individuals supposedly acting at random. If their actions were a part of a larger scheme or influenced by outside forces, their inexperience or panic may have led to their capture.
Number 2, the red Lexus SC400. The car itself, a gift from Michael Jordan to his father, was a symbol of Jordan's immense wealth and success. Its visibility and association with the Jordan family made it an easy and valuable target for anyone attempting to make a statement. Let's go to number 3, the law enforcement dead ends. The decision to question Bouler suggests that investigators considered the possibility of a deeper connection. Bouler's refusal to cooperate, paired with the silence of the others in the criminal network, left authorities without concrete evidence, but with lingering suspicions, according to detectives from North Carolina. And then lastly, number 4, the killer's repeated claims of randomness. Green and Demery's emphasis on randomness feels unusual, said the lead investigator in James Jordan Sr.'s case. He says, in cases like this, defendants often avoid discussing motive, but their insistence could suggest an attempt to shield themselves or their families from potential harm. Bouler's actions, right? Bouler's reflections on prison life also provided insight in the culture of silence that permeates the criminal underworld. What did he say in the Vlad interview? He said, I'm getting a thorough education of different forms and ways of people, how they live. You get more in prison than you will get in 4 years in college. His statement hints at deeper understanding of the dynamics at play, where loyalty and silence are often the only ways to survive in prison. In a world where cooperation with authorities could mean death, not just for one's self, but for loved ones, as we saw in Jordan's case, the refusal to speak becomes an act of self-preservation. Bouler's silence, along with the lack of evidence tying figures like him or James Edward Ned Johnson to the murder, left law enforcement with little choice but to accept the story of randomness. And this is what we're left with, you guys. This is what we're left with. Crazy how we got here. You know, crazy how we got here, man. But it's still more to this. It's still way more to this, man. Let me if y'all want to support, man, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. It's still more to this story, y'all. When you thought things couldn't get crazier, they do. Rap guy, why people are bringing up LeBron James? I don't know. People are obsessed with LeBron James. Right. If I was doing a deep dive expose into LeBron James potentially cheating on Savannah, they'd be all ears. Because I'm talking about Michael Jordan, I'm not supposed to be talking about it. No, we're going to talk about it. Just because you are the so-called GOAT doesn't mean you can escape. This is part of your legacy. This is part of your career. But it's also a part of what the 90s wanted to hide from everyone. They did a hell of a job painting a perception of Michael Jordan. I did a hell of a job. He said Lamont went from reporting to inferring, but a lot of the inferring was done by detectives in the case. This is not my inferring. Now, do I agree with what they're inferring? Yes. It was the North Carolina lead detective that said
for the two guys who killed James Jordan, for them to just right out the gate, every time they talk to a prosecutor or a detective, they're just telling everybody, no, this was random. This is odd. Why are you telling everybody this was random? This is just very odd behavior. Imagine, Tyson, imagine you going down for a murder. First thing you say, you don't tell them you didn't do it. You don't try to come up with a story to take you out the situation. First thing you say, Tyson, is it was random, cop. It was just random. We just did this on our own. Nobody else had nothing to do with it. It was random. And then first time you sit in front of a prosecutor, it was random. It was just me and him. Nobody else. And you just keep, it starts to look odd, is what the detective said. So when they said that his James Jordan Sr.'s death was an act of random violence, that's because that's all they were left with to accept, because they could not get anyone to talk. And when you're dealing with drug kingpins who are sitting right in your backyard, who have very easy access to your family and loved ones, if they can't get to you, we know that you can get to them. And as we saw with James Jordan Sr., they have no hesitation in using pawns to send a message. You see what's going on here? I mean, it's just unfortunate that Jordan got himself entangled in something like this, man. It's sad, that your gambling addiction can put you in this type of predicament. It's sad. Let's continue on, y'all. The murder of, and as we were just talking about, James Jordan Sr. remains one of the most tragic mysteries, and not just mysteries, even just a mysterious chapter in Michael Jordan's life altogether. It's a very odd chapter, right? Officially closed, the case leaves behind a trail of unanswered questions. The proximity of figures like James Bouler, Johnson, and Willie Rimes to the Jordan family, coupled with circumstantial evidence of gambling debts and organized crime elements in play, it keeps the door open for a ton of speculation. In this scenario, it still takes an even darker and deeper turn, right? When considering the logistics of the crime, the ability to track James Sr.'s movements, isolate him in a vulnerable moment, and execute the murder with precision, suggesting planning, not coincidence. When you look at James Jordan Sr.'s murder, I'll say it again, the scenario does not look coincidental, right? The ability to track James Sr., right? Isolate him. Vulnerable moments. How do we know it was a vulnerable moment? He was sleeping in the car. And then execute the murder with precision. It suggests planning, right? The proximity of Ryan's network to the Jordan family makes it very plausible that James Sr.'s murder was deliberate act to exert pressure on Michael Jordan. But it's still, this whole web still continues on, right? It still continues on. What we got to talk about next is something that we discuss on this channel a lot. We discuss this a lot. And I think many of you guys are familiar with this. On October 6, 1993, less than 3 months after the murder of his father, Michael Jordan shocked the world by announcing his retirement from basketball at the peak of his career. The face of the NBA, the player who redefined the league's global appeal, walked away, citing a loss of desire to play the game, while the public largely accepted Jordan's explanation. The timing of his retirement still raised eyebrows among insiders. Coincidentally, you guys, or perhaps not coincidentally, the NBA's internal investigation into Jordan's gambling came to an abrupt end just 2 days after his retirement announcement. Commissioner David Stern, who had been vocal about protecting the integrity of the league, declared that the investigation had found no wrongdoing on Jordan's part. Very surprising, because they saw Jordan fidgeting and lying on the witness stand. They saw Jordan, as he spoke to the media over the course of 6 months, give contradicting stories. However, the timing still begs the question: was Jordan's retirement a preemptive move to protect the league and his most valuable asset? The NBA had a clear financial interest in protecting Michael Jordan. He wasn't just a star athlete, he was a global phenomenon. The engine driving the league's exponential growth, with corporate sponsors like Nike, Gatorade, and McDonald's pouring millions into campaigns centered on Jordan. Any scandal involving him would have been catastrophic. STEM, the league, and their corporate partners could not afford to let the gambling allegations gain further traction, especially if they were tied to criminal elements like the murder of Jordan's father. Now, when we talk about the role of the media in this, right? When we talk about the role of the media in this, what role did the media play in this? Right? At a time, or at that time, should I say, the NBA had a virtual stranglehold on media narratives. Without social media or independent digital platforms to question official accounts, the league worked hand in hand with major networks and sports journalists to control the public perception. The media, reliant on access to Jordan and the league, had no incentive to dig deeper into the story. Instead, they echoed the NBA's carefully curated narrative. Jordan was the innocent victim of a personal tragedy, and his retirement was a personal choice unrelated to outside pressures. The control over the narrative allowed the NBA to sidestep hard questions about investigations into Jordan's gambling. It silenced discussions about potential ties between Jordan's debts and criminal partners or the criminal underworld, effectively erasing any suspicion of a deeper conspiracy from the public discourse. Told y'all it's crazy. But you guys knew this already. I mean, you guys watch Vlad TV, right? Yeah, y'all know Vlad has a lot of very prominent mob bosses on that now can tell their stories of past criminality. You guys remember when Michael Franzese, hopefully I said his name correct, or Franzese, I think that's how you say it. He came onto Vlad TV and he issued a warning. What did he say? The former mob boss added fuel to the suspicions when he went on to Vlad TV and claimed that an NBA insider tipped him off about the deeper implications of Jordan's gambling. According to Franzese, the insider suggested that Jordan's debts had entangled him with dangerous figures, and the murder of James Jordan Sr. was not a random act, but a targeted message. While Franzese later retracted these statements, the retraction itself raised questions. Was he pressured into silence? Given the history of mob ties and knowledge of the gambling world, his initial comments carry weight, even if they were later disavowed. Franzese's account lends credibility to the idea that powerful entities, both criminal and institutional, had a vested interest in keeping the truth buried. Told y'all, it's crazy. That's how you know it goes deep. And there's a lot of people involved in keeping this story silent. This is the biggest cover up in sports history, y'all. Led and anchored by a guy by the name of David Stern. Right, when examined as a whole, the story of Michael Jordan's gambling, his father's murder, the NBA's handling of the situation, it paints a picture of a deeply unsettling conspiracy. How this investigation has not been reopened is amazing to me. Jordan's well-documented gambling habits and mounting debts made him vulnerable to exploitation by criminals and criminal elements, including drug kingpins like James Edward Ned Johnson and Willie Rhines. The murder of James Jordan Sr., officially described as a random act of violence, more likely looks to be a calculated move by these figures to send a message to Jordan, either to ensure his compliance or exact retribution for unpaid debts. How do we know Jordan leaves his debts unpaid? Look what he did with Richard Esquinas. He did not want to pay him the $1.2 million that he owed. He ultimately just settled on $300,000 because that's all he could get out of Jordan. He doesn't pay his debts. The NBA's rapid conclusion of its gambling investigation just 2 days after Jordan's retirement raises the possibility of a coordinated effort to protect the league's most valuable asset. And then the media's unquestioning acceptance of the official narrative highlights how tightly controlled the flow of information was at the time, leaving no room for independent scrutiny. Was Michael Jordan and was Jordan's gambling the catalyst for one of the darkest tragedies in sports history? Was the NBA complicit in covering up the truth to protect their own financial interests? These questions linger. They're casting a shadow over the legacy of one of the greatest athletes of all time. This shadow will not go away, you guys. As much as Jordan fans and JDRs don't want to talk about it or face the facts of the matter, it's not going away. In an era without social media or investigative platforms to challenge the narrative, the league and its partners had the power to bury the truth, which is what they ultimately did. But as pieces of the story start to resurface, as we see now, even with Michael Franzese's claims that the strange timing of Jordan's retirement, when he exposed that, right, the cracks of the official account become harder to ignore. And that's why you have us here at FYF Sports, because we are not going to ignore those cracks. We're going to go research those cracks, and we're going to put things together. And so we got Tommy Dukes. He says, so Michael Jordan was broke is what you're saying. No, it's not what I'm saying. We all know Michael Jordan had 1.2 million. See, Tommy Dukes, if you just start to think, if you stop being blinded by your fandom for Jordan and just wanting to try to sound right, the whole purpose of me talking about the 1.2 million in Richard Esquinas was because he had documented evidence of the 1.2 million that Jordan owed. But he said Jordan didn't want to pay because Richard Esquinas was just a random guy. I mean, similar to how people make bets on YouTube. Some people will make bets on YouTube. They don't got to pay. They will never pay because there's nothing forcing them to pay. But if you make bets, for example, with an illegal bookie in your neighborhood and he has direct ties to you and he can come put hands on you, you're more likely to pay or face some type of repercussion. So the 1.2 million was to simply show that Jordan could get into significant debt, which he did. And he didn't just get into debt with Richard Esquinas. He also got into debt with James Bowles, to the extent that his wife Juanita was writing $50,000 checks consistently. And then the one check that came into question during the federal case, the $57,000 check, was just one of many checks that he had wrote to this guy. And when we look at how James Bowles is intertwined into a drug ring with drug kingpins, he's the one responsible for laundering all of this dirty money. And he's using Michael Jordan and those supposed gambling losses to launder and clean up the money. It's just facts. Look, y'all, I apologize that y'all feelings are hurt. I apologize that y'all don't want to think. It just seems like when it comes to other players, y'all sometimes can actually think. You will think hard as hell when it comes to LeBron. All of a sudden with this, y'all don't want to think. Knowledge, you said I reached an all-time low. Well, when I drop the link, I just need you to come up here and explain to me why I reached the all-time low. Liddy says, where's the proof? We just went through an hour and 30 minutes of the proof. If you missed it, rewind and listen to it again. And as we said, Liddy, because like I say, I know a lot of you guys don't listen. I clearly stated that a lot of this is circumstantial. I also stated that because of the veil of secrecy, because of the parties at play, unwillingness to talk or snitch, investigators said, well, we're just left with what we're left with to conclude is that, okay, this is random. But the investigators themselves said that we do not believe this is random. There's more to this. But as we've seen with plenty of murders, I mean, this is the United States. It's not about if you're guilty, it's about what you can prove. In the United States, it's not about innocence or guilt. It's about if you can prove it. How many times have we heard of stories of criminals getting off because the witness mysteriously died? What? You don't have any, because there's no witness no more. We might know you did it, but without a witness to testify, you ain't got no case. This is United States. This is how the legal system works. You know, I'm going to drop the link, y'all. I'm going to drop the link. And everybody on Newsbreak, I'm also going to drop the link over there so you guys can also come in and join if you have any comments on this. We got Rap Guy says Carcino thinks Diddy is innocent. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but kudos to Carcino. Serge says Jordan bad, LeBron good. Well, Serge, I guess, I mean, you know, you say that, so I guess you missed last year then. Yeah, y'all act like this is a safe haven for athletes. If LeBron just does something that deserves criticism, I'm gonna criticize it. If Steph Curry does something that deserves criticism, I'm gonna criticize it. Just because it's Jordan today, stop crying. That's all I ask. Y'all have seen me come up here multiple times and criticize LeBron James. We saw the locker room completely lose his brain cells because he couldn't comprehend that I said something critical of LeBron James. You guys got to get out your feelings sometimes. Stop crying. That's my big thing, y'all. Just stop crying. I'm talking about it. Tomorrow it'll be somebody else and another player. It'll be another topic. Just stop crying. Liddy, just hit the link. If you got questions about the proof, just hit the link. We can discuss it. I'm not going to rehash everything for people that don't want to either hit the Cash App or at least hit the link to pull up to the panel. He's a locker room with full. I mean, but look, but my thing right here, Rap Got Reloaded, is that look, LeBron James is not perfect. He's far from being perfect now that he's approaching 40. There's extreme flaws. Knowledge says all-time low. Knowledge, if you feel like it's an all-time low, hit the link and explain why it's an all-time low. All I did was give you guys information that was public. Don't cry about it. Knowledge. If your name is Knowledge, you should want knowledge. How is your name Knowledge and you get mad about getting more knowledge on a situation? You're just crying. Like, don't cry about the information. The information is what it is. I didn't create the information out of thin air. I don't see you guys going to Vlad telling him to take the video down. I don't see you guys going to NBA on NBC saying take all of this stuff down about Jordan having to testify. But when I put it all together to paint a broader picture, now I'm at an all-time low. Y'all got to stop crying. Grown men crying in comments. And the crazy thing about it is if it's bothering you that much, it's so easy to just flick and scroll up to another video. And now your pain and suffering is over it. Knowledge, I know it's so sad. You're crying over there. Knowledge, I'm going to give you instructions on how to quell your pain. Go to your YouTube app and just scroll up and select another video. And when you do that, you'll probably land on a too raw for TV video where he's talking about LeBron James. And it will make you feel better probably very quickly. Scroll up. And that's all you got to do. Or you can hit the link and we can talk about it. I don't know why y'all cry. All right, let me get this link in the chat, man. And if you did send a donation in and I missed it, I apologize. I'll try to get to them as we progress through this stream. And I want to give a big shout out to the people that have been actively supporting and donating. Let me get my banner up. There's our banner right there. Make sure we get them likes up as well as y'all come in. And we got to talk about it. Liddy says no proof yet. I know, Liddy. I know. It's just circumstantial, Liddy. We know, Liddy. If there was direct evidence out there, obviously other people would get locked up. Jordan would probably be facing some type of conspiracy charge. But we know because it's all circumstantial, because people refuse to testify against the drug kingpins, we have to now come to our own conclusions, reasonable conclusions based on the evidence. That's all I'm doing. This is my personal conclusion based on the evidence. This was the same conclusion that detectives came to. But it doesn't matter what a detective or prosecutor concludes on. If they don't have the evidence to pursue the charge, then there's really not much you can do. I'm just telling you guys what the evidence was. And the standard in a criminal court is extremely high. Extremely high. Right? You got reasonable doubt. Not a preponderance of the evidence. Reasonable doubt is the standard. And when that's the standard, extremely high standard, you're going to need those witnesses, right? And this is what the detective said. You got sports here.
What up with it, bro?
What's up, man?
And I see you got the bro, I see you got the Michael Jordan bikini wearers out here crying.
I didn't think they would be happy about it, but
you heard some feelings today, bro.
What do you hurt
feelings on?
My thing is, if they disagree, like Surge, I just tell them to hit the link, and we can go through anything that I spoke on. Right?
Hey, Lamont, but you see how it's cool. Lamont, you see how it was so cool and cute for these same dudes to run around and say that LeBron sacrificed Kobe. with no proof, with no proof or nothing. But we seeing 100% proof on this Jordan character, and now these niggas want to cry.
Crying.
Man, where you find these guys that talk about LeBron sacrificed Kobe? That is wild.
Hey, bro, that's all these dudes be saying. I don't know your name, bro, but peace to you. But these cats been saying this for the last couple of years, that LeBron sacrificed Kobe and all this other type of goofiness. But when Lamont showed the real, these same dudes want to cry.
What's the real on Michael Jordan having a gambling habit? What is the real on that?
No, the real is this, George. Let me just run down the real is this. Jordan had a gambling habit. We're gonna walk through the facts right here, George. Did Jordan have a significant gambling habit, George? Yes or no?
Yes, he did.
Did George?
So wait.
George,
So
hold on.
George,
hold on, George. I'm gonna walk you through some questions and I'm gonna let you go on your spiel because I'm gonna ask you some questions because all I said was the facts. The next question to you, George, is: was Jordan in significant gambling debt to James Slim Bowles, the guy that he testified on in trial?
While he was playing golf with him? Yes.
No, remember the guy? Okay, so that's a fact. Was James Slim Bowles convicted for using gambling proceeds to launder money to his drug kingpin, James Ned Johnson? Yes or no?
Say that one more time. Was he what?
James Slim Bowles.
The guy he was golfing with.
Convicted, 9 years in federal prison. Because he got caught laundering money for drug kingpins by way of gambling, and they basically, according to federal documents, he would find his way into circles with high-profile people. He would gamble with them to clean and launder money. That was the best way he could launder money at the time, large sums. So, did James Bowles? Did he spend time in prison for laundering gambling proceeds?
If that's what he pled guilty to, yeah.
Next question is, if it was just gambling, why would Jordan get on the stand and lie about what the debt actually was?
Embarrassment.
Well, he lied before he got on the stand. Then he got on the stand and lied some more.
Yeah. He got caught up. Hey, man, let me explain something to you. Michael Jordan got caught up in a situation where he got milk behind his ears in. Anybody who gets caught up in that type of situation and got to go sit on the stand or face a grand jury, they're going to be twitchy, whatever, because they've never been through nothing like that.
George, now you're just ranting because I want to ask you, George, because now you're just trying to play Jordan as a victim. We've heard all of the victim talk for Jordan. George, my next question to you is this right here. If Jordan was just wet behind the ears, right? If he was just wet behind the ears, how is it a coincidence? Because remember, Jordan's is now in Chicago. He's a Chicago Bull, right? He's 7 years removed from being in North Carolina. How is it that all of the illicit, illegal gambling partners he's now associated with, they all just so happen to be in North Carolina, where he went to college? How is that? All three of them, James Bowles Slim, James Ned Johnson, the drug kingpin, and then the supplier, Willie Rhines. And Willie Rhines owns all the chicken joints in North Carolina. How is it Jordan just wet behind the ears? He didn't know these guys. He just met them randomly. Oh, let's golf and let's gamble a whole bunch of money. All these people just so happen to be connected to North Carolina, where he spent a ton of time and where all his family lives. How are these connections all just, it couldn't be no other city. It wasn't Dallas, Texas. It wasn't Los Angeles, California, where he met him. It wasn't Chicago, where he was hooping with the Bulls or had a home. They all have connections to his hometown. And you want me to believe that this is just all wet behind the ear Jordan? No, what Jordan did was the only thing he knew how to do good was get into significant gambling debt. And when you get into gambling debt with the wrong people, well, anybody from the streets knows it's either going to lead one or two things. They either going to have you doing some stuff that you don't want to do, or your ass is grass. And when you're gambling, when you're dealing with people like James Slim, James Ned Johnson, and Willie Rimes, they were drug
like they big time.
No, hold on. They were big. Hold on. According to federal documents, hold on, George. According to federal documents, Willie Rimes, he was moving 66 kilos a month. That kind of sounds big time to me. He was the supplier. He was supplying James Ned Johnson. James Ned Johnson was the guy. He had all the drug dealers. But what do you have when you have a whole bunch of drug money? You have to clean it. And they used James Slim to clean the money. He found a way. I can clean large sums of money by gambling with people like Jordan. Now, my next question is this. Was Jordan just that trash at golf that once he started playing golf with Jordan, he basically said, oh, you trash. I can beat you every single time. I can clean every cent of this drug money through you, right? Or does it more so sound like there was this was Jordan who might have gotten some debt, and now you have to comply. You have to work with me into this scheme of money laundering if you want to get out of this jam. And if you do anything out of sorts, we know where you live. We know where your family live. We got everything on you. Now, when you're dealing with the streets, I'm going to ask you, sports critic, what sound more plausible? The street element or this fake victim element that George pushing, sports critic?
The street element.
Either one of y'all from the streets? Let me ask you that question. Is any one of y'all from the streets?
Is you from the street?
I'm pretty trying to explain something to him. He won't let me talk.
Go ahead.
So you think that Michael Jordan was only gambling with niggas in North Carolina?
No, I said he got caught up with gambling.
Okay, so when Michael Jordan was in Chicago, you don't think Michael Jordan was gambling with these with these high profile drug dealers and everybody else in Chicago?
No, he wasn't.
You wrong.
Okay, who is
you're wrong?
So
you're
George,
wrong.
Open the web up even deeper. What drug?
I'm not gonna open it up even deeper. I'm just telling you, you're wrong.
Okay, so George, so you're saying George got some new information for us. You're saying
you're wrong.
Hold on, George. You're saying that Jordan was gambling with drug dealers in Chicago?
Some of everybody from the NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball, whoever you want to name, all of them do the same thing. That's you up here trying to stress about some people down in North Carolina who he got involved with, which he did, and he got caught up, which he did, lied and did all that to try to get out of it.
Which he did.
But there's no difference. There's no difference from them burning down Kareem house when the Lakers won their championship. There's no difference.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Didn't the same thing happen to Kareem? Just nobody didn't die. On the flight home from Boston, his house was on fire.
What are you talking about?
You don't know?
George, what are you talking about, man?
I'm talking about, if anything, Lamont, you're trying to make this seem like Jordan was this all-out gambler, which he was. He got caught up. Maybe so. His dad got involved, but his dad was doing things on his own too when he was down there. There's rumors about his dad. But you ain't saying that.
Bro, if you ask the niggas if they from the streets, then you should know in the streets, some niggas play about their money and some niggas don't.
Let me tell you this. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. If you think Mike was up here in Chicago, that he couldn't have nobody settle or squash anything that was going down in the
Chicago ain't North Carolina. Chicago ain't North Carolina. And North Carolina ain't Chicago.
George, your mic is
I asked you a question. Okay, sorry about that. What I'm saying is, you don't think he was running around here in the streets of Chicago doing Michael Jordan things.
George, you know what happened?
He couldn't have nobody from Chicago.
Hold on, George. This is 100% what I do know about the streets. And I'm not even one to pretend that I'm from the streets, but this is the one thing that I know with 100% certainty is that the streets don't play fair. That the number one game that's played in the streets, the number one game that they play is the extortion game. Once they feel like they got you under their finger, they gonna try to keep you under there. The number one play is extortion. If they don't have anything else, the extortion play is their number one go-to. And if you get somebody like Michael Jordan, and you know you got him caught up, so much so caught up, where he owing a whole bunch of money. Now he got to fall in line and play into this money laundering scheme. You know what's going to happen? You think they're just going to let Jordan walk away and now I got to find somebody new to launder all this money through? No. You're going to stay your ass right here, and we're going to keep laundering all this golf losses and gambling money right through your dumb ass because you want to walk around and get in all this gambling debt. And they're going to extort the shit out of you until they can't extort you no more. That's what the streets is about. I don't care what.
That's not going to work with nobody with that status.
No, Jordan. We got to stop with the bullshit. The one thing about the streets, anybody in here ever in life, if you've been part of any gang, if you've been locked up in any jail, what's the number one thing that gangs do in jails? They try to extort people to get commissary and other money. The same thing happened on the streets. They extort businesses. This is a common thing with the streets. All they do is extort. You think if they get somebody like Jordan up under their finger, they gonna be like, Jordan, just pay us and we're gonna let you go free. That ain't how the streets work. It's you with the lack of knowledge for the streets. Because the one thing
I doubt that one. I doubt that one.
You just
you're not gonna no, you're not. With somebody with that status, that's not gonna happen.
George, you gotta stop lying, man.
You gotta stop. You from that town, you should know better.
George, bro, that's why I know that everybody.
You should know better.
Everything is built around extortion in the streets. Everything falls on some level of extortion to somebody, right? When you talk about these rappers who go into these neighborhoods, y'all think these rappers are just walking around these neighborhoods sky free? No, they all getting extorted to a certain degree. Pay us, well, you can hang. They all paying to a certain degree. It's extortion at that level. These rappers getting extorted, these entertainers getting extorted. It's been talked about, it's spoken about. Now you want to come up here and play dumb like Jordan couldn't get extorted. It's clear, even the detectives said that's what it looked like. When we look at the evidence, when you look at what Jordan was doing, when you look at why he lied about the checks, right? Because the one reason why we know it was some type of extortion, because when he owed money to Richard Esquinas, a guy who wasn't in the streets, Jordan had no problem saying that was gambling debts. He had no problem just saying that, even though it was 1.2 million, he had no problem letting the world know that was all gambling debts. But when it comes to a $57,000 check, which is far less than the 1.2 million, but because you know it's tied into guys who are in the streets in this criminal organization and it's funneling drug money, now you want to get to lying about the $57,000. Now you want to get to saying, oh, this check was for a golf business. And then you tell two other stories. And then the news then caught you up in multiple lies. And you sitting up on that stand having to testify. And now you don't know what to say. That's why everybody said he was looking nervous. So again, that's why I brought up Richard Esquinas, because Jordan had no problem telling people or being embarrassed about gambling debts. Because when he was down 1.2 million to a regular Joe, he had no problem saying it. But when you down money to some guys invested in the mob, you want to run around trying to lie. Nah, this was something else. Yeah, of course you're gonna start fidgeting and lying. Of course you're gonna start fidgeting and lying when you know your ass is on the line. And that's what was happening. Why can't y'all just be real about that? Yeah, you want to play like the streets is gonna let Michael. That's Mike. He got good shoes. He got Nikes. He got McDonald's. We're gonna let him go. Mike, you cool with us. That's not how the streets work, man. They ruthless. They don't give a damn who you are. They ruthless.
Hey, FYF, let me say something real quick, FYF. Hey, Serge. Hey, man, take that Michael Jordan scented candle out your ass and hop on this panel. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Serge. Get up off that Michael Jordan sex doll you got at home and hop on this panel. You got a lot to say, boy. Hop on the panel. Stop doing all that talking, Serge.
I don't know where you get this from, and you bring up, and you want to think everything you say, everything you read is true.
Okay.
I just don't know how you get that.
George, what are the facts you presenting? Because I'm telling you stuff that's factual from what I've researched. Based on what you researched, what do you have?
So you researched that somebody went on Vlad after what, 20 years, 30 years after? That's what you're doing?
Play the video? You want me to play the video?
No, you ain't got to play the video. I don't watch Vlad. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Okay, so you mad because somebody went on Vlad and said that when he worked
I'm not mad. Nobody went on Vlad. You played something from Vlad.
No, I don't. That was something else. The video where Michael Franzese said that that he was tipped off that the NBA knew about Jordan's connection with gambling and how those gambling debts led to his dad's death. He's the one that said that on Vlad. I didn't say it. I'm just saying, I'm just reporting to y'all it was said. He said this is a guy who's in the mafia. And he specifically said, I was told by someone very connected in the NBA that there was a lot more to Jordan's father's death than what people are saying. He said it was not random. That's what he said. You want me to play the video for you? Because I didn't say it. I heard.
Ask your question.
No,
do people get paid to go on Vlad?
No, I'm going to just play the video. You can try to say that they're making it up, but what I'm saying is you can say that one video is made up, but when I have so much circumstantial evidence, how can it all not only be so well connected, but it all be also made up? Gee, that's what you keep trying to do. You keep trying to make it seem like it's just one thing. This is a multitude of different things that I said in the beginning. There is no way this is all coincidental. That's all I'm saying. If you're saying that all of this stuff is coincidental, if you're saying that, like even with the two guys that killed Jordan's dad, anybody that knows, I have never seen two guys so adamant about telling the world we did this as a random act. Nobody else was involved. The detective said they said it so much it was weird. I didn't say this. This is what the detective said. So George, so why you get mad when I just take information that I could easily just use common sense and apply it and come up with a logical conclusion?
You think you think what you're saying is common sense? Everybody has their own reaction onto what happened and how it happened. Just because you pulled up. Oh, wait a minute, Lamar, because you pulled up some research and got some interviews. You think that's the truth?
Hey, so George, I don't care to hear you cry about my information. If you have information that counters it, just tell us about that. But if you just up here to cry about the information that I brought forth, that's just you crying about the information. I don't care to hear you cry about the information. I care to have a real conversation about what information that you have that might contradict it. So unless you saying you got anything to contradict it, I don't care to hear you just up here crying about the information, because the information that I have, it's already on the internet. It's public. I just put it all together. Don't get mad at me just because I put it together. So all I'm saying is if you're going to take part in the conversation, take part in the conversation with things that actually might counter it, but don't cry about the information. You've been crying about it the whole time. I get that you don't like it. I get that it's going against Jordan. Not my fault. Talk to Jordan about that.
Now, let me explain something to you. You know I'm a Kobe fan. All I'm saying is that this is what you're saying and what you're bringing up. It's been already. I mean, why relive it? Why are you bringing it up to make some type of confrontation or some type of rumor mill about it? Because no one knows. Only they know what happened to his dad. Now, it might be some criminal element why his dad got killed, but all this other stuff, that's just whatever somebody wants to think. Something happened to him, but nobody knows why. Nobody knows why.
Hey, George, I got a question for you, man. You just set up and said that you a Kobe fan, right?
Yeah, but he's trying to act like I'm a Jordan fan. But all I'm saying is I live this.
I just asked you a question. You said you a Kobe fan, right?
Yeah.
So why you give a fuck about Jordan?
I don't. The problem is I don't believe that Lamont. Let me finish. I don't believe Lamont would go through something as extreme as this to bring up Michael's gambling habits to lead to say he got his father killed without bringing up what his father was doing in North Carolina too. See, that's what I'm saying. That is wild.
What was his father doing?
His father was known as a roller. I feel like Papa was a Rolling Stone.
He was a Black Pea Stone? That's what the Black Pea Stones say.
No. I'm talking about that as in the song by the Temptations. Wherever he laid his hat was his own.
That's what the Black Pea Stones in Chicago say. So you tell her this?
No. See, nah. You want to bring in that element? Hey, I wouldn't do that. I would leave them out of it.
What the fuck? Hold on. When you're in Chicago, and somebody walks up and you says Stone rolling, I mean, we know what the rolling stuff means. So you basically telling us that Jordan's dad was a Black Pete Stone.
No, I'm telling you that probably I'm going by the song off the Temptations. You would have made jokes out of it.
Okay, but you said he was a Rolling Stone. That
I
means
said, like the song said, Papa was a Rolling Stone. That's exactly what I said.
So Jordan's dad was a Black Pete Stone.
Okay, he was a Black Pete Stone. Now what?
Okay, so what does that mean? You told us
he knew Jeff Ford. He grew up with Jeff Ford. That what you said? That what you saying?
Huh?
He grew up with Jeff Ford. Is that what you saying?
You tell us. I'm saying you tell us.
No, I'm asking you. You the one said you the one called the man a Black Pete Stone.
Hold on. Okay. What does the Rolling mean then? What does the Rolling Stones mean?
As in the song of the Temptations. You don't know the song?
Okay, but what does this mean, George? I know the song. I don't know what it means. What are you trying to tell us?
Okay. If you don't know what it means, we ain't gonna worry about it.
Oh my God, man. George, what? George, you gotta. We're trying to get more information. If Jordan's dad was into insidious business and he was gangbanging in North Carolina, you gotta enlighten us about it.
That's funny as shit. Hey man, you know what, LeBron? I'm gonna let you have it because you're not gonna be serious. You just want to go on your narrative and what you done dug up and what you done did. But like I said, you're not bringing it into.
Thank you. It don't have nothing to do with
which Michael got up there and lied. You want to bring up all these North Carolina drug dealers and say they were kingpins because somebody was moving 60-something kilos. You don't know that. That's what they told you.
That's in the
You
federal
want to say?
indictment.
Let me ask you a question. How much in the federal indictment? How much money did they take from this kingpin?
Which one? Willie Rhines?
The big one. The big one.
17 million in assets and cash.
And you got that on paper. But they took $17 million from him.
Josh, his indictment is public information. All you got to do, everybody in the chat.
I'm asking you. I don't want to read about it.
Just type.
You said he had 17 mil.
Everybody, just type in Willie Rhines, North Carolina. His indictment will pop up. Just type in James Ed Johnson, North Carolina. His indictment will pop up. Type in James Slim Bowles. His North Carolina indictment. They all got indicted in North Carolina. They all got sentenced federally out of North Carolina. And one of them died. So Willie Rhines is now passed. So what I'm saying is their federal indictments are public information. This is how we know that James Bouler was laundering. He was the one laundering the drug money. In the indictment, it says he would find ways to get with high profile people, right? He would use them to gamble and launder a lot of money. Somehow he finds his way into Michael Jordan's network, and he is now golfing and gambling with Michael Jordan. And somehow Michael Jordan now is doing the most losing he's ever done in his life, on check after check, so much so that his wife, Juanita, was even saying something about it. She said something about it after the divorce. She even talked about it in an interview. She was writing $50,000 check after $50,000 check after $50,000 check.
But she didn't say nothing before the divorce.
No, she said it after. She said after the divorce.
Okay.
Oh, but I guess Vlad paid her to say that too.
No. I'm just saying.
Everybody getting
She's
paid.
supposed to. Hold on. When she was his wife, she was supposed to protect.
2002, you did a Real Sports appearance.
Brian Gumbel.
With Brian Gumbel.
Yeah.
And you talked about how you, quote unquote, persuaded Yankees players who owed you money to affect the games.
Well, I didn't actually do that. They tried to get me to say that it was the Yankees. Now, I'm a diehard Yankee fan. The last team I'm going to hold accountable is the Yankees. But they tried to get me to say that it was Yankees. And all I said is, look, we had members of a lot of teams that were gambling with us, players. Okay. And I'm not singling out the Yankees.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not saying they threw any games. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Not with my Yankees.
Well, you were involved in the NBA at one point.
With NBA players?
Well, you had some sort of involvement in the NBA.
Well, I was actually a speaker for them. I was speaking to a lot of NBA rookies for a couple of years.
Okay, about what?
Dangers of gambling.
Aha.
Yeah. They recruited me to actually talk to the
As
players.
you were running an illegal gambling operation.
No, this was after.
This is after.
This was after,
okay.
yeah.
Well, you spoke on the Michael Jordan situation.
Yeah.
How involved were you, in terms of your, well, I'm not going to say your involvement, but how much did you know about that whole situation? Because Jordan himself was a serious gambler.
Yes.
You actually referred to him as a degenerate gambler.
He's a big gambler, big. I mean, Michael gambles on everything from what my experiences, what I was told, and people that know him, yes.
Okay. Did you personally know him at all or no?
I met him. I met him actually at an NBA deal that we had, an event, yeah.
Okay. But he never gambled with you?
With me, no.
Okay. So he had this serious gambling problem, and then his father gets murdered. And there was always speculation if one had something to do with the other. From what you know.
Again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of this, but being that I was working with the NBA at that time, I was told two things. One, that he was told to leave the NBA around the time that his father got murdered because stories were about to come out and there was a lot of heat on the fact that because of Michael's gambling habit, his father paid the price. And the NBA didn't want the press, so they asked him to leave for a while. That's when he went to play baseball. And then when things settled down, he came back. The plan was always, from what I was told, for him to come back. Now again, I heard this from a source I believe was pretty knowledgeable, somebody I knew pretty well, inside the NBA. So for me, it's secondhand information, but I thought it was reliable. And then putting it all together, knowing that, Michael did have this gambling issue, that is very possible that that could have happened.
So you're saying there's a strong possibility that his father was murdered because he wasn't paying back his gambling debts?
I don't know. Again, I can't be specific. I don't know if it wasn't paying back. I don't know what, again, the specifics of it were, but I was led to believe that it had something to do with his gambling problem.
Okay.
Exactly what, I don't know. And honestly, I didn't care enough to look into it.
Okay. Well, and the guys who killed him got caught and sentenced.
From what I heard, yeah.
Yeah.
Thoughts, George?
Hey, FYF, I mean, it makes sense to me, because I remember me being a teenager when that all went down. Like, why would you leave the game, go play baseball, and then all of a sudden you want to come back? Why ain't you just stay? It all makes sense.
And because even he said, like, he didn't know if it was, like I said, I didn't know if it was retribution or because he wasn't paying, but I know there was something. I believe, and I'm not going to say this is fact, but I believe that Jordan did something to piss those kingpins in North Carolina off. These are the kingpins that have grassroots right where your dad lives. Because at the end of the day, and I'm gonna say this to you, sports critic, it makes no sense for them to go do anything to Jordan. He's the money. But it does make sense to go do something to somebody where you can compel him to start anteing up that money if you need to.
And then these two dudes, they just happen to, out of all the dudes whose cars they could have stole, out of all the dudes that they could have killed, they just happened. It was God's plan. It just happened to be Michael Jordan's dad. Man, play with somebody else, man.
And me and you both notice, like, if for example, for like most of the random crimes that we see, let's say all the robberies we seen take place, okay, and somebody gets shot on the spot, you probably didn't mean to shoot him. You probably didn't want to rob him with the intent to shoot him. But what robbers shoot somebody right after they didn't accidentally shot him? They really didn't intend to do it. They just wanted to rob. What robbers then take the body 60 miles away to try to hide it? Most robbers, you know what they're going to do? They're going to get the hell out of
there. They're going to leave your ass right there.
They're going to leave your ass right there. They ain't about to touch you. They ain't about to put no hands on you. They ain't about to put no fingerprints, nothing on nothing you got. We about to get the hell out of there. That's what we're about to do. Because the weird thing about it, it was reported that it said that they had robbed 2 other people. And I get they might have robbed 2 other people, but you know what they didn't do to those 2 other people? They ain't killed them 2 other people either. You see what I'm saying? And so it's just odd right there. Like I say, first of all, they robbed 2 other peoples, in the same period of time. But it just so happened when they got the Jordan dead, they not only and he was sleeping at that. So we know he wasn't no threat. He's an old man. He's sleeping in his car. That would have been the easiest lick without having to kill somebody right there.
And why was Michael Jordan's pops sleep on the side of a street, man? Like, come on, man.
No, you know what makes it even weirder? He was asleep. He was right across the street from a hotel.
It definitely don't make no sense, man. We talking about Michael Jordan. We talking about a lot of y'all's GOATs. Why is the GOAT's father, the man who made him, why is he sleep in the hotels across the street? Why his pops ain't had no room? If you ask me, bro, they was supposed to just rob him, maybe rough him up a little bit. But once they took it to another level, whoever sent them dudes to do that, they made them turn themselves in and do that time for it. Because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Yep.
That's what I believe.
I didn't think about that. I think they did fuck up and kill him. I believe they beat him up or like rough him up or something. That makes more sense.
And then they was told either one or two things. Neither we gonna take care of y'all asses, or y'all gonna go turn yourself in. Pick what y'all want to happen.
And that aligns with the fact why they running around as soon as they walk into the interrogation room. We did it. It was just random. We did it. It was just random. Every time remember I kept saying that? They just kept telling
Why would you keep saying that it was random? Why would you care enough? You about to get hit with murder charges. Why, out of everything that you should be thinking about, why would you keep saying this was random? This was random.
And they said it so much so
one of my little homies just took 20 years with a smile for blowing a nigga head off. And he didn't say in the courtroom this was random. That was far from his mind.
Hell no. You trying to figure out how can I get out this jam? How can I take myself out of this situation? These fools, they basically went in there and said, we did it, but it was random. I'm talking about the detectives that literally had to do no work whatsoever. We did it, but it was random. It's crazy, man.
I don't know no murderers who be downtown in interrogation room keep talking about this is random, this is random. Who cares about it being random? Y'all did this shit.
It's wild, man. When you start trying to,
I don't know, man. I mean,
when you start connecting the dots, it don't look good. Like when you start connecting dots, it really don't look good on Jordan end. And it's a lot of indicators start to point at Jordan as if you might have had a little bit more involvement in this than what you leading on. This ain't as random as what people, because it's too many coincidences. And that was the big thing for me when I started looking at the information. I said, this is just too many coincidences. Like, and there's too many things aligning and lining up. It's just like, ain't no way you didn't know what was really going on here. Problem.
And then, bro, you know what's crazy? You would think that something like that would happen to your father would make you stop gambling. This dude didn't care. He just kept on doing this shit.
Yeah, you ain't lying. Let me give a shout out to Tyson, man. Salute to Tyson coming through in the Cash App, supporting the channel, man. He always come through and support, especially when we cooking on something, right? And Tyson to call it down the line, right? And, he might not agree with everything and all the takes and whatnot. We might disagree on basketball philosophies, but, at the end of the day, man, when I'm just reporting the facts. I'm just reporting the facts that nobody else wants to report. That's all. I'm touching on the facts.
Man, bro, I remember FYF when all that shit went down. Where I'm from, everybody in the community that was Jordan fans They all said Jordan had something to do with that. I was a teenager when that shit went down.
Mm.
And a lot of the people that I heard having conversations, they was Jordan fans. And they said that this had something to do with Jordan. Like, I mean, ain't no way around it.
That's the part right there that I think a lot of people don't want to accept. I think a lot of people like George, they fine with just settling on the fact of what the government had to settle on, which it was random because that's all they was left with because they couldn't get them two dudes to snitch. And it seems like them two dudes knew what was at stake if they did snitch. Just like James Bowles didn't want to say nothing because the police came in. That's another thing that was odd to me. As soon as Jordan's dad got killed, they went to old boy in prison and questioned him about the murder. And it's just like, if it was random, if they've been saying it was random, why would they need to go to speak to him about it? Like they had a suspicion that this was more not just random. They were trying to get to the bottom of it, but they couldn't get nobody to talk.
You know what cooks all of this, FYL? You know, for everybody that say that this was random, if it was so random, then how all these different names and characters get involved if this was just random?
And the weird part to me, the one reason why I knew it wasn't random is when I saw all three of them dudes who was in the criminal organization, when they was all from North Carolina, I said, it ain't no way in hell this is random. Ain't no way in hell. If they was from LA or Chicago or somewhere, and I know they don't have no way to put hands on your family, that makes sense. But when they sitting right in your backyard, nah. I don't. It's too many coincidences. Ghost 2000. I'm trying to get them on the panel. Ain't none of them pulling up. Ghost 2000. They won't pull up. All of them, man.
Hey, you see your boy front office. So you think Jordan wouldn't pay a debt to save his pop's life? Apparently he didn't.
But I don't think it was no longer about a debt, sports critic. You know what I believe it was about? Once you in, you in. Once you part of the money laundering scheme, ain't no getting out of the money laundering scheme. We need you to funnel this drug money for it. Because what money launderer or drug organization just gonna let your best money laundering guy just walk away? You the one helping us funnel hundreds of thousands of dollars, not just a week, but I mean you're helping us funnel a ton of this money every day. Did you see what Juanita said? She said she was writing $50,000 checks every day. So at the end of you know what the checks are? The checks are the paper trail to clean the money up.
Hey, facts, bro. Because we know Juanita, she wasn't writing them checks for charity or nothing. Because we already know who Jordan was. You know, remember Republicans buy shoes too.
And so that's why I said I believe, and this is just my theory, but I believe the fire was getting on Jordan about the gambling, and Jordan wanted out. He didn't want to keep being a part of it. And I think that's when you start seeing them, because that's when you see them make their power move, like you said. And I just think the two guys that they sent out to make the power play, they fucked up and did a little too much. They did too much. But I mean, it makes too much sense because they needed Jordan to clean the money. I mean, why would I just move on? Let you just, Jordan, you a good dude. We're gonna let you go. That ain't how the streets work, man. And for people to come up here pretending like George, like the streets is all nice and kind, the hell no.
Yeah, he was y'all from the streets. Apparently you ain't, nigga, because you don't know how shit go.
Hell no, that's what I'm saying. I said once you get extorted, you always getting extorted. Ain't no buying your way out of getting extorted.
Then he wanted to bring up the Black Peace Stones and Papa was a Rolling Stone and all this other Rice Krispie Treat shit. Like,
bro, he said, no, what he did was he said, we don't know what Jordan's dad was into. So he basically was trying to put Jordan's dad out there to say he was the criminal. He was the one out there doing on bullshit. And he got himself killed. That's just basically George's counter argument.
Yeah, bro. I just wanted to come up real quick. Where your boy Serge at? Why he ain't hit the panel yet so I can make his ass cry?
Bro, he stopped typing in the chat. Serge ain't here. Serge
Yeah,
and
I
Alex
see.
they ain't in no more. They got up out of here. And he the
You
fire,
know
man.
he at home crying with that Michael Jordan sports bra on with the G-string to match. Man, salute to everybody in the chat though, man. Salute FYF, man. I'm out.
All right, man. I'll catch you on another one. Oh man. Look, man. That's Sports Critic, y'all, man. Sports Critic, man. He always be cooking, man. Go James Kingdom, man. You gotta hit the link, man. We need you up here, man. The Jordan fans is not coming up to hit the link on this one, man. They do not want to touch this one, man. Go James Kingdom, what's going on? They do not want to touch this topic, man. Oh, Serge, man. Now Serge, you in the chat. Serge, just hit the link. Serge, just hit the link. Go James. You're just gonna have to rewatch this one. I put together a masterpiece. That's why that's why I'm up here by myself. Go James Kingdom. I put together a masterpiece. George tried. And basically he summed it up by saying Jordan's dad was a gangbanger, got himself killed. That's basically what George said. I'm trying to get them up here, man. They don't want to come, man. I know they in the chat, they mad. But see, y'all got to understand, man, look, it's not about y'all making it about me. The information is going to be the information no matter who put it out. It could have been some other investigative reporter on YouTube. It just happened to be me that put it out.
What's going on, Lamar?
What's up, man? What you got on this, man?
Hey, what's popping? Yo, I find it funny, right? Because I was watching the beginning, and then I had to do something. I got busy or whatever, came back. But when I was watching the beginning, I found it funny that while you was giving all the information out, people were still saying, "Oh, well, PEDs is not as bad as no, gambling is not as bad as PEDs." Like what's the lesser two evils type junk? Like, what are you talking about?
Bro, that's just them coping.
Yo, that was ridiculous. But that was
they can't get around it.
Is that not ridiculous though? Are you really telling me, he could gamble, but Braun was on PEDs, even though that's been proven to be false?
What's the one by French Montana?
Yeah, it's crazy. Great one. You got a little background noise. You got a little background voice, Grade 1765.
Oh, I thought that was okay.
No, that wasn't you. That was great when I seen it on this mic. But it's crazy. Like I say, all the my biggest thing is that once I started to go through the information, what even made it crazier is when I started reading accounts from the detectives, and the detectives was having some of the same suspicions that I was getting as I went through the information. Like the detectives was like, these dudes running around saying they was doing a random act of violence. This ain't adding up. So they started investigating other avenues. Like, usually detectives is quick to close the case. If you already admitted to the murder, you said it was random. Okay, the lazy detective just gonna close the case. All right, we're gonna move it on. These detectives was actively trying to investigate other avenues. They went and questioned people in prison because it's just they didn't get the sense that it was just as random as what they was saying, because they was making it too obvious that he was hiding something. And then when you tie all that in with how Jordan was acting, the news reporter in that first clip after Jordan testified, he said Jordan just been lying. He lied about the bet initially, then he lied again, then he got on stand, was nervous, fidgeting. He changed his story on the stand a couple of times. That's what they said he did. And my thing was, we had literally just watched Jordan with another person over a $1.2 million debt not lie. He admitted that he lost. He admitted that it was his debt. He just told the world he didn't have a gambling problem. But then you want to lie over a $57,000 check. So that's what makes it. It's like you lying over this $50,000 check that's potentially connected with money laundering and drug dealers. that tells me right there is some other stuff going on that maybe you don't want the world to be privy to. But we got Great One up here. Great One, what you got on this?
Let's go, family. What's going on?
What's up, man?
First, I want to say a lot of these niggas on here is too concerned with these athletes' personal lives. I could give a damn about what Jordan does, what LeBron does in their own personal time. That's their life. Who gives a fuck? Excuse my language. First thing, I do believe his pop's death has something to do with his gambling debts. I believe that, and I believe he was forced out the NBA, the first retirement. If you watch his the speech he had in his first retirement, he said something to the fact like, if David Stern allows him to come back, he'll come back, some shit like that. I don't know if you peeped that.
Yeah, I remember you said that. Because we questioned that. We questioned that on another stream.
Yeah. Now, two, you got some people saying that they take Jordan out the GOAT conversation because of his gambling debts. What that has to do with basketball? That's what I'm trying to say.
Hold on, say that one more time. Your mic had cut out.
You have some people taking Mike out the GOAT debate over his off the court issues. What that has to do with basketball?
I haven't seen anybody do that.
Now you had a couple of folks in the chat mentioning that. I'm like one doesn't have to do with the other. We voting off who's the best basketball player, not like who's the best person.
But that's why I said Great One. That's why I never debate people's rankings, because there's too much that's made. Too many decisions are made with people's top 10 rankings that are too biased, right? Yeah. And so that's why I say I don't never want to debate where you rank somebody. If you got Brian at 9 or 10, I'm not going to debate you on that. But I am curious to hear what your criteria is, that where he fell at 9. Maybe you have some type of criteria where it makes sense he is at 9, and it's justified. So that's what I say. I don't debate it.
Me personally, I got LeBron at 10.
Why do you have him at 10?
Oh boy, you done messed up, Great One.
No, it's not. Because, like I said, I'm not gonna fight him on that. I'm just curious to know.
Give you my opinion.
All right, that's it.
Now, for the simple fact that he had to go to other players to help him win. He went to D Wade, Chris Bosh. At the time, there were 2 of the top, probably 10 players in the NBA. Teamed up to chase rings. Once D Wade started to fall off a little bit, he goes and runs to a young Kyrie and got Kevin Love at the same time. And me personally, when they beat the Golden State minus KD, I think Cleveland was the super team. Everybody says Golden State was the super team in that year, when they weren't. That team was drafted. They grew together. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
Clay wasn't no number 1 option in no other team. He's always been a number 2. Draymond's always been a role player. Now Kyrie, he was the man in Cleveland. Kevin Love was the man in Minnesota, and LeBron was the man anyway he went. That's the super team.
Wait,
so my question to you would be, so then by that same logic, wouldn't that make the Boston Celtics of the 80s? Do you punish Larry Bird for that same reason?
Now, Kevin McHale, was he drafted into the Celtics?
No, he was traded there. Robert Parrish demanded a trade from the Western Conference, where at the time he was like a top 3 center in the league. He demanded a trade from the Warriors to the Celtics. He said, I'm tired of trying to do it by myself. I want to play with Larry Bird. He demanded a trade to the Warriors.
Was McHale a top 10 player at the time?
No, McHale wasn't a top 10 player, but he was one of the best young players. He got drafted.
then yeah, I would consider.
He got traded there.
If he's one of the top, greatest players, then yeah, I would consider it as a super.
But Robert Parrish was one of the best players in the league.
But they wasn't considering him as the GOAT, though. They wasn't considering McHale.
No. But what I'm saying is this has nothing to do with GOAT. What I'm saying is because he wasn't talking about GOAT. He said top 10. He said he has LeBron at 10, not GOAT. So if you're putting LeBron at 10 because team wasn't as organic, then there's a lot of teams in NBA history that aren't as organic as y'all think. Like not every team is homegrown. Not every player is that lucky to have homegrown talent. Like even with the Warriors, not everybody's lucky enough to where your star player his first couple of years deals with a whole bunch of ankle injuries. You can underpay him and build a great team around them during that process. And so, I mean, like I say, that's why when I hear Carmelo Anthony and a lot of these players talk about the team aspect of it, they say, man, a lot of it's luck. Like imagine this. What would we think of Carmelo Anthony if the Detroit Pistons hadn't been stupid and drafted Darko Milicic? And they would have sent Carmelo to the Pistons.
I don't think Detroit wins that championship with Carmelo, though.
What?
That's crazy.
Well, Detroit themselves said they running through the
Detroit won that championship of team ball. With Melo in there, I don't know.
No, what Detroit was missing was an elite scorer. That's the only thing they was missing.
And Melo plays no defense.
They had the defense though. All they needed was somebody that could score.
All right, so listen, who's the big part of that championship? What's his name? Tayshaun Prince, correct?
Yeah, he was part of it.
Now, if you're trying to tell me that Detroit Pistons team would not have been better if Melo was there, they probably would have ran off like two, at least two, minimum two with Melo, minimum. All I'm saying, great one, because I don't want to get into a long debate about that because that's a lot all hypothetical. But what I'm saying is, you see how one tweak of a move here or there can literally change the trajectory of your entire career just because I think we all can agree that the way we look at Melo's career will be completely different if he gets drafted to the Detroit Pistons and doesn't get sent to the Denver Nuggets. It's completely different. And that's the determining factor between you getting looked at as an all-time great or just a top 75 player of all time.
But the thing was, they was considering LeBron as like the heir to Jordan. So I think what Great One is saying, like,
they weren't considering the heir to Jordan.
Yeah, but the thing is, how can you be considered that and you're hopping around recruiting, and then when you win, they put you on a pedestal? I think that's what.
No. What we saw was no. So the thing is, it sounds like a lot of people are really just nitpicking at Bron because of he ultimately won. At the end of the day, see, the thing is, what I think with Jordan fans is this. I think Jordan fans know.
Nah, it's not.
Hold on 1 second. Let me finish what I'm saying. I think Jordan fans know one thing. If LeBron James stays in Cleveland, he doesn't get 4 titles. If he stays in Cleveland, he's just another really, really good player who had a really, really good career. But because LeBron said, because LeBron said, I want to win, I want to be with an organization that wants to win, I want to be with players who are pursuing championships. And he says, and it was very clear that the Cleveland front office had no vested interest in building a championship contender. Dan Gilbert did not. Dan Gilbert was public about not wanting to go deep into the salary cap, paying the luxury tax. He did not. And then even when he tried to make trades, I'll go play the quote for you. But what happened when he tried to make a trade with the Indiana Pacers? You know what Larry Bird said? I'll get the quote for you guys. Larry Bird said, "You were not fooling us with all of those players with a whole bunch of hyped up, elevated numbers because they playing with LeBron. We are not taking none of those scrubs." So there were 2 issues. LeBron, as Larry Bird said, was making those dudes look way better than what they were. And you're not tricking nobody in no trades. And when they had opportunities to make trades, like giving up J.J. Hickson and maybe some draft picks to get Amari Stoudemire, they don't pull the trigger. See, and I don't think it was as much that they didn't win in Cleveland, is that they weren't making winning moves. Like I think LeBron would have been fine with, okay, we lost, but when he sees actively around you that there's an opportunity to make the team better and you don't pull the trigger, and I think that's what bothered him the most. And then ultimately, I don't see the value. When did we start punishing players who fulfill the duration of their contracts and then just decide to leave in free agency to go to better, greener pastures? I've never seen in NBA history where any player in the NBA history has ever been punished because they fulfilled their contract. He didn't demand trades. He didn't ask out. We've seen a ton of players demand trades. Like Kobe. We've seen it. Hold on one second, AG. Hold on one second, AG. We have seen it. What we've never seen. What we have. LeBron James, everywhere he's been, tell me one place where he's been where he did not fulfill his contractual obligations. Because we've seen all these guys demand trades and want out. We're seeing it right now with Jimmy Butler. We saw it with KD, right? We're seeing all these guys demand, I want out. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this for whatever reason. But we don't see those guys get shunned to the degree that LeBron gets shunned, even though not only has he won a championship with all these teams, but he's fulfilled his contract with all these teams. Yet he's still criticized because he left Miami, went back to Cleveland to right his wrong. But he gets no credit for going back to Cleveland to right the wrong. He gives Cleveland that championship that they so desired. Now he's back to being a hometown hero instead of the villain in Cleveland. Now he can always go back to Cleveland and he's going to be applauded because he went. So now y'all penalize him for going to Miami. Y'all penalize him from leaving Miami, going back to Cleveland to right the wrong. And then when he wants to do what he wants to do with his career after delivering a championship to Cleveland and go to LA, we're talking to an LA team that was not loaded, that was not stacked with a whole bunch of superstars of talent. He went out there on a whim, hoping to bring them a championship, and they did not have a championship roster. And he also delivers a championship there, yet y'all just nitpicking and criticizing stuff.
Nah, I think
it's very odd.
I think what it is, man, is a lot of LeBron fans are sensitive. And the thing is, name me a superstar on LeBron's level who's won back-to-back, whose team has won back-to-back 60-win seasons and decided to leave after that.
I don't, but you act like people readily.
No.
AG, stop. I hate it when y'all ask questions that y'all don't even know answers to yourself.
Can I retort now?
Because I'm almost positive if I looked it up, I probably could find some player that meets that criteria. But then even if I find a player that meets that criteria, then you're going to find an excuse for that. But the
problem is, though, FYF,
there's no problem. Hold on. Y'all keep saying problems. First of all, you tell me the answer to the very question that you presented, because just like a whole bunch of people who do these debates, y'all present questions that y'all don't even have the answer to. That's how you know that the questions make no sense.
Hold on.
You said who has ever left, and I'm going to pull the answer up right now because I'm about to look it up.
Look it up.
No. We're not moving past this because you cannot straw man this whole conversation with questions.
The great one you started, man.
Nah.
Okay, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Lo has the answer for us. Lo gave us one name. So we're going to answer that question. Lo gave it to us. He said KD did it. So what is your retort to KD? Because you said nobody's ever done it.
Okay. Did KD do it first or did LeBron do it?
Oh, now it's who did it first? You know, yo, hey.
What did I tell you?
Hey, Lamar, I'm finna slide.
Started that, man.
Hey, Lamar, I'm finna slide, bro. This is not actual basketball talk, dog. This is just like, bro. I can't do it, dog.
You started it, man.
Because hold on, so
I'm gonna get back down to the chat.
Y'all saying? I appreciate you pulling up. So are y'all saying?
It's not basketball talk. We're not praising LeBron, right?
Are you saying no? It's not about praising LeBron because there's a lot to criticize with LeBron.
No.
But you won't let nobody talk, man. You going on these long-winded explanations. You won't let nobody talk, though.
AG, we gave you your answer, KD. What's your explanation of KD without filibustering?
All right. So let me go back to why I asked the question. Right?
No. We gave you. Hold on. Lo just said Shaq. So hold on. Lo just said Shaq. No. We gave you two names. Hold on. Don't deflect from the very question that you presented.
Hold on. You ain't going.
No. We're not doing that. Don't bring up stupidity, but then don't want to answer your own stupidity. You're going to answer this question because you asked us.
Stop being sensitive, man. Stop.
No, hold on. Answer the question.
Let me talk. Let me tell you why.
I'm giving you an answer to your own question. Stop trying to overtalk and quit running from your own question.
No, you being sensitive. I'm trying to tell you.
No, hold on. No, I'm not being sensitive. I'm giving you an answer to your.
You are being sensitive, man.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so I got you. I'm gonna let you talk. Just let me get this off. You don't have to keep unmuting. I'm going to let you talk. Let me tell you this. You asked a question. What other player left a team that won 60 games back to back? Again, I said my retort was that it was a dumb question. No one walks around with that information on mind. Luckily, we got very intelligent people in the comments that will pull that information for you to answer your stupid question. So the answers to your stupid question are: before LeBron did it, you have Shaquille O'Neal. After LeBron did it, you have Kevin Durant. Now that you have players that done it before, what is your retort to that? Because now you, how do you penalize those players? Since it's this big crazy thing, what Shaquille O'Neal did it. What how does that impact Shaquille O'Neal's legacy?
All right. And when I asked that question, I said heir to Jordan, right? Now, was Shaquille or KD heir to Jordan?
LeBron was not an heir to Jordan.
So LeBron wasn't considered the next great one.
No, they were just pushing LeBron as the face of the league. Just because you get pushed as the face of the league doesn't mean they're saying you're the next Jordan. Just like when Jordan was getting pushed, they weren't saying he was the next Magic or Bird. You're just the NBA always needs a face.
You're lying right now. That is a lie. That is a lie.
So hold on. Stop with the stupid shit. LeBron was just getting pushed as the face of the league because the league needed a face. No one was running around with LeBron. What? I want y'all to tell me, stop with the stupidity. Because now you're just avoiding your own stupid question because you still didn't answer it.
And you won't let me talk. Let me talk.
Hold on. I'm about to let you talk. But even when I give you opportunity to talk, you don't even, we gave you Shaquille O'Neal. And you didn't even talk about Shaquille O'Neal. You asked for the name, we gave you Shaq. I want you to talk about Shaq because you asked for that name.
Nah. I'm about to pin you back in the corner. You trying to get out that
corner. Talk about Shaq.
You said you trying to get out that corner out and pin you.
Hold on.
You trying to get out that corner.
Okay, you just talking. Like, this is what y'all do. Y'all just talk and y'all try to derail the conversation so it's unorganized and we have no organization to it. And then what you do is you try to make it so dysfunctional that somebody kicks you. I'm not going to kick you. What I'm asking you is, you asked a question. You made the presumption that no player ever, no superstar ever has left the team that's won. You made the presumption that no player ever has left a 60-win team that won 60 games back to back.
Being compared
to
Jordan.
Now, hold on. Shut up, man. Damn. I'm going to let you talk.
Jordan, dog.
I'm talking to the chat.
Just like you not going to let me.
You made the presumption that you said, you posed the question. You said, nope. You basically made the presumption that no player has left a team after back-to-back 60-win teams. We gave you Shaq and we gave you KD. What are we to do with those names?
Being compared to Jordan.
LeBron was not being compared to Jordan.
Yes, he was. You can't sit there and lie and say he wasn't. He was. Come on, man. You lying, man. Come on now. Let's call him a spade, man.
Who compared him to Jordan? Give me one quote.
ESPN. All the writers, they was comparing this guy to Jordan, and the pressure was on him because he got put out. Hold on, because he kept getting put out of the playoffs, and the pressure was being put on him.
I just said his rookie year. Are you an idiot? Nobody was saying he was Jordan his rookie year.
Come on, man. Come on, dog. We talking about after his rookie year, seasons after his rookie year, around his 7th, 8th year in the league. Come on, man.
All right, I'll drop the link below, man. Okay. So your point being is what? I'll let you talk.
What I'm saying is, LeBron was being compared to Jordan. They already had him up there with Jordan, but he kept getting put out. He kept getting put out of the playoffs. But his team was winning 60-some games. He kept folding in the playoffs. And when Great One was talking about him running around, joining forces and finally won a ring, I think that's the part where all the LeBron fans get kind of uptight.
Hold on one second.
Let him finish because he doesn't.
Hold on, because what we're saying is LeBron was at that level.
No one was holding him to a standard to win a championship that soon. Jordan didn't win a championship till like year 7 or 8 or something like that. So what I'm saying is,
But
LeBron,
the thing is,
hold on, no. Well, there's no but thing is, look, no one was
why
running
don't you let
around.
me finish, man? Like,
Because
just
hold
let
on,
me.
hold on. Because it's my show, and I'm gonna interject when it's time for me to interject. So what I'm saying is this: no one, year 4, year 5, was saying you have to win a championship for LeBron. That's a lie.
I didn't say that.
No, hold on. What I'm saying is, because we're talking about the first stint in Cleveland where they were winning 60 games. That's what you're talking about. Because
Yeah, that was year
the
8.
whole
That was
world,
around
hold
year
on,
7 or 8.
hold on 1 second. The whole world, because we're not stupid. The whole world, even in the moment at that time, we could see, even though this team is winning 60 games, they're only winning all these games because of LeBron. They're not winning these games because of Ilgauskas. They're not winning these games because of Boobie Gibson. They're not winning these games because of Mo Williams. They're not winning these games because of what I'm saying is that you remove LeBron from that team, they're a lottery team. That's a fact. That team is not a playoff team without one player. And what Dan Gilbert was doing was he was milking LeBron, going on playoff runs where his team could make millions and millions of dollars, but he had no interest in making the team better because he was just using LeBron as a cash cow to get money. And it was visible from a distance. Now, that's what they talked about on ESPN, if you remember. That's what they talked about on Fox News, because I remember that visibly. They talked about Dan Gilbert. They criticized him for not bringing in help. And then there was also the sports reporters on the show actually talked about, they did a show directly at Dan Gilbert and said, Dan Gilbert, don't be surprised if LeBron James leaves in free agency because you've done so little to build a team around LeBron James. That's what the sports reporter said. And what did LeBron James do? He ultimately left because they did not do anything.
He left and went and joined 2 other players in his draft class that was considered
and what's wrong with
top 5. Well, Dwayne Wade was in the top 5, arguably one of the best players
with
at
that?
the time.
I don't knock him for playing with great players.
Chris Bosh was top 10.
And you cannot win without great players. So what did you expect him to go team up with? Some more bums?
Not all the NBA players.
What kind of stupidity is this?
Not
when
all
you leave,
not all of them
I'm trying to go somewhere better.
He went and teamed up with 2 other All-Stars.
Y'all hear how stupid this is, y'all?
No, you sound stupid.
Listen to how stupid this sounds, y'all.
He went and signed up.
Hold on. Shut up. Because it's stupid. Shut up.
Now we put him on a pedestal.
Did y'all hear this stupidity? You get mad because somebody left
You
to play with.
Dog, you the one getting mad, bro.
Shut up. Man, come on, man.
You the one getting mad. No. Come on, man.
Because the one thing is, hold on. Okay, the one thing, AG, the one thing about basketball, the one thing I do know about basketball, AG, is this. I have never hooped anywhere on the streets, in any gym, at any college run, at any college. I've never hooped anywhere where good players don't want to hoop with other good players and they want to win and run the court. And it's on you to get better and beat them.
All of a sudden,
hold on. Y'all stupid ass, you ain't never hooped nowhere with no bum team talking about, I'm going to bring this bum team to the YMCA and we're going to run.
Hey, you can call me all the names you want to, man, but just let me talk, man. Stop being a female and let me talk.
Okay, you can say the
Stop
names
being a female and let me talk.
What I'm telling you is this. You are lying if you are telling me that you went to a gym with some scrubs talking about we going to run the gym. Nobody in basketball history. Hold on. What I'm talking about, AG, is pure basketball, how it's worked.
We ain't talking about us, right?
Shut up, AG. When we talking about teams at the college level, I didn't hear nobody complaining to Coach Cal when he was stacking his team with 5 stars. Right, because he just want talent to go win. That when Coach K at Duke, when he brings in all this talent, he just dominating college basketball and winning. Everybody else can go stack teams and win, but y'all act like it's this big surprise when LeBron James goes to a better team just to win games. This sounds dumb. This is what basketball is. Y'all ain't never complained about guys teaming up. Y'all didn't complain about Barkley teaming up with a 50-win team in the Phoenix Suns. Y'all didn't complain about Barkley wanting to get traded to either Phoenix or Portland, 2 of the best teams in the West. Barkley didn't want to go to no bum team. Y'all only cry when LeBron does it. Yeah, I've never heard y'all cry when anybody else does it. Yeah, there's a number of players who've done this. Y'all only cry when LeBron does it. That's why I feel like it's a dumb tangent or talking point to hang on. Because so many other players have done it and you ain't said nothing about it. But yet when LeBron do it, because people in the media said he might be the GOAT or he might be up there with Jordan, he not allowed to do it. That sounds dumb.
That nigga bad.
Go ahead, Lo. What you got? What you got for us, Lo?
Hold on. It's my
No,
turn,
that's
man.
on Lo, man. Lo been waiting, man. Lo pulled up. What you got for us, Lo?
Son, I've been waiting here before him, Frank.
Yeah,
Come on.
he can go. He can go.
All right, go ahead, great one. This is Roy.
All right, now back to LeBron leaving Cleveland. I never had a problem with that. He was a free agent. That's his right to. My thing is him plotting and scheming with two other great players, chasing rings. That's the problem I have with it. And quoting D Wade said they teamed up together because of Kobe. Am I right or wrong?
Because of Kobe?
They gonna say you wrong, man. They gonna say
but when did they say that?
That's quoted, nigga. D Wade said that.
Where?
Type it in on YouTube somewhere, nigga.
They done a great one. They done seen it. They gonna play stupid.
D Wade said they teamed up because of Kobe.
Hold on. Don't ask questions because when I talk, y'all start crying. So I'm not gonna don't say nothing that's gonna allow me to interject. So say what you got to say without asking me any of these ridiculous questions because I've done a whole video on what he actually said.
It can't do that.
Y'all didn't
do that.
Y'all didn't mix it. Y'all didn't remix what they said.
I'm looking.
Y'all didn't remix that whole quote and y'all didn't walk away with it.
Great one. We heard what we heard.
No, I know. Y'all go. No, hold on. Let Great One get his takeoff. Shut up.
What's the
Let
context?
Great One get his takeoff because don't ask me questions that we've already debunked on this channel. Because you get mad when I get to interject. Go ahead and finish.
How you debunk something Dwayne Wade said?
All right. 2. After this time,
that's not what he said. That's why.
All right.
Oh my God, nigga.
If he ain't say it, he ain't said. I apologize for it. I could have sworn I heard him say it though. If he didn't say it, it is what it is.
Nah, he said it.
Hold on. Okay.
2. After his time in Miami, after D Wade got old, he ditched him, went to Cleveland, joined Kyrie, and demanded they get Kevin Love, another top player, to join him.
What's wrong with that?
Come on, fam. You one of the greatest. Put it this way: he's the best player in the NBA.
So
I told you,
great players. Great players need great help.
Hold on.
You ain't winning no championship without significant help. What did you mean?
So Kyrie wasn't enough help?
No.
And
just like hold on. Great one. Hold on, great one. Just like Pippen wasn't enough help for Jordan because they always needed a Horace Grant or Dennis Rodman. What happened when they didn't have that Horace Grant or Dennis Rodman? Them motherfuckers got walked down and got the life beat out of them by the Orlando Magic. So again, great players need great help.
Didn't Orlando beat Cleveland?
Great players need great help.
Fam. They were drafted. They were in no.
Who cares how you got the player? You got the player.
There wasn't no.
They didn't draft no Dennis Rodman. Did they draft Dennis Rodman or did they trade for Dennis Rodman at Jordan's request?
Great one, dog. This is a bronze.
After he won 3 trips, was Rodman a top 10 player? Was Rodman a top 20 player?
Rodman was the best rebounder and one of the best defenders in the league.
20 player?
Was he a top 20 player? Yes.
No, he wasn't. Come on.
Yes, he was. How was he not in '96?
No, he wasn't.
In the 90s, bro. For real.
Oh my God.
No, he wasn't, man.
He wasn't a top 20 player?
Fam, nobody was even trying to touch Rodman, B. He was
that was because of the gay allegations.
I'm gonna say that was off the court issues. That had nothing to do with his actual game. What are you talking about?
What the fuck are they talking about?
He wasn't.
That ain't how them announcers was calling them games when he was playing out there in that court.
No, he just made first team all defense and led the league in rebounding for nothing. He just did all that for nothing. He was just one of the best defenders and the league's best rebounder for 3 years straight.
So was Ben Wallace.
And Ben Wallace was the top 20 player.
There go you and ran into it and stepped in it again.
What?
No, he wasn't.
Stupid ass.
You just said Ben Wallace wasn't a top 20 player?
No, he was not.
What kind of retardation are we? This is what I'm saying. Y'all.
Full time DPOY. You're not top 20. Oh, all right.
I'm gonna say saying that he's not a top 20 player is ridiculous.
Is Rudy Gobert a top 20 player?
When I ain't gonna lie, a couple of years ago he was.
Come on, stop it. Come on, man.
Who better?
The league, also the league is more talented
Who
now
better?
than it was in 04, 05. I don't know what we talking about.
Now y'all being hypocritical now. See what I'm saying?
Let me ask you.
Who better, Ben Wallace or Rudy? Who better, Ben Wallace or Rudy?
Ben Wallace.
You're not getting in that argument. He left already.
Okay.
The argument of it, because this is the thing that I just don't understand, bro. Like sitting here framing these talking points, y'all are framing them around LeBron. That's quite literally what y'all are doing. Y'all are just
My
framing
man,
it around
the
LeBron.
whole video is about LeBron.
Jordan,
No,
I
It's
love
not.
you.
The video was
talking about
about
y'all
Jordan.
argument.
Hold on. Let me say something.
Well,
Look.
I was brought.
Lord have
Hold on,
mercy.
great
I was
one. No,
asked
great
to
one.
come.
Oh
Don't
my
say. See, this
God.
is what I meant. I had no intention. I had absolutely no intention of talking about LeBron James. It was y'all weirdo motherfuckers obsessed with LeBron James come up here talking about LeBron. This was a Jordan video. This was a Jordan topic about something that's so far from LeBron James is completely removed. You come up here talking about LeBron James' whole career. Now we on LeBron James because of y'all obsessed weirdos with LeBron, not me. I'm not even talking about LeBron. Y'all so caught up with LeBron. Y'all can't stay on task. Y'all can't stay on topic with anything with Jordan because y'all only objective is just to say y'all just want to say, oh, well, if Jordan did this, but LeBron did this, and this is way worse. This is why you bringing up LeBron. I don't care to talk about no LeBron. Y'all say y'all say that we LeBron fans and all this stuff. But y'all the ones up here brought up the topic. Y'all got us talking on it. Y'all talking about his whole career, saying he can't be the GOAT, saying he a 10th out of the top 10. And what the hell did I say about? I've been up here for 2 hours. What the hell did I say about LeBron? Other than addressing the weirdos in the chat who kept talking about LeBron. Yet you didn't say anything to the weirdos in the chat that was saying anything bad about LeBron. The people in the chat that was saying PEDs talk about LeBron, you never said anything in the chat to them saying this is a Jordan video. Quit talking about LeBron.
Why would he
What
complain?
the fuck
He
are
was
y'all
the
talking about? That's what I'm saying. That y'all you make up this stuff, man. Didn't you say this is a LeBron video? How is this a
does
LeBron
this
video?
topic tear down Jordan's legacy?
I was asked to come on the
No,
panel.
we don't tear down
I think one
LeBron.
of the,
This is just a topic on Jordan.
one
They
of them
don't
folk
tear
on
down.
there.
They only think it tears down Jordan legacy because they
I
so
can see
emotionally
why they
caught
would
up in
think
the.
that.
They so emotionally.
Even if it does, what does LeBron have to do with Jordan destroying his own legacy? Nothing had to do with LeBron. That's why I'm up here, because y'all
Jordan
keep talking
fans
LeBron for no reason.
Because Jordan fans, a lot of Jordan fans, if you say something about Jordan's legacy, their comeback is going to be about LeBron. It is what it is. That's the GOAT debate. So
That's
I
their problem.
understand, but yeah, it's still stupid at the same time. And the logic that they were saying about LeBron is crazy as well. Like, you can't criticize LeBron for what his first stint in Cleveland, for what he did. He played great. He didn't play with another superstar, and he wasn't supposed to win a championship. He wasn't even supposed to go to the finals. So I just think the logic, even with their comebacks, is ass as well. Crazy.
All I know is if I was playing football or basketball, I want to play against the best. I ain't trying to team up with the best.
You in the
That's
NBA.
That's a lie.
You are
That's
playing
a
against
lie.
the best.
That's a
That's
lie.
just me.
That's a lie.
Who is this GOAT James nigga?
That's me. That's you heard my voice. Don't act like who is this? You know my voice, man. What's up? What you got for me?
Nigga, over here
Okay, that's
name,
look.
nigga.
So the first thing you do is talk about me. But when I say you a failure and you couldn't play football, you couldn't play basketball, what you gonna say then? What you gonna say then?
I don't give a
What
fuck.
you gonna say
nigga.
then? Because you said if I was playing football, I would play with the best. But if you were playing with the best, you probably would have been a successful football player. But you didn't. You was a scrub.
Nigga,
They were probably getting rid of
whoever
you.
was the best in the league I was playing.
You wasn't the best. That's the problem. The person who was the best didn't want to play with you. Whoever was the best didn't want to play with you.
Nigga, I got chips out.
That's
in
the
Bronx,
facts.
Nigga, City Island, nigga.
Again,
Can't
there you
tell
go
me
again.
nothing.
What does that have to do with you
can't
being a
tell me
failure at the
nothing,
sport
nigga.
that you claimed you wanted to play? What does
I
that
ain't a
have to
failure,
do with
nigga.
it?
I'll bust
It
your
is a
ass.
failure. You just said you didn't want to play with the best. That's a failure. Because Jordan wanted to play with the best. That's why he was mad at Jerry Krause.
didn't wanna play
Because
with the
Jerry
best.
Krause never
I wanna
got what
play
he
against
thought
the
was the best.
And we
That's
beat the
facts.
best niggas out there.
How? When? When did you do that?
Nigga.
When did you we in the NBA? That's not being the best. You didn't play the best. You played the best in you played the best in your city limits. You played the best in your city limits. We don't know how good your city was. That's facts.
Don't matter. It's competition.
LeBron's the GOAT worldwide. You were just good in your block. You a local motherfucker.
This nigga sounds stupid.
Again, I know I sound stupid, but this is what y'all do when y'all stay here. Because instead of talking about Jordan getting his pops killed, y'all still want to talk about LeBron.
You asked me about LeBron.
He did not get it.
Nobody asked about LeBron. I've been watching the live. I've been watching the live for an hour now. And Lamont, matter of fact, I didn't even see the Michael Jordan part.
Lamont asked me why's LeBron ranked number 10 on my list.
Wow. Why did you say he was 10? Why did you have the need to say he was 10? Why did you feel so comfortable saying he was 10? That's what you get. You get exposed for saying something so silly.
Exposed for what? I gave my opinion. And you mad.
Your opinion is as dumb as a 5-year-old. I'm not mad. I'm exposing. That's not called being mad. This is what you want us to be mad.
King, a grown man calling another man is king.
When have you heard me call LeBron my king? When have you heard anywhere in Goat James Kingdom anybody say LeBron's my
There
king?
were NBA players calling Jordan Jesus.
You lame, nigga.
Like,
No,
what?
you are the lame dude, brother.
You
You the
lame,
one who's
nigga.
upset. You's upset.
You upset, nigga.
I'm not upset. I'm gonna be
You
exposed.
upset.
This is what I do best. Y'all think y'all get me, but all y'all do is
gave
get
my
exposed,
opinion,
brother.
you mad, nigga.
Your opinion is dumb. Because you
There
give
you
an
go.
opinion doesn't mean you
It's
deserve to
my
give it.
opinion, nigga.
And it's dumb. So
You
take that like a
mad.
man
You
and walk
mad
off with your
because I
dumb
have my
opinion.
nigga.
Yeah, and your opinion is dumb.
mad,
Like what is that?
nigga.
I'm not
Look
mad
at
that
you.
you have an opinion.
Okay, hold on. We can clean up. Let me ask Great one question before we
What's
move
up?
on. Who calls LeBron their king?
You got people in your chat that be saying that shit too.
I mean, I don't know. I don't see that, but give me name.
Oh, come on.
I mean, listen, on FYF Sports, we never shy away from calling people out directly by name. I just need one name.
Let me look through your shit.
Am I wrong, Mac Def?
I ain't in this. You ain't asked me the question.
Oh, here we go. One of your moderators.
She trying to get you dirty, Mac Def. What the hell? That's crazy.
Najee the chosen one. You nigga.
So
When did he call LeBron the king? When he called LeBron his king?
He said it plenty of times. Like, I gotta have a manuscript to show you, nigga. Come on, stop it, man.
Nah, because he comments all the time on Goat James
Chosen
Kingdom.
one. Where
All
you
he
at?
puts is LeBron.
Najee?
He said this is what he
and
says
LeBron
right there.
we trust. That's all he ever puts down in all of his comments. That's all he ever puts.
Bro.
Ever.
All
That's
right,
it.
So
Talk to him.
You substituting LeBron for God.
Huh? They called Jordan Black Jesus. What are you talking about?
I never called Jordan Black Jesus a day in my life.
Oh my God. What are we doing, bro? What are we
Hold
doing?
on. Are you denying
What are
that
we
Jordan
doing?
fans and NBA
Somebody
players?
said the locker room called LeBron is king. The locker room.
Hold on. Then he needs to go to the locker room channel and discuss that with the locker room. 'Cause
Exactly.
I don't see it.
The locker room don't even like FYF and Goat James Kingdom.
First off, calling Jordan Black Jesus is like saying a black Wesley Snipes. First of all.
Hold on.
get that shit
So
out
why
of
do you feel about the NBA players in the 90s calling them Black Jesus?
They soft.
They
And
soft
weak.
as fuck, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just like LeBron fans. That's why Jordan won 6.
That's why he beat them.
Exactly, because they were scrubs.
The funniest reaction to
They
that was
weren't
when
scrubs, but they were
someone
soft
called
black,
Kobe.
calling him black.
What
Yeah,
was
call Magic Johnson a scrub.
Contrary to what you believe, greatest one, Jordan actually had the best players on his team while he was playing against a bunch of scrubs. You don't believe that though?
Did he lose
Yes, he did.
with the best? Okay, cool.
Don't start, Mac. Stay that. Keep
96.
stay in Chicago because you don't want to come down here to Florida. Trust me.
Wildin', bro.
I keep telling
What
y'all
you
this.
talking
We should be talking about Jordan. Y'all, I only shut up
Thank
here
you.
because y'all switch this whole this is how y'all do all the time. Whenever Jordan gets called out and criticism comes Jordan's way, we have to change the conversation about something that's not Jordan. Today's show is about Michael Jordan and how he was suspended. That's what this show is about. I can't wait to see what Lamont put up. Y'all messed up because I'm gonna make a post about this for real.
Okay, so how was Michael Jordan suspended? Why did he get suspended? So y'all saying
Gambling on the game.
from
Never got
gambling on the
suspended.
game?
No, I never said. Hold on, Mac. Did you watch the
And like
video?
I, like I said before.
No, they talking
No,
exactly.
I
They
didn't.
basing it off of what I said, Lamont. They think we. They
No,
think we
I don't know
Lamont.
what none of y'all said. I'm asking the question.
I just told you he got suspended. He got suspended because he was gambling on the games.
What's this gambling have to do
I
with
thought he
playing
got. I thought he
basketball?
retired.
You cannot gamble on the game of basketball if
What
you're
does
playing
it
the
have
game of
to do
basketball.
with playing basketball on the basketball court.
He didn't. It's a perfect example. He's the only player that's in the GOAT debate that didn't play 10 straight NBA seasons. That's what it has to do with it. Michael Jordan played 9 straight seasons. That's the max.
And he's
Nobody's
still
ever been a
considered
GOAT in any sport that never
And
played
he's-
10
and he's
straight
still
seasons.
considered the GOAT.
Yeah, because he has a lot of dick riders.
Wow.
See, again, you're being a hypocrite.
Wow.
I'm not being a hypocrite.
You're being a hypocrite.
I'm not being a hypocrite because
Well, nigga,
LeBron
you
is still
LeBron-
considered
you
the GOAT
LeBron dick
with 6 losses, but you still want to call me a lame because I
You
believe
LeBron
LeBron's the
dick
GOAT
rider,
because
nigga.
of 6 losses. Yeah, I'm gonna call you a dick rider because you upset Jordan got called out for his father getting killed. That's what you upset about. LeBron ain't got none of that on his
I
resume.
believe that.
You don't have to believe that. You don't have to believe it. There's
I do
evidence.
believe it though.
Okay, then. So that makes him non-GOAT material. I said it. That's make him non-GOAT material.
No, and what I said was this, and this I think this is how we got on LeBron topic because I said this is what happens in the GOAT debate. I said because I think great one. You said there are people in the chat saying that Jordan can no longer be the GOAT because of this information, and I said, well, that's just the reality of most people's top 10. I said that's there, but there's a lot of bias. I said we know that there's a lot of bias.
That's how the top 10 conversation came up.
Man, I don't know. Me personally, my ranking of Jordan does not change at all. whether or not because of this information. If I'm being completely honest, it doesn't change whatsoever. I don't know if I'm wrong for that, but I don't know.
This,
Like off the court
purpose,
stuff.
but the purpose of this video was
hold
not to
Lamont,
de-rank Jordan. It was just to have. It was an interesting topic.
Oh, okay.
Can I say one thing,
I thought that's what the I thought
Lamont.
that. Yeah, it's a cool topic.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know if people can just sit there and say Jordan isn't
No,
this
but
or Jordan isn't
Jordan
that
fans
because of
don't
this.
know how to take criticism of Jordan or even criticism of the '90s without thinking it's a shot towards Jordan's entire legacy. They think, oh, if he has any flaws on his legacy, he can't no longer be the GOAT. When every player in NBA history has flaws and scars on throughout their career, that's how you become great. There's nobody they've prided themselves on parading Jordan around as perfect, right? Starting with 6-0, right? Perfect. And whenever there's an appearance of anything that's not perfect, they assume that it's somebody saying that, oh, he cannot be perfect. No, Jordan's still going to be 6-0 in the finals, even though he's not perfect throughout his NBA career. You can still run around saying 6-0. This is just a conversation about something that played out throughout his career that the media tried to hide and the NBA tried to cover up. That's
the 6-0 means nothing. It just say 6 championships. He got 6 to 4. It don't matter if it's 6-0, 6-8. He got 6. That's it.
No, the 6-0 matters. Undefeated in the finals matters. But how
No,
does
it doesn't.
off the
Undefeated
court
finals don't mean
matter in the
nothing.
GOAT debate? I don't care what he did off the
All right,
court.
hold on. Lamont, can I ask you one question?
What's up?
What do you rank Dwight Howard at?
I don't know. I don't know, man.
All right.
I mean, like y'all act like I got my top 100 list memorized.
He's not in the top 30.
I just want to make a point. Let's say
you want to know what range? I got him in my top. I would say Dwight Howard's in my top. I would say top 50 players of all time.
All right, top 50, right? Now, being that him being exposed for messing with Transformers, does that change your opinion on that?
No.
So Mike being caught for gambling shouldn't change your opinion on his play in the court. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, when did I say that this changes my opinion on where Jordan ranks?
No, that's what I'm saying. People in the chat are doing.
Okay, but you should have told them that in the chat. Why you come up here to tell them?
Oh, because they wanted me to come on the panel. Your boy.
I get it, but I'm saying is that seems like a conversation you need to take up with what random person you ran into in the chat that said it.
That was one of your moderators, Najee the Queen, the chosen one.
Okay, but the thing is, you going back and forth with Najee the chosen one is wild. If anybody knows Najee, he is the biggest troll on YouTube with the comments, man.
Well, he needs to get on the panel.
You sitting here going to do a back and forth with Najee the chosen one is wild, man.
Yeah, I think LeBron came up because Michael Jordan fans feel that this is a knock on his legacy. When it's not, but some
they
fans
know it's a knock on his resume. They know it's a knock on his legacy.
They know it is a knock.
Y'all
It is a knock. You cannot be gambling on the game of basketball. That is a knock.
What that got to do? That ain't got nothing to do with what he did on the court.
Yes, because if LeBron is discredited for stat padding, what is Michael Jordan doing when he's trying to win gambling debts?
Who said he's discredited for stat padding?
Michael Jordan was accused of gambling on basketball?
No, he never. That's
called being emotionally attached.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
wait, Lamont, can I play something right quick for you? I got 1 sec. I just want to play one thing, but it takes 1 minute long.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back in the 90s, the Bulls were on fire. This was like end of the season for us, end of the season for them. I get a call from Michael. Meet me at Sunset Ridge early. We're going to go play 18 holes. We didn't have a game. We actually had a day off. So I meet him at Sunset Ridge. So we played around, beat him for a couple thousand, and I'm getting ready to leave. Now, Bulls are playing that night. They play Cleveland that night. So I'm thinking he's leaving. It's 10 o'clock. He's like, no, let's go play again. So he goes and we fill up a bag full of ice and Coors Light, and we walk again. we roll around another 18, and I take him for another couple. And now we've been drinking all afternoon. Now he's going from Sunset Ridge to the stadium to play a game. And I'm like messing around. I'm gonna call my bookie, and I'm all the money that you just lost to me, I'm putting on Cleveland tonight. He goes, I'll tell you what. He goes, I'll bet you that we win by 20 points, and I have more than 40. I'm like, done. Son of a gun goes out, scores 52, and they win by 26 or something after 18 holes of golf. And
36 holes of golf.
Having like maybe 10 Bud Lights.
Stop.
The man, Michael Jordan, to me, is probably the best athlete that I've ever seen.
So Zesty Jeffries is so zesty.
Man, that is so whack. That is whack as your head do, bro.
Listen, Zesty
Get your
Jeffries is
ass
so
up.
Zesty Jeffries is so zesty that they use that clip to show how great Michael Jordan was by gambling and saying he was going to score 50 and beat the team by 20 on his own game. That is Michael Jordan gambling
my
on the game.
What's wrong with him, man?
Hold on, George. This is to McDuff, George. Because the question was asked, was he gambling on basketball? Everything that I pulled up, he was gambling on golf, but this is new. That was Jordan gambling on basketball. That is true.
Put it past him.
That was
Let me tell you
dope.
something.
Thank you for showing
believe
that.
Joe- I
It doesn't
believe
prove that he's the
Jordan
GOAT, but
Jordan
that's
was an
dope
asshole.
to me. That doesn't.
That's the truth.
Like, what
That
is
is crazy.
All right, look, you see, that's dope. He can gamble. Jordan can gamble.
Stop drinking salt water, please,
Jordan
bro.
can gamble on
so let
basketball, but LeBron can't leave Cleveland. Jordan can gamble on basketball, but LeBron can't leave Cleveland. That's fine. You're right. Go ahead,
So
gentlemen.
let me get this. So let me get this straight. Let me just get
That
this
dude
straight.
is
Let's say-
ridiculous, man.
Let's say this is true, right? Do owners gamble on players, or do players gamble on themselves and say, I'm gonna have this type of stat line, and if I do this in my contract, if I make all NBA,
Jonte Porter gambled, and look where he's at now. He's facing 5 years. He gambled on
That's
himself.
not gambling, Lamont. That's called an incentive. It's called incentives. You get incentives if you do
Correct.
good. No, that's not gambling. Gambling is actually putting a bet down or a wager down for something to happen and you win if it happens. That's gambling. That's not what they're doing. That's not what they're doing.
On that? Why wasn't Jordan press charges again?
Because it's Jordan. It's Jordan.
Because the league threw it under the rug and told Jordan step away.
It's Jordan. Why would they press charges on him?
Hold on. But I just explained to
and
y'all.
until
I
this
just
actually
explained
is
to y'all.
confirmed in a court or something, which you guys are talking about, it's all conspiracy. It's
Hold on,
he
but
say,
Mac-
she say.
So you're saying the guy is lying. So you're saying the guy is lying.
And what I'm
is that
saying
what you're saying,
is
Mike?
I don't care. What I'm saying is I don't care if Pete Rose betted on baseball. I don't care if Michael Jordan betted. What they did on the court is their great.
Sounding like a true zesty Jeffrey.
Hold on, McDuff. We're not talking. This whole video is nothing about what Jordan did on the court. This whole video, I didn't talk about a stat. I didn't talk about a bucket or game. This whole video was about Jordan off the court. It's you guys coming up pretending as if this affects him off the court. You guys get overly invested and emotional about it because I think if you've hinged your thoughts on Jordan on perfection, this no longer makes him perfect. And I'm telling you guys, it's okay if he's not perfect.
First off, who's holding this man as being perfect though? To me, he's a fucking man. That's the problem with a lot of these fans.
Okay, but you also came up here and tried to lie like nobody in the 90s was running around calling him Black Jesus.
I know. When did I lie?
That's a fact.
No, I'm just saying. No, you can't because all I'm saying is
no.
You
just called me a liar.
I'm about to explain it to you. I'm about to explain it to you. What you tried to do is this. You tried to come up here, you tried to get on the one person in the chat that alluded to LeBron as king. And you tried to use that as these obsessive LeBron fans. But yet, on the flip side of the coin, you never talked about none of the NBA players who glazed Jordan, who were so scared of him. They never played him toe-to-toe, and they also called him Black Jesus. And they even told Kobe, we call him Black Jesus. And Kobe was the one that said, what the hell is wrong with y'all? Why the hell would I call him Black Jesus? That's Mike. So, again, why don't you have – I've never heard any Jordan fan have any issue with the Black Jesus, which is essentially calling him God, right? But then you get mad at Najee the Chosen One for saying, in LeBron we trust, which is most known. Najee probably don't even know that's from the Bible. That's from a goddamn quarter. That's what you see on the dollar bill or something. That ain't even in the Bible. He got that off money. And so y'all conflate it with the weirdest things, man, but y'all don't care when it happens on one end, but you're all against it when it happens with LeBron. And that was my biggest gripe even with LeBron James moving to different teams and things like that. You complain about LeBron James wanting to play with better players and putting himself in different situations, but you have no gripes when the other players throughout NBA history have done it. You have no gripes when the Charles Barkley and all the great players that we can go through who either brought players to their team or they move themselves to a better situation to win games. You have no issue with it. So I don't know if you guys truly have an issue with these things other than the fact that LeBron is doing it and you just want to complain about something.
All right, right now you're talking like a politician. Where did I lie? You said a whole bunch of nothing. Where did I lie?
So when you brought up, what was your point in bringing up somebody in the chat alluding to LeBron as king?
I didn't bring that up.
No, he said I said that. That's where he lied. He said I said that. He said that. That's where he said it. He said GOAT James Kingdom said that. And that's where he got called out. Then he had to go find somewhere to retract himself. Then he picked on Najee because he swore GOAT James Kingdom running around here talking about my glorious king. No, he's the GOAT. That's why we called it. That's why it's called GOAT James Kingdom, because he's the GOAT, not a king. He's a GOAT. There's a difference.
Saying kingdom. That means he's the fucking king, you dummy.
No, this is his kingdom.
You make
this
no
is his
sense.
kingdom. This is his kingdom.
Bro, this is the most childish conversation I think I've
It's
ever
not
heard.
childish. This is what's necessary. Why y'all keep avoiding the GOAT debate when we can't have a conversation about basketball without the GOAT debate?
He calling people zesty.
We can't
This is his kingdom. What is his kingdom? You are his kingdom.
Listen,
You are zesty.
this is GOAT. George, sit down and keep learning basketball because you don't even know what a fast break is. Stop it.
You are zesty. You said you are his kingdom. You are zesty, bro. You are straight up suspect.
I said this is his
You
kingdom.
are suspect.
Why am I?
You are suspect.
Whatever. I got a wife. I got kids. I got a woman that loves me. Where's yours, George?
Bro, now we're getting personal.
That's because they get personal because they can't help it. It is personal to them. It's personal to them. But the problem is they can't outdiss me. That's their problem. They can't outrank me.
And this is all.
Hey, let me go to
T
T Streets. Hold on, let me go to T Streets. No, I mean, great one. I just think that what I think great one before I go to
again, where did I lie?
No, so what I think great one is, this is what I think. I think before you dole out criticism, especially if you dole out criticism to LeBron, you probably need to be aware of what's actually going on with Jordan, because the same glorification that LeBron gets, the same glorification. Hold on.
I just think he's the GOAT.
Hold on, great one. You keep making this.
That's glorifying him because he's not the GOAT.
Hold on, great one. You keep making this about you personally. I don't know who you are personally. So when I say things, I don't know who you are, nor do I care about your basketball takes. Everything that I say is I'm talking in general. In general, Jordan was glorified, almost deified to a certain degree, because they called him Black Jesus. But yet you don't have no issue with the fact that they deified Jordan, literally made him a god on the basketball court well before he was 6-0, which is what you hinge on. They were saying this when he was 2-0 and 3-0. So you guys really don't care about the 6-0 like that. But yet, when what happens is when y'all see LeBron getting similar praise, similar to how Jordan was getting praise, it seems like you just get jealous, because now all of a sudden the deifying or glorifying of a player is this bad thing. He can't have fans. He can't have people that love his game or appreciate his game. So y'all, it seems like y'all just envious of the attention that LeBron is getting, because everything that you're talking about is about the attention that LeBron is receiving from his fans. Y'all don't talk about the game. Y'all talk about things outside of it that have nothing to do with dribbling a basketball. So, and then that's the funniest thing with me. Like, all I'm saying is just know that everything that LeBron's getting is the same stuff that Jordan got. And if you don't call it even on both ends, then why even bring it up? That's all I'm saying. And I just feel like y'all don't call it down.
Jordan got praised way more than LeBron.
You know, we know that's a fact, and I think he still to this day.
He just doesn't get criticized like LeBron. And when we start criticizing him, y'all get mad.
Because you criticize him on something off the court. It's like it's.
But that's all I'm saying.
When we told you he couldn't play defense, you got mad at that too, Mac Def.
You got mad because it's a lie. I'm not going to argue a lie.
This dude got his own show. Why is he over here over talking Lamont? Shut up and get to talk on your own show. You are wild.
Y'all all over talking. So why you get mad? That's what I'm saying. Everybody doing it, you get mad at Go James Kingdom.
No, they're mad because I just proved to them that Michael Jordan was gambling on basketball. That's what they're mad about, Lamont.
And it's
I just proved it.
And it has
does that prove that Lamont, where he played? Does that prove that?
Legacy, no.
Yes.
Come on, Lamont.
Bro, are you crazy? When you put,
come on, Lamont.
Hold on. See, this is y'all problem. Y'all can't ask for the evidence. This is what I was telling AG. You cannot ask for the. You can't say, when did he gamble on basketball? And then he shows you when he gambled on basketball, and then you say,
He
oh,
pulls up a conversation between him and another guy out drinking, playing golf. That's what he pulls up. What are you saying, Lamont?
George, what do you have to support that he wasn't gambling on basketball?
This is dick riding.
Bro,
You
there's
can't
no
ask,
bro.
y'all be getting
he
mad.
has been indicted or government
Jordan
issue,
was
bro.
gambling. That's
Y'all get
Nor did
mad.
Pete Rose.
What
Nor
has to
did
do
Pete Rose. But it's against league rules.
Y'all
That's
get,
just
y'all
that
can't
simple.
get asked for the information, then get
and
mad.
that's why he was suspended.
Y'all said he wasn't.
We got Olsen in here. Hold on.
Who's
Hold on,
they?
y'all. We got.
Who the fuck is they?
Hold on. Can I say one thing real quick, y'all? Hold on. My bad. Because we had one of the CEOs, I believe CEO from Layup in here, man. I would have got him up on the panel if I'd have seen him in the chat. If you're still in the chat, man, let me know. I would drop the link for you. We can get you up here to talk about Layup. But I don't know if he's still in here. I just saw the email, but no, I wanted to go to T Streets. I wanted to at least get to T Streets and Ochi and Mac Def before we kind of went to, and even P5. I wanted to hear their Streets. T Streets wanted the OGs of the channel. I wanted to let him get his spiel off on this, man, because we kind of got derailed into something else. Because I think we're getting derailed because people don't want to talk about the facts of the matter with this Jordan situation. So you talk about everything around it, a whole bunch of irrelevant stuff that has nothing to do with it. T Streets, man, what's good, man?
Yeah, salute, Lamar. Salute to everybody else on the panel. I know it's been a little minute, but I mean, my take on this whole Jordan allegation thing, I just feel like it's just, I mean, it's just all allegations at the end of the day. I mean, if it's proof that he's got his dad killed off of gambling, then I think it probably would have come up in the courts or whatever. I don't know, Lamar, if you
It did come up in the courts.
What? So the court said that he the reason why his dad passed?
No, this is what came up in the courts, because this is what I displayed. It came up in the courts with detectives and prosecutors. But remember, with our legal system, there's something called, there's not a preponderance of evidence. This is not a civil case, right? You got to have, there's a burden of proof that you must meet. And because they could not get anyone to essentially snitch, which when you're dealing with these cases, just like we saw with the Young Thug case and all these cases hinge on you need somebody to open their mouth and snitch. Otherwise, you really just don't have that strong enough a case, even if you have other types of evidence to support it. So what happened in this situation is they just couldn't get anybody to snitch. They didn't do a good job of getting anybody to snitch, and that was the biggest issue. But as the detective stated and as prosecutors stated, there was evidence that pointed them in other directions. But in these types of cases, especially the ones that go to trial, if you don't have the witnesses that can get on that witness stand and testify about certain things, it just ain't gonna hold water. And that's ultimately what happened. And that's why they couldn't charge James Bouler with murder. Because when they went and questioned him, he was silent about it. Right? When the two guys that killed Jordan's dad, they went silent about it. And they made other claims, right? They wanted to keep other people out of it. They said it was just them and them by themselves. None of the detectives or prosecutors believed it. There were too many other things, circumstantial evidence that connected James Jordan's death to other elements. They just didn't have the witness testimony to support it. And that's what you need in the court of law today. But there was evidence that supports it. There was not evidence to charge him criminally. Just like we see in some cases where there's no evidence to take somebody to the court criminally for a sexual assault, but there is evidence to sue him in a civil case because the burden of proof is a lot lower. Right? The criminal course we have here, there's a very high standard of evidence that you got to meet to get found guilty of a crime. And that's all it was. And just because you didn't get found guilty in court doesn't mean you didn't do it. Just means they didn't have enough evidence to prove it. That's what the U.S. court system is about. It's not about right or wrong. It's about what you can prove.
So what was the evidence that they had against Jordan?
Oh, so the evidence was, I mean, I got to go through the whole video. I just went through it all. I mean, the easiest way to do it, the easiest way would be just go back and watch, because I laid it out. It's a connection. It's a foundation of a whole bunch of different things that once you lay them out, there's no person with a brain cell that will believe all of this is coincidental. right? And there was too many connections to money laundering. There's too many connections to drug kingpins and drug suppliers. All right, too many things were just falling in line for that not to have some play in it.
Okay, so I'm gonna just have to go back and look at it and check it out.
Yo, fam, motherfucking OJ, the freedom fighter, allegedly
hold
killed his
on,
wife.
hold on,
He's
hold
still
on,
one of the
hold on,
greatest
bro.
running backs ever.
Hold on, hold on.
But this is not to say Jordan isn't a great basketball player.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that point. I mean, I just feel like you know, a lot of these guys, especially these sports stars and entertainers, I think a lot of people they look up to them and feel like they can't do no wrong, but at the end of the day, they're human and they got lives too. And so, I don't put none past none of these these entertainers. And I mean, with the stuff that happens off the court doesn't affect what Jordan displayed or Kobe displayed or LeBron displayed on the court. I mean, at the end of the day, they all great basketball players, and I feel like this GOAT debate has been going on for a long time. But at the end of the day, it's all opinionated. I mean, it's basically at the end of the day, it's all about who you like. I mean, people could say that it's not, but I mean, it really is because there's no real definition. People they use what they want to use as far as like the metrics or the eye test to feel like that's what they feel like is the GOAT, or they're gonna use brands and you know what I'm saying mentality and all this stuff. I mean, it's kind of silly. I know it's good for a conversation and it's good to you know what I'm saying get viewers. But I mean, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, we just gotta stop being emotional about this stuff. I mean, as long as nobody's not disrespecting you, talking about your parents or whatever, man. I mean, why would somebody else's opinion affect on how you view a certain player? You know, I mean, that's just my take at the end of the day.
And that's
No,
how a
you're
lot of
right.
folks. That's how a lot of folks
And
feel.
I just think that the one thing where I give Go James Kingdom credit for is that he even himself doesn't really contest where people rank players. It's just what's happened though is, especially with players of today, and this is what I'm saying with players, all players of this era. It's just happening with Steph Curry, all the great players of today.
Lamont, before you say that, Lamont, this is the problem right here, Lamont. People feel like it's okay to say things to grown men like this, and we're just supposed to accept it because we're only talking basketball. So I'm just supposed to accept disrespect as a LeBron fan because why? Why? Like that gives me integrity, or that makes you feel like why do I have to accept the way they talk to us? This way, like, why does this man have to write this in the comments?
No, it's not that.
No. See, this is simple. This is why I go off on it. This man literally wrote GJK got Diddy tapes on Lamont. What does that like? Come on, Lamont. Like, think about that.
They trolled it, bro. They trolled it.
Hold on 1 second.
But this is y'all call me childish, and then when I stoop to your level, you get mad because I'm better at being childish than you. Because I can be better at anything than you. I can talk basketball better than you. I can troll you better than you. I can do everything better than you. That's your problem.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, great one. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
But when they do it to you, it's a problem.
Hold on, y'all. All I'm saying is,
again, you're being a hypocrite, my nigga.
I don't necessarily care about the comments. I know that when I make certain takes, a lot of the takes I make aren't for the ears of Jordan fans, because they have a certain picture painted of Jordan by the media, and they don't want that picture to change. They have a certain depiction of Jordan as, for example, I did a video on Jordan not being a great defender like 3 years ago. Just from pure film. I didn't need Rasheed Wallace to tell me that. I saw it just by watching film, and the first thing I said was, I don't think he's as good a defender as people claim. This was well before the Tom Havila Straw Yahoo article. This was well before Rasheed Wallace said anything about it. That was just my eyes told me, and watching the film said it. And so it doesn't surprise me now that we're hearing things come out. Jordan was a gambler, this, X, Y, and Z, and Rasheed Wallace coming out saying he wasn't a defender like that. Or you have BJ Armstrong coming out saying, yeah, Jordan was just a ball watcher, a gambler. He hated guard and catch and shoot players, which the 90s was full of catch and shoot players. And so it doesn't surprise me that all of this stuff is coming out now. I'm not surprised because I've already come to these conclusions. It's just that y'all hinged y'all thoughts on Jordan. Y'all thoughts on Jordan was shaped by the media, not by real basketball watching. As Go James tells you all the time, a lot of you guys didn't watch like that.
Hold on. So you so into numbers and all that and shit like that, analytics.
No, I'm not.
That, right?
I'm not just into numbers.
Jordan was showing
in the
analytics, though.
It depends on the context that they're used in.
I mean,
If they're used
Jordan is
correctly.
one of the top defensive rating for all guards.
Okay, but you cannot compare defensive rating for all guards across
Defensive
all
rating.
eras.
Huh?
You can only compare defensive rating amongst your peers in your own era, and it's best used in a given season. I don't care what Jordan's defensive rating was versus a player in 2010. Makes no sense to compare those two metrics. Completely different time frame, completely different defense, completely different styles of play, completely different rules. Why would I care about what Jordan's defensive rating was in 1993 versus somebody in 2010s? That's a dumb way to what I want to know is what was his defensive rating compared to the best defenders in 1993 at the shooting guard position. That would be a conversation, but y'all don't even know the best defenders in 1993 at the shooting guard position to even compare him to those guys because you only know Jordan. You don't know any of the best.
The 90s was trash.
Right? No, all I'm saying is you use analytics appropriately and it makes sense. I don't care what these analytics across eras make no sense. You're not meant to be used that way.
If Michael Jordan, let's say Michael Jordan was horrible at defense, Magic Johnson, Steph Curry level.
Well, we didn't say he was horrible.
I know. I'm just saying, even if we put him on that type of level, what he did offensively, we would still look at him as the same, even with the defense. The way
when did I say his defense? When did I ever say it stops him from being top 5? Just because he has a flaw, it doesn't mean he's not top 5. Like nobody's using these things. Like every time y'all hear it, y'all turn it into where he ranks. It does not affect just because he has a flaw, because y'all ran with this conception that he was this hellified on-ball defender that was stopping everybody. That's y'all fault. Just because I exposed it and I know it's a lie, he was not stopping people like that. He was not this great on-ball defender. No, he was not. He was not stopping anybody. Anybody that wanted to score 20 on Jordan would score. Anybody
anyway.
Anybody that wanted to, I'm talking about from bums to star players. Anybody that went out with the mindset to score on Michael Jordan could get 20 at will. Jordan was not stopping anybody defensively. This thought that he was out there, Jordan's best defensive attribute was being able to gamble and play passing lanes and weak side shot blocking because of his athleticism. But outside of that, he was not great. He ball washed a lot. He was not great on ball. He lost his man. I mean, all the things that you would want out of a great defender, you don't find them in Jordan. He was just around a hellacious.
Jordan is an elite defender.
I know. I would expect you to say that though. The man who has Steph Curry as the GOAT, I would expect you to say that.
Why would I? I mean, I'm not finna sit up here and say
Steph Curry
top
as the
10
GOAT.
all
I don't
time.
expect you to understand basketball
Bro, I got Jordan as the GOAT. I already explained myself why I said that about Steph Curry. No,
Okay.
I said all that about Steph Curry
if you think Jordan was an elite defender, that's on you.
I do.
The unfortunate reality is that's not what any film suggests.
He can't
You
explain
didn't
it.
watch. There's no way you watched and it came to that conclusion.
Because even when I showed y'all his DPOY season, and I literally showed you his matchup on a nightly basis, and he was getting cooked every night of an 82-game season and still won DPOY. That was just fandom. He got the DPOY because of fandom. He was
Fake
not a better
stats.
defender than Hakeem that year. He wasn't a better defender than a ton of players that year.
Never
watched
say he was better than a king. Do you guys look at the numbers that he put up defensively?
Yes, because they were
That
fake.
was probably one of the main reasons.
Bro, numbers don't make you a better defender. Just like numbers don't make Steph Curry a better defender when he led the league in steals. Just like numbers
Never
didn't make
said it-
Allen Iverson a better defender when he led the league in steals. Just like numbers didn't make Magic Johnson a better defender when he led the league in steals.
But
Numbers
why would you
don't
compare
make you a
Allen
better
Iverson,
defender.
Magic Johnson,
What y'all do-
and Steph
what y'all do-
Curry
what
to
y'all try to
Michael
do
Jordan
is-
defending?
Offense, you can
same
value you can value a guy
No, it's
being an
not.
offensive player based on the numbers, but you cannot value a defensive player based on defensive numbers. Steals and blocks don't make you a better defender.
The passing lanes, and
But
not being able to
nobody
guard on the
is
ball.
going to put
Same.
Steph Curry, Magic Johnson, and Allen Iverson defensively
Why?
with Michael Jordan.
Why?
Why would?
You know
because
why?
they can't.
Why? You know why, McDuff? Because there's no intent to push them as the face of the league or the GOAT. So there's no reason to give them any additional accolades that they don't deserve.
No,
Jordan did
I'm
not
talking
deserve
basketball.
DPOY in 88.
Nobody
That's a
looks
fact.
at Magic Johnson the same way we would do Michael
because there
Jordan
was
on the
no
defensive
reason to
end.
push him as a great defensive
No,
player.
hold on, wait,
Yes,
Lamont.
because
So
they're
wait a
the
minute. So
stuff.
wait. So Jordan steals means he's a good defender, and Magic Johnson steals, and these guys steals don't mean that.
No, what I said is Michael Jordan alone is an elite defender. That's
Off the
what I'm
numbers.
saying.
Off the
already.
numbers.
Just
You
like
said off the
just-
numbers.
What makes him elite?
The numbers.
No, I'm saying what he did on the freaking court made him.
What
elite.
did he do on the court?
We know
So
Mac Def
Michael
doesn't know
Jordan.
this.
So Michael, hold on. So Michael Jordan can't play 94 feet. Michael Jordan
No.
didn't.
No.
Hell no.
Wow, Michael Jordan didn't play. So y'all didn't watch the 91 finals. Him guarding Magic.
He didn't
He
cover
was
him
getting
91
torched.
feet. He didn't cover him 94
He was getting
feet.
barbecued.
So-
Mark,
so-
hold on.
so-
Magic,
so-
hold on,
that
Magic.
was
Hold on,
game
Magic.
one.
Hold on,
That was
y'all.
game one.
I'll go
Hold
on mute. Go ahead.
Jordan was getting barbecued at will by Magic. Magic
That was game
taking
one.
him to the post.
That was game one, Lamont.
That was a whole series.
After
The whole
game- after
series,
game two,
the
Jordan was
entire
guarding
series.
Magic.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell y'all what Phil Jackson did if you watch the film.
After
So
game
what's
two,
happening
Jordan was
was
guarding Magic
hold on
too.
1 second, great one, because I know you didn't watch.
I did watch it, fam.
The Magic. So what they kept doing was they kept running that Vlade Divac Magic pick and roll. Phil Jackson, who was a mastermind defensively, one of the reasons why he didn't put Pippen on Magic full time, and he only did it like very sparingly in moments, was because the way Phil Jackson defended the pick and roll with the illegal defense was to play Pippen off ball as the helper. Pippen was the only one fast enough to go absorb all that space from the roller or Magic Johnson off the drive. He was the only one able to blow up the pick and roll, but Pippen couldn't blow up the pick and roll if you had him on ball. He would just get caught up in it, and now you're taking your best defender out of the action, similar to how the dumbass Lakers do with Anthony Davis, right? They allow him to get into all these pick and rolls, and he can't be a good defender down at the rim because they pull him away from the rim. So Pippen was the one that was blowing everything up for Magic. But y'all credit it to Jordan because he was the one getting screened. And so whenever Magic actually did do good, a lot of times y'all don't even credit it. Y'all don't even credit it where it's supposed to go. Jordan was the one getting cooked. He was getting cooked and barbecued because Magic kept taking him to the low post, scoring on him, putting them in pick and rolls. Couldn't do nothing about it. Jordan absolutely couldn't do nothing. Jordan's counter to good teams was just to try to outscore them. Jordan did not counter anything by good defense. Pippen countered good teams with defense. Jordan countered with more points. I don't know where y'all get this stuff, man. I don't know where y'all get this. To me, it is all made up. Jordan tried to outscore you. Jordan did not try to use defense. He was forced to play defense because he was on the Bulls.
Jordan
Y'all
was
got
guarding
caught up in
Magic
highlight.
after game
Y'all
two,
got caught up in highlight
along with
coach.
Scotty.
Okay, bro, you got to watch. If you watch,
Jordan was the primary defender on Magic the entire series, and like Lamont said, they used Pippen as a help to trap Magic in certain situations, and the real reason was because Jordan couldn't guard Worthy. That's the truth. So the only person that Jordan could have guarded in that series was Magic, and they actually knew that Jordan couldn't do it, so they did stuff to help Jordan out.
Guarding Magic is more work than guarding Worthy.
No, it's not, because you can't stop Worthy. Jordan can't stay in front of Worthy.
Worthy wasn't even there.
Magic's not trying to score. Magic's trying to set up an offense, and that's what Phil Jackson understood. Magic's not trying to dominate the game by putting up 30 points on Jordan, which he could have done if he wanted to. But Magic's job is to get the other offense involved, to get everybody else involved. That's what I'm saying.
Worthy wasn't even there. He was injured. He was injured.
He got hurt in game 3.
I got
well, I mean, he was injured the series before. He was injured the series before, but he played the first 3 games very easily, no problem. He was in the game.
He played the first 4 games, bro. Byron Scott and James Worthy missed game 5.
Okay.
Hey,
I know he got hurt in 3 or 4.
What's up, Khalil, man?
What up, bro? What made you do this video?
No, I did this.
Get back on the topic.
So I did this video because I already had a lot of this information put together, but then what I hadn't seen was the one thing that made me do this video was I never saw the Vlad interview with Michael Franzese, the mafia guy, where he said he was, when he worked in the NBA, he was specifically told by NBA personnel that there was a connection with Jordan's gambling and his dad's death. And the NBA was a part of this cover, which I had already believed based on the evidence that was out there, but we had never had somebody just come out and just say it, just like the way he said it.
Can I say something real quick on it? Because I was in real time when the story first broke, that was the initial
conversation was that Michael Jordan's gambling debts led to his father's murder. That was what a lot of reporters were saying. And it kind of struck everybody odd when Jordan went into baseball, because prior to that, you never really heard him affiliated with baseball before. It was just out of nowhere. I mean, people love to bring up LeBron. Someone bring up LeBron. Let's say if LeBron just stopped playing basketball and went to football, it would make more sense because he played football in high school. But with Michael Jordan, you never heard about the whole baseball thing. And if you look at the interview that he did, I'm not sure if David Stern was there or not, but remember when he was saying, I will come back to basketball if David Stern allow me to? So why would a player that retired be allowed to come back? Why would he say that?
That's what I said.
It sound more like he was suspended or made to lead an NBA for a period, like you said, until it blow over. But it was just a lot of odd stuff that happened around that time frame, around this story. But a lot of the reporters that initially reported it, that his dad was murdered due to Michael Jordan's gambling debts, a lot of them like got fired or was told to like leave the story alone and stuff like that. So, I mean, Jordan was super heavily protected, and rightfully so. I mean, you're talking about not only the greatest basketball player in the world at that time, but the greatest athlete in the world at that time. So you wouldn't want to tarnish the image of not only him, but the NBA. So it made perfect sense. And so, like, let's say, for instance, Lamont, if Michael Jordan would have just stopped playing basketball and just not did anything, the story of his dad being murdered because of his gambling debts would have grew more legs. The fact that he played baseball kind of distracted people away from that conversation, and people would focus more on him not doing so good in baseball. But if he'd have just sat and just not did anything, I think that story with his dad getting murdered because of him, it would have had more validity to it. But I mean, I genuinely believe, I don't know this to be certain, but it would make more sense for his dad to be murdered based off what those guys that got caught, the way they acted, the stuff they were saying, them coming out and saying that nobody had nothing to do with it. Like, it all makes sense, like, when you look at it like years later, because evidence accumulated and stuff like that, it would make more sense. But I mean, we don't know this all to be certain, but I mean, I think it's a good topic that you brought it up, though, to be honest. And for the kids that's just listening, this isn't like new news or something like that. This has all been like going on for decades now.
Yeah.
What you got to say, Lo? What's that about? Salute to you, though.
Hold on, can I pause this real quick? I'm gonna let Lo go, but I'm gonna pause it real quick because we got Osen from Layup up here. But go ahead, Cook Lo.
Oh no, I'm not familiar with all of the other stuff like that. I was just, and it sounded like y'all have already pivoted from the topic when I was up here last.
Oh, we can go back because we know it's gonna go back there.
Oh, okay. The point I was making earlier about the whole when you was sitting there saying about the 60 wins and that y'all, for whatever reason, when it comes to just like having these arguments and conversations, y'all frame these conversations around how to exclude somebody from the conversation instead of actually trying to define what y'all are talking about. So as soon as he sat there and said, well, who's left a 60-win team and a good franchise to go somewhere else, and it's like, bro, that's happened before. Like, KD's done that practically twice. Oh no, hey, it got to be before LeBron. Well, Shaq did that. Oh no, it got to be the heir to Jordan. So then it's like, okay, so who the fuck are you even talking about?
Yeah, I get it.
Take the leaving out of everything. Who are the only players they would have to have they had to come after Jordan, because they had to be the heir to Jordan, had to be viewed as the heir of Jordan, but also had to be before LeBron left in 2010. So you're basically saying within this, basically, and also even if they fit within that time frame like Shaq, if they are big, then that doesn't count either. So the only player that you could be referring to is either Kobe or LeBron. Those are the only two players you could be referring to anyway. Those are the only two players who can fit that category. And oddly enough, Kobe also wanted to leave. So I don't. So what are you even like the way y'all frame things don't really make any sense. And y'all, a lot of things y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Part of the reason the things y'all be arguing quite clearly were happening. They just couldn't be executed because of rules or certain things that were being done at the table prevented it from happening. Charles Barkley's been on record saying that not only did he try to go to Portland, he called the general manager flew out on his own dime, sat down with the GM, told the GM who to trade so he can be on that team. I don't know how that's not worse than what LeBron did. The only reason why it didn't happen is because there was rules set in place, and the general manager didn't have the ability or capability to make those trades, and he didn't want to do it anyway. But Barkley doing that is just as bad, if not worse, than what y'all claim that y'all get all in a tizzy for when it comes to LeBron. But I guess that don't matter because what Barkley wasn't viewed as the heir of Jordan, but he never could be because he played in the same era. He got drafted in the same year. Like, it's just mad awkward.
Why do we criticize ring chasing?
I don't understand it. And not only do I criticize ring chasing, I don't understand why y'all criticize the idea of building these teams to win rings, because effectively what y'all saying is, well, y'all don't think that LeBron would be able to win them if he didn't have all this talent. But if that's the case, then why do y'all celebrate Kareem then? Kareem won one championship, then went a whole borderline decade without winning another one. And while he was doing so, he was on a team with Norm Nixon, on a team with Jamal Wilkes, on a team with Michael Kudai, drafted
Adrian
Michael
Dantley
Cooper, had Adrian Dantley, still never won anything. They finally got Magic. They won in his first year while he missed the last game, the closeout game, and Magic was able to win Finals MVP. The next season, they had to rush Magic back out there to compete because he had got hurt in the middle of the season, and Magic Johnson wasn't 100% healthy, and Kareem couldn't get him past the first round. And then Magic Johnson the next year is 100% healthy, and they can go back to winning a championship. But no one never criticizes Kareem. So the way that y'all frame things, what y'all really don't understand is that y'all are also criticizing other players in NBA history.
Yeah, I don't care if you team up or ring chase. If you team up and lose, I got all the smoke for you though. Then you change teams, you try to team up, and you lose, you deserve smoke.
Yeah, but MacDuff, that makes no sense because most players don't team up and try to win, lose. Most players, most of these combinations. No, you don't, because you don't care. You don't talk about them.
Yes, we do.
I don't hear the smoke for Olajuwon, Barkley, and Drexler. Y'all just say they old and try to give them a pass. All the tandems that got together.
Barkley ain't got no ring.
All the tandems that got together and lost, you don't care about. You don't give them smoke. You just pretend like you do. You don't even know.
So we didn't fry KD in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yes, they did. Definitely.
But he didn't win though. So if you're saying why not fry Barkley then?
We do. He ain't got no ring.
We know that they're gonna attack players of today. But players that come out of the golden era, the so-called 80s, when they do it, they get a pass. 90s, when they do it, they get a pass. Oh, they was going against Jordan. They weren't going to beat Jordan anyway. Right? Even in the 2000s, when it happens, they get a pass. It's really just players of the day, primarily LeBron, because y'all say LeBron is the one that started this player mobility stuff, which he really didn't. But I mean, you don't care because Mike Def would know these teams and players that teamed up. He don't care.
And even if you do Mac Dev, you know for a fact when I run around, I call Karl Malone and John Stockton habitual losers. Charles Barkley is a loser. When I say that, I get a bunch of pushback, even though it's factually correct. It's factually
That's a
correct.
fact.
And you know for a fact I get pushback, despite the fact that Barkley and Malone are habitual losers. There's nothing more but losers. Win the postseason, will lose almost every single year. It don't matter, but I get pushback from that, even though it is factually correct.
I could see that from '90s fans. I could see that trying to hold on to something.
And then the same people try to sit here and criticize Harden and Kawhi and KD and all these other people, but sit here and go on and on about losers. They're losers. Patrick Ewing is a loser. That team with the Knicks actually got better when Ewing wasn't playing in the late '90s. He's a loser.
So Lo, what's your definition of a loser? Like, what's your clear definition of a loser?
Malone and Stockton have a losing record in the postseason. They are playoff losers.
Okay.
That is by definition a loser, is it not?
They have a losing record in the playoffs.
When they both were together, they played together for how many ever years, They have a losing record in the postseason.
Okay.
But we wouldn't say they was garbage or trash or something like
Right.
that.
Oh no,
Like,
you can
they
be a
were
really really great loser. Oh no, Russell Westbrook is James Harden. I mean, shit, there's a lot of great losers, but I mean, if you're a loser, then you're a loser. If I'm not mistaken, I think Barkley also has a losing record in the postseason.
Yeah, I think the pushback is people would try to make it seem like you're trying to say they not like Hall of Famers, like they wasn't great players or something like that in that era. I think that would probably be the pushback and be like, they not losers. They went to 2 finals. They just couldn't beat Jordan.
There's a bunch
I think
of
that'd be
losers, but there's a bunch of losers in the Hall of Fame. I mean, shit. I mean, I'm not saying you're just a Hall of Fame loser. That's all it is. I mean, shit.
So technically, using your definition of a loser, what you just said, I just asked your clear definition of a loser. You just told me what a loser was. So technically, using your definition of a loser, I mean, I'm just gonna leave it like that. You already know where I'm going with that, though.
Well, you saying
Are you saying LeBron James a loser because he has a losing record in the finals?
There you go. I mean, what's the difference?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
He's a finals loser. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I'm just making sure everything even across the board.
What Chamberlain? But this, to be fair, I'm being facetious. I'm just using their own logic. But yeah, Wilt Chamberlain, he's a finals loser as well.
That's a fact.
But you see what starts happening. This is why I say, you trying to use winning is just makes it too weird. Because if it's about winning and losing, then you're gonna run around, get to calling some of the greatest players in NBA history losers.
Exactly.
And you just get to run around removing them from conversations that they belong in because of winning and losing that, for the most part, they really can't control, because there's too many factors at play to win a championship to blame it all on one player. Too many factors. GM, injuries, all types of stuff, coaching. It's just too many factors. And all of those things have to be in perfect alignment. And you also need a little bit of luck. Right, it takes a little bit of luck too to go on a good playoff run, and I mean, but y'all want to hinge everything on winning and losing is wild. But hold on, MacDef, we got this is Olsen. Is he still up here? Yeah, we got him up here. We got Olsen from Layup. Hopefully, I'm saying his name correctly, man. My bad if I got it wrong.
No, you're all good. You're all good. It's Oshin.
Oshin. Yeah, I knew it was something to that degree, man. That I'm that nature, man. My bad. But I just wanted y'all know I've been running the Layup ads lately, and I've talked to some of y'all about Layup, what it was. I'm gonna be dropping the link in the chat for some of y'all. But now that we have him up here, he essentially runs the company, man. He's one that we reached out to me about the partnership. I just wanted him to kind of let you guys know about what it was, because I think there was a misconception that was just like another gambling app where it's gonna take your money and you got to go bet on stuff. But go ahead and talk to him about it real quick, man, and then we'll get back to the conversation.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me on as well, by the way. Layup. It's the responsible alternative to gambling. I think right now, if you look at America, I just moved to New York like 3 months ago. Gambling's crazy over here. Where I came from, over in Ireland, over in the UK as well, it was crazy like 20, 30 years ago, but they put a cap on it to some degree. And right now, when you come over here, you look around, you see gambling adverts actually just absolutely everywhere. So what we're working on is a responsible alternative to it. It's inspired by something that we have at home called prize bonds, or prizing saving. And basically what that is it's a savings account. You save money in this savings account, and instead of you getting interest, everybody's interest, absolutely everybody who's got an account there, all their interest is piled into one pot, and they use a lottery to distribute it. With Layup, we're just using a sports game. So what I would just say is, with Layup, you're going to save some money. You put some savings in, whatever you got spare cash, and you're going to get 3 picks a day. If those 3 picks come in, great, you're going to win a payout. But if those 3 picks don't come in, you would lose absolutely nothing. And that's what we're hearing from our users lots. I urge you to give it a try. Try the link that's on FIF's channel. But yeah, when your picks don't come in, you're just not losing anything. If you look at FanDuel, or you look at where people are spending their money in FanDuel, 70% of the money is on parlays. Our picks somewhat resemble parlays. 70% is going towards parlays, and I can tell you about 60% of that money going towards parlays is landed in FanDuel's pocket, and they're not giving it back. They're not giving it back in winnings. But if anybody in the chat has any questions, or even anybody on the panel has any questions, happy to talk about it. And again, thanks for having me on.
That's what's up. My gambling days is over though, man. I can't do it.
Well, you should try it, sir. You should try it. It's we pick the 7 biggest games of the week, and we give you 3 picks for each of those games, and you have to do nothing. It just sends them to you. It's a nice low effort way to have a bit of action in every day, because I know there's probably a lot of people that watch this channel, right, who like a bit of action, but maybe Tuesday night basketball game between whoever and whoever that you don't really give a shit about, maybe isn't the best time to spend that $5-10. So yeah.
You said you just moved to America. Where'd you move from?
I moved from London. I used to live in London, but I'm from Ireland originally. I just see on the chat there, can you explain how he makes money, please? Yeah, so when people save money with us, we're making some revenue in the background. We put a portion of that revenue, so the money on deposits, like interest is, making money that way. We put a percentage of that towards the prizes. So let's say we put 75% of what we make on the deposits into the prizes, and we take 25% ourselves. But the money is never a risk. It's always withdrawable. It's exactly how a savings account works, you know.
I feel like I'm on that Shark Tank show.
Yeah. So do I.
That's tough.
I feel like Mark Cuban. This is crazy.
Well, are you going to invest?
Wow.
Nah.
I'm joking.
That's what's up. That's a dope ass plug.
But yeah, it's
I know people gonna tap in.
It's a crazy word.
It's
a crazy word.
It's actually what's hard about this business is it doesn't really exist in America yet. It doesn't exist anywhere with sports, but in the UK, there's a product that does the same thing except with a lottery, and 22 million people have an account with it. So it's a really, really normal thing where I'm from, and we're trying to bring it over to the US. Me and my co-founder, both Irish, and yeah, we're just trying our best to spread the good word and working with Lamont here as well.
Okay. Can you reiterate for Najee? Najee just asked how much. You just want to reiterate that there's no cost. Go ahead.
No, there's no cost. Like you're not paying for bets. You're not staking any money. What we're just asking for people to do is, well, first of all, you can just try it out. You use FIF's link. You can try it out for your first month, and you're playing for pretty big prizes for your first month. After that, the only thing we ask is for people to save money with us or refer other users. Refer, and we'll make sure that you're playing for some pretty nice prizes or payouts rather, and also saving some money with us. So, you put money into it, you save some money with it. And if you want to take out those savings at any time, all good. But if you just want some action on today's game, tomorrow's game, the day after, you have to do nothing. We're going to send you those picks. And if they come off, you earn a payout. If not, you lose absolutely nothing. There's no staking in it, so it doesn't cost anything.
So it's basically win-win.
Yeah, like that's it. Like that's you can. Isn't it funny? It's hard to convince people when something is win-win that it's a good thing to do, but it sometimes sounds too good to be true. But the way it's working is we're funding those prizes in the background with revenue that we've generated on deposits. So it's not like gambling where they're kind of they're taking everybody's stakes when they make bad bets, and that's how they generate the money to pay out the bets when they sometimes do.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Somebody said, "Do you gamble to 25%? You keep."
No. So there's what? There's, say for example, with the ones in Ireland, what we're inspired by, all they're doing is they're earning an interest rate on the deposits. So like, say everybody has their accounts in the background in prize bonds. They're earning an interest rate on those deposits. They might earn an interest rate of 4%. they put 3% towards the prizes for the lottery, and then they take 1% as revenue on the program. What we can choose what we want to do with the revenue. Actually, to be honest, we see a lot of that spread that we get back. We put it towards things like making the game better and stuff. Right now, we're growing. We're really just trying to grow, and every bit of money that we have is focused on growing. We got some funding a couple of years ago, but we got to grow, and we got to put ourselves out there, and we got to be talking to people in the space, people who love sports, people who maybe like to bet, but yeah, if a person likes to bet, I can tell you, if they come on to ours, they won't have any problem with what's going on, but it just takes them a second to understand what's going on because it's a new product, you know?
Yeah, to be honest, I was a little confused, and he knows this in the beginning. Once I downloaded the app, and I'm like, okay, now I get it. That's when I finally got it. I was like, you really don't have to pay nothing. And every day I look at my phone, it tells me your pick is it tells me when the match is about to start. It tells me what parlay I have, and you just have to kind of rock out with it. But it is an interesting concept.
Yeah,
it is a good way to save, and like you said, you can still get in on the action. If you just kind of like being a part of the parlays for the night, you just want an opportunity. So.
Yeah, like what I'd say is that, you know, we're a young company. We're 2 years old. The concept that you just talked about, is strong. We believe in that, and we just know we don't have it completely right yet. But everything that I'm saying about that concept is true, and we can make the communication better. We can work with people. Like, one of the main ways we work now is we get feedback from the guys that come through channels like this. You know, we talk to them and we hear how they want the app to be or how they describe the app, and we're just making it better all the time. It's by no means a finished product, but that concept that you just talked about, instead of Joe Soap putting on that parlay in the middle of the week, they can just not waste, not donate that money to FanDuel, let's say. They can just chill on layup. And we want to get it to that point where it provides that excitement, and it can be that replacement, and exactly what we say, that responsible alternative to sports betting. But I just see there's a comment there. Is it restricted in certain states? We're restricted in Arkansas and Georgia right now. So it's available in every state except for Arkansas and Georgia. So sorry if T Streets is in one of those states.
I don't think he is.
Arkansas and Georgia. I've been in Georgia. That's up. So when I go to Georgia, so that means where I stay at, I mean, now I'm good. But if I go to Georgia, that means I can't play it.
So if you sign up and you're not in Georgia, you should be able to still see everything in your app. It'll still be working, but it's just for people who are signing up from Georgia. That's
okay. I got it. Okay.
Lamont, you been making bets?
Yeah, I got my app right
you
here.
Been betting on, man.
No, you don't. So you don't really bet.
You win me my money yet?
Nah, I'm paying you in a payment installment plan.
Hey, Lamont paying me in Bitcoin.
Hey, Lamont play too much. Don't pay that man $1 a day. I think he's doing that for real.
Oh shit! It's just a running joke now. I'll be fucking with that.
That's crazy.
Well, from listening to your conversation for a while, guys, I'm not sure, was Jordan making bets on golf or on basketball?
Jordan make bets on anything he can make bets on.
Yeah, they said Jordan was making bets on everything.
Jordan will bet on anything.
I don't have much basketball knowledge, but I definitely know I've heard that Michael Jordan likes to bet.
Yeah, he will. He'll bet on anything. Golf. I can walk faster than you. You for real?
Gambling is so respected all over the world.
There you go.
Yeah, I saw in that documentary the coins, flicking the coin closer to the wall was a thing that he did too.
Yep. I forgot what that was called, but yeah, he I mean, like I said, he was a
that
competitive
boy was
person.
flipping quarters. I said, this thing is a millionaire flipping quarters.
Jordan just like the bet. Anything
that in middle
Jordan
school,
was the ultimate competitor. Mac Duff, you gotta understand, Jordan was the ultimate competitor. Anything you think you could do better than Jordan, you're gonna bet on it.
Hey, y'all, I didn't want to hold up. I didn't want to hold up Ocean too much longer. I appreciate you pulling up and that did help explaining it, because I think a lot of people had questions and you answered some of them. So the main thing is hopefully we can get a few people here to get signed up. Like I say, it don't cost you nothing. Ain't no hidden fees. Like it's not gonna ask you for your Google Pay, and It's not going to, hidden fees and nothing like that. It's not going to do anything like that. So the main thing is just get signed up. At least just give it a try. If you don't like it, then. But I doubt that once you start using it, you're not going to like it. I promise you that.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Lamont.
Again, sorry for the people in Georgia and Arkansas.
Yeah. If you ever want me back on again, I'm happy to come on as well.
We're gonna set up a show where you can come up and I'm gonna have some, some videos and other things that you can kind of show some features a little bit better with. Might even be able to screen share my phone so we can kind of walk them through what it looks like when you're actually in the app. So hopefully we can get that done Saturday, man, when we go live.
Sounds good. All right.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
All right, bye.
Yo, Lamont.
Yep. What's good, man?
Yeah, let me just say something real quick, man. Your moderator, Najee, he's soft. He blocked me off the chat. I didn't say nothing disrespectful. I was just calling him out. He's soft for that. I want the chat to know that.
All right, hold on. Let me tell Najee, you got to stop blocking people. Hold on. Najee, I'm going to have to take your wrench if you're blocking people.
You was soft, B.
Let me go. I'm about to hold on. I'm about to unblock you right now. My bad.
That's funny. Hey, I got a question because we was talking.
Wait, hold on. Great one. Type something in the chat, and I'm just gonna make you a mod.
I was cooking him, and he got scared, and he blocked me. You a sucker, nigga.
Yeah, wow, man.
Hold on. I know. Great one. Can you type something in the chat, and that way I can just make you a mod?
Yeah, I'm good now.
There, yeah, I'm gonna make you a mod. Hold on one second.
I had to expose him for that.
No, you should be solid now. It won't happen again, bro.
Man, Lamont in the comments they still asking questions about that app.
Nah, hold on. I'm sorry.
They are?
Yeah.
Your man
Tyson
talks crazy on there.
just said.
But when you bring it back,
do I pick the wager amount or is it universal?
Oh, no, Tyson. So what happens is this. I can explain this part. So Tyson. So basically, the more you have in your savings account, the more you can win back. So for example, if I got like $10 saved into the app, in my little kind of like savings account, then my winnings is gonna be less if you choose to shoot. Like if you have like an extra $150 you want to put to the side, you just want to save it and put to the side. So you want to put it into your layup account where you can just save it. Well, your winnings that you get from the parlays are gonna be bigger than my winnings. Right, if the parlays hit. So, and what I've seen is that the parlays that they pick are pretty strong usually. So you can tell they put some thought process into the parlay. So a lot of times the parlays do hit or come close to hitting. So it's just about how much you have saved. The more you have saved, the more you can win out the pot. And so you can have $1 and you can see the $1 grow, or you can take $100 or $500 and you can see that grow. So the more you save, the more you're gonna grow. And at the end of the day, you still saving the money. The money is still put away, is saving, and you got an opportunity to win every single day without losing the 500. As opposed to like FanDuel or any of these sports books, you put your 500 in, you're just gonna see that money dwindle every day trying to hit them parlays. Probably gonna be going in a couple days.
Matt
it's like a wallet. You're right. It's like a wallet. Go ahead. Let's get back on topic though, man. Go ahead, Lo.
No, I think Mac Def was about to ask.
No, real quick, I wanted to ask a question because we were talking about championships and losers and how we kind of look at certain players. To me, and I just want to ask this question. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. Why is it more of a negative to Kobe's legacy that he played with Shaq and won than it is to LeBron James losing 6 NBA finals?
I gotta answer
me,
that.
To me,
That's easy.
Me and Mac Def on the same question.
Hold on. Is it a more of a negative to Kobe's legacy? Because you had Steph and Gilbert.
No,
go ahead.
So this is what happened. So I'm glad you brought this up because this is what happened with Gil and where people went off the rails with Gil. Gil was specifically talking to the people that are hyper focused on using championships to rank players higher than another player. Because one of the most common themes in this GOAT debate is you hear 6-0 over 4-6. They hinge everything on how many championships you win. So all Gil was saying, and I've actually made this same argument. I made this same argument with Elder. I said, if you're going to prioritize winning to the degree that you're willing to use it to rank one player over another, then you now have to start grading. You either have to start grading how you got those titles, right? And so basically saying if you're going to prioritize winning, and that's the ultimate of ultimates, and that's your number one criteria where you putting this player over other players, then well, now we get to grade how you won it. Like, did you win it as the number one guy or did you win it as the number two guy? And unfortunately for Kobe, those 3 years, because in the Scap Attack debate, they were only talking about 3 years. They weren't talking about Kobe's whole career. But he says, if you're just going to be one of those people that just say winning is everything, and by that logic, you then have to start grading. Well, Kobe, your championships, 3 of them came when you was the number 2. If you're one of those people that elevate Kobe over another person because he has 5 championships, I think there's a plethora of ways you can elevate Kobe over a ton of other players without running to the championships, because I don't think that's what made him great. That was the end result. He got lucky a little bit being on the Lakers, a great organization. But then I think that's when we start diminishing players. Like, you can either just judge them based on their resume and who they were as a player, but if you start judging them on championships, something that they can't really control, then you make it unfair. And then you start adding new elements in, like we got to grade you as a champion. How did you get that? Were you the number one option? Did you get the finals MVP?
So
want to get petty like that?
So this is my thing. All the stuff you're saying, I done heard you say stuff to contradict everything you just said. And what I mean by that is, when somebody brought up finals MVPs one other time, you said, well, finals MVP don't really hold that much weight. Because Andre Iguodala won one.
So Mingo,
a couple other players that won.
Hold on, Mingo. But you got to understand, this is not my logic or my criteria. Gil was talking to a very specific person about the criteria that they were using. They prioritized winning, and Gil was basically saying, "This is the flaw in your criteria." For example, if you do prioritize winning, then we now have to grade Kobe's championships. And if we grade Kobe's championships and say he was a number 2 for 3 of them, that then by that specific criteria will drop Kobe. But we know that's how we know it's a flawed way to value or rank or rate a player by winning.
Okay, I got something else.
So it's not. It's like, I agree with you. I don't value championships as high as a lot of people value them, and I don't value finals MVPs as high as a lot of people value them. I've told you what I value the most: league MVPs, right? Your accolades, your dominance, and some things that are more easily trackable that you can control. But I cannot de-rank you because you don't have 6 championships or you didn't go perfect in the finals. There's too many factors that go into winning and losing for me to hold that against a player.
So this, I got another thing. So being that, okay, y'all said Gil said Kobe won his first 3 championships for Shaq, right? So that mean he criticized Kobe for that, or he dropped Kobe for that, right?
No, he didn't. He has Kobe number 3 all time. He did not drop him. He was just explaining to somebody. No, he was just explaining to somebody why using just winning like championships, why hinging where you rank a player on championships makes no sense. Gil has Kobe at 3 all time because of other factors outside of winning the championships. But if you're just going to say the championships is the end all be all, then we have to then get particular about how you got those championships.
Okay.
So we do that with Robert Horry. We do that with Scottie Pippen. We do that with everybody else. So we know that these rankings don't hinge on championships because it's too hard to just rank people just on championships. It's too unfair.
Okay. So if Kobe, so my thing is, so if Kobe gets a knock for playing with Shaq, his first 3 rings, a lot of people do knock Kobe for that. Everybody say it.
No, they don't.
So if Kobe get knocked for winning those first 3 championships with Shaq,
nobody knocks Kobe for that.
Then doesn't he get points for winning without Shaq? Because Magic didn't win without Kareem.
But nobody knocks Kobe for that. That's
Jordan didn't win without Pippen.
But nobody knocks Kobe for that. Stop making that up,
bro. Really?
Who?
Everybody knocks Kobe for that.
Kobe's more knocked. No, Kobe's more knocked for having won.
All these guys be saying it.
Kobe's more knocked for having won MVP than having 3 championships with Shaq.
I'm lying, bro. Y'all sitting right here lying, and y'all
No,
know y'all lying.
that's why I want to ask Lo that. Because hold on, wait. Lo knows what I'm talking about. Because Lo agrees with me
We
when
all
I'm saying.
know he was. Because hold on, see, this is how I know Minga. Minga just because you know me and you know the praise that I give Scottie Pippen, even though he was a number 2. I don't use Pippen being the number 2 to knock him. I actually have to fight with you guys more about Scottie Pippen because you guys use it against Pippen being the number 2. You guys hold it against Scottie Pippen that he sacrificed his scoring to be a better defender to help Jordan. I'll be having to fight with y'all tooth and nail about guys like Scottie Pippen. So really, it be y'all with this mixed up logic. Y'all be really the logic fights the Jordan logic. The people that put Jordan, the people that run around saying 6-0, it's the Jordan logic that you're combating. I think that's why y'all struggle with it so much.
I also the same way you fight for Pippen, I think Pippen is easily top 30 to me. But
I have
the
him top
way
20.
He's top 40,
and I'm not mad at that. But the way 20. You fight for Pippen, for people to realize how great he was, I think the Kobe Bryant fans feel the same way about Kobe when you guys try to say sidekick or number 2, and it's like, bro, that's it's. I don't think it is. I think watching him play with Shaq,
for 3 years he was behind Shaq.
Superstars.
No matter how you slice it in Kobe's career, there was 3 years where he was definitively the second option behind Shaq. I don't care how your feelings feel about it. Shaq was the best player in the world. He was the most dominant player in the world. There were 3 years out of Kobe's entire 20-year career where he was number 2. It's okay.
But what is that doing, Lamont?
But
that's doing right there.
Well, I only got one thing to say. Lamont, why do you always be sneak dissing?
But that's not how
sneak dissing.
But that's not how
it is.
Think about it though.
He talking about he got lucky. What you mean he got lucky?
What are you talking about?
Well, you just did that statement that Kobe got lucky when he got drafted by the Lakers.
Yes,
yeah.
Because if he goes to Charlotte, he don't have no championships.
Kobe didn't get drafted by the Lakers. Kobe actually got drafted by the Hornets.
Did the GM scout Kobe and recruit Kobe?
If Kobe gets drafted to the Charlotte Hornets, he doesn't have any.
He did get drafted to the Charlotte Hornets.
You know what he's saying? He's saying
and got traded.
Did the GM scout Kobe and made sure he got Kobe?
That's still lucky though.
No. That's no luck in that.
That is luck.
That is luck.
How's that luck?
On him.
Because
it's
he got
luck
luck.
that
He got luck that Jerry West actually saw potential in him because other general managers.
Not only did Jerry West see potential, Jerry West put rumors about Kobe so other people didn't draft Kobe.
Yeah, that too. Yeah,
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that are out of his control that got Kobe in the situation that he was in because Kobe was still Kobe, and yet there was still a dozen teams that passed him.
That's luck.
We're not talking about the dozen teams that passed. We're talking about a GM who scouted him and made sure he wouldn't get him.
That's luck.
Boston.
That's not luck.
Boston also scouted him, and they decided not to draft him.
The Clippers told him they were going to draft him if he wasn't in high school.
It is luck into it.
You got lucky that there was
if we're talking about strictly the draft and the lottery, yes, that there is some luck
and convincing Shaq that same summer to come to the Lakers as well. That's a
because
lot
of who?
Luck.
Let's go. Let's take it a step further. The whole lottery process is a luck. Because if it was another organization,
exactly where you get placed and everything.
If it was another organization that had the 13th pick instead of Charlotte, they might not have been willing to make the trade. It's the entire
check this out.
Lottery is luck. It's luck.
No, check this out. Do you know how crazy it is? Imagine if the NBA doesn't add expansion teams, if Charlotte doesn't have that additional draft compensation to draft Tony Delk and Kobe in the same draft. It changes everything. So it started with the expansion. It trickled down and it had an effect to where Kobe landed. It's all luck. It doesn't change who Kobe is as a player. That's why I say sometimes we have to not judge these players on winning and losing. Like, for example, I think a guy like Kevin Garnett or even Tracy McGrady, they get slighted a ton because talent-wise, you're looking at two of some of the, like, especially with Tracy, you're looking at one of the most talented players in NBA history. But he will never go down on anybody's realistic ranking or anywhere in the top 20 because of how his career panned out because he was on shitty teams.
And that's what I want to ask Lo. I know Lo doesn't like to use accolades to move players up or move players down, but do you use winning and losing like you were saying with Charles Barkley and Karl Malone and them in your rankings, Lo?
No, that's me being facetious because I have
Okay.
I
Yeah, that's
have,
why I was curious. That's why I was curious. Because I know you always be playing around
no,
sometimes.
no.
Okay.
I got both of them in my top 20. But then my follow question is all it is that if y'all are that high on
That's
Kobe,
nasty word.
y'all
Wow.
wait. Yeah, no, you think I care about the whole thing is nasty. Everything we talking about is nasty, my nigga.
Karl Malone and Stockton top 20 is nasty.
No, not Stockton. No, Karl Malone and
Karl Malone's top 20. Karl Malone is top 20 for sure.
not Stockton.
Hell no.
Well, my question is that if y'all are that high on Kobe, because this is the thing that I also don't understand. If y'all are that high on Kobe, which is fine, why the fuck did y'all give that much credit to Shaq? Shaq is quite literally antithesis to everything that y'all claim that y'all love to talk about. Y'all talk about all defensive teams. He didn't make that many. Y'all talk about the will to win and always being a competitor. He wasn't that. He was quitting. He didn't want to fucking play in the beginning of the season. He took time out in the offseason, didn't take it serious. He quite literally left his team with a bona fide star next to him because he quite literally wanted more money. Everything about him going from Orlando to Lakers had nothing to do with personnel and everything to do with the money. He constantly missed games all throughout his time with the from after he left Orlando to the Lakers, and a large part of it had to do with the fact that he wasn't taking the game serious. Why do y'all hate? Why do y'all not give Shaq? And he did also. Y'all talk about, oh my God, niggas got podcasts nowadays. They just want to do everything but play basketball. Shaq was doing everything besides playing basketball in the late 90s. He was partying. He had He had a whole record deals, making music. He got a song with Biggie Small. Like he was doing everything but playing basketball.
But he did give us Shazam. He gave us Shazam. He gave us Shazam.
Did you
movies?
The reason we don't criticize Shaq is did you see him doing the three-peat with the Lakers?
Also, then that's the other thing. Y'all then criticize, man, ain't even that competitive nowadays. Not like how it was back in the day. It was ultra competitive. So it was competitive against Rick Smits in his last year. It was competitive against Jason Collins and Tom McCullough with the Nets.
Not Tom McCullough. You talking about the finals? He dominated the finals. That's
Tom
fact.
McCullough.
The Western come on, Low.
So
No, he's
you
basing
telling
it
me
on
you
y'all
telling me
logic.
a young man with money and ego.
Why don't y'all just be honest and say that Shaq is beloved? Shaq is beloved. That's just the fact. Shaq is beloved.
He dominated. He's the most dominant player we've seen.
Hold on, Mac. Let Lo finish. I'm gonna go to you next, man.
What dominant player never lead the league in rebounds?
But these are the same people, Matt Duff. These are the same people who will sit here and
LeBron.
say, like you just sat there and said, wait, Matt Duff, you're the same people, like you just sat there and said about how the tough Western Conference, but the same people will sit here and say the reason why Kobe was the best or better than he was is because he carried them through the Western Conference. They quite literally say that.
Yeah. But
it don't make no sense.
No, Low. Nobody cares. That my whole thing is with the Kobe.
Or they not just saying that, Lamont?
They do say that. They do say that. I'm not saying they didn't.
They were.
They do. They say Shaq carried Kobe. They say Kobe carried Shaq through the West. They say all these narratives. What I'm saying is Shaq was the best player on the Lakers during that three-peat. He was the number one option, this, that, and the third. He was the best player in the world. Hands down, no argument from me. From what I saw, Shaq was the best player. What I do, and he deserves to be, and let's just, in my opinion, after that three-peat, Shaq was the very first player that I thought was going to be better than Jordan if he kept that up. He was the first player that I ever thought was going to be better than Jordan. So I give Shaq all the promise and premise in the world for what he actually did during that three-peat. The reason he's not going to get criticized is because of the competition that he actually had to face. We give him kudos for going through the 90s and having to go up against Hakeem, Patrick Ewing, and all those great centers. Then when he got to the 2000s, he did what he was supposed to do. He dominated, but he dominated in a fashion we ain't never seen. Like those three-peats averaging 30 and 15, he was ridiculous.
I'm not really talking about you and
Mac
I.
knows all the narratives about basketball.
I'm not going to say nothing like that. You guys have to look at it. A young man with money and ego. You seeing it right now today in every sports game. What happens?
What are you talking about, George?
I'm talking about Shaq. When Shaq was young, what he talking about he was doing everything else but playing basketball. This is a young man with money and an ego.
I want to say this because I'm thinking
I don't
about
criticize people off the court.
I'm about to say. I'm. Let me be clear. When I bring up certain things, it's not I necessarily believe them. It's me trying to understand where the consistency aligns. So to MacDev, I'm pretty sure you also don't believe those things as well. I am more so talking. I'm putting it on the ethos.
Why do they say?
Why I'm going to say? Why is it that everything that you claim you champion, you love, the way that you rank players, the grit, the grind, the effort, the consistency, the dedication, the staying on one team, not leaving, more concerned about the game and the essence of basketball instead of money, always working on your game and not doing other things off, always playing consistently, all the things that people criticize now. If we're being, and they claim that's this new generation, Shaq quite literally is the one who started it.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
But no one ever criticized Shaq. And not only does no one criticize Shaq, they then try to go back and rewrite history and talk about Kobe in a way in which, effectively, by your own logic, if you believe that the only time Shaq dominated was in the finals where he was weak, when it was weak comp against him, and then throughout the West, they're now saying that it was 1A, 1B, and sometimes Kobe was even better. If that's the case, if Kobe is the one who carried through the tougher competition and Shaq only really dominated against the weak competition, why do they sit here and champion Shaq to that degree? Because that does not make any sense at all. And Shaq has openly admitted that he was lazy.
Based on Jordan logic, sticking with one team. You right with that. I don't know why they don't hold Shaq to that same standard if they was going to criticize
because his name is not LeBron James.
or anybody
his name
else.
is not LeBron James. That's why, like I said, he's the only person who was ever compared to Michael Jordan was Kobe and LeBron. That's it. And just like Lamont said the other day, all those guys failed surpassing Jordan. LeBron's the only one that surpassed Jordan. That's why you guys hold LeBron to.
We ain't going there. Now you look at Shaq now. Look at Shaq now as a grown man who's come out and admitted the flaws he had as a young man playing basketball. It's two different mindsets.
No, but my only thing is about the whole situation, all this stuff, is that I don't even have a problem with LeBron and them leaving. Hell, I don't even have a problem with KD leaving, even though he went to the team that, even though he went to the
sucker for that.
Even though he went to the team that beat him, that's the only slight I would have against that. But I don't have a problem with these guys leaving, going to other teams. I never argue that. I don't have a problem with that because these owners can trade you at a drop. Hell, what's the name? Say he found out he was traded on.
But Mingo, I think the scary part about it is this: about the players moving teams. It's harder to win when you move teams. In reality, we should give players that switch teams more credit for winning based on the level of difficulty it takes to go to a new team and win at the highest level.
I don't agree with that. It kind of depends on who you got on your team, though, Lamont.
No, it doesn't.
Just say the same thing. It depends on who you got on your team.
It still doesn't even matter. It still don't even matter who you got on your team, because the one thing that we've seen, especially in the NBA today, is that chemistry trumps talent. Chemistry will trump talent any day of the week. The league is too good now. You might be able to get away with that in the 90s, but even in this era, we saw like you can have even if KD, Kyrie, and Harden were all healthy, I think they still get beat by somebody.
I don't. If they was all healthy,
they were struggling. Hold on, they were struggling. They couldn't win games. They couldn't get right. We've seen these teams
they were never healthy, Lamont.
It doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is, we see these teams get created, and there's nobody. We're not in a league anymore where teams and young players back down because you got a few good players. They eyes get wider. They want to walk in your gym and cook you even more the more talent you get. Like you see, the Lakers every single night, just because they got Brown and AD, got to deal with some young buck that want to come impress some female in LA trying to score. Like you always got somebody going crazy on the Lakers because they trying to be like, I can make my name on social media if I go crazy tonight. Like you ain't had it in the 90s. You didn't have out of the blue performances like we be seeing. Like guys want to go at you now. They can make
how much scored 57.
Man, no. In today's game, you can, like you say, you can have a playoff run like Duncan Robinson and become a 100 millionaire just like that, and you don't even deserve it. They are trying to turn up on you whenever they can get, and that was not happening.
Hey, watch your mouth about my Heat.
So
you know
Lamont, according to your logic, Lamont.
It's not 100 millionaires, it's an 80 millionaire. Get it right.
You mean a player run like Jimmy Butler?
Yeah.
So Lamont, according to your logic, so you telling me
talking
that
shit about my Heat.
that when they put that Heat team together, you didn't think they was gonna win a championship. LeBron, Bosh, and Wade, you didn't think they were gonna win a championship.
No, I thought they were gonna win, but I wasn't surprised when they lost.
But I knew they was gonna. But you knew they was gonna win.
I was gonna ask you that, Lamont. Who here thought when Boston got Kevin Garnett, Ray Allen, and Paul Pierce, they would only win one?
When they got those three, I thought Boston was gonna win.
They won. They did.
But who thought they were only win one championship on top of that?
They still won.
No, that's what I'm saying. Who thought they were only going to win one?
No.
Who thought they were only going to win one?
KG got hurt.
Because KG got hurt.
KG did get hurt.
No, I know that, but we're not expecting people to get hurt though. Lo, you're not expecting KG to get hurt.
All I'm saying
right?
is who we predict to win don't always win. Like right now this year, the two best teams, we got Boston and Cleveland, and we probably got somebody in the West, OKC. But at the end of the day, would you be surprised if one of those three teams didn't win?
Yeah, because I ate the Grizzlies good too.
Yeah,
I
would.
would.
None of those are super. None of those are super teams.
When you got teams like Milwaukee still out there,
you got Denver.
Hold on, who's a super team?
I ain't gonna lie, man. That shit they got on the OKC, man. That shit is actually ridiculous, man.
No, that's organic, Lo. That's organic, Lo. They didn't trade for those picks. Lo, they didn't trade for those picks, Lo.
I know you being facetious, Johnny, but I don't.
Don't they remind you of the Denver Nuggets?
I think
OKC remind you of the Denver Nuggets.
Only reason why you don't think that though, Matt Def, is because Chet hasn't played. But when Chet comes back, because Chet, in my opinion, is like, bro, he is like fringe All NBA.
So y'all saying, wait a minute. So y'all saying, okay,
right, Lo.
Is a super team?
I don't think there's three superstars.
And I think
they're the modern idea of super team. Yeah, if you think it like that, yeah, man, they got some studs over there.
What else is a super team?
No, they got.
We don't know what a super team is. Who knows what a super team is?
I think. Well, me personally, I think if you got 3 All-Stars, 2 of which can play at an All-NBA level, and the best one is playing at an MVP level, I think that is really hard to produce. But especially if you got that in a team as deep as OKC, oh my God, yes. Yes.
Not to mention they got all defensive players too, Lo. They got all defensive players too.
That's what I'm saying. They deep.
Come on, man. Give SGA his credit.
Is it a stain on SGA's record this year?
That's what I'm about to say. Yeah. So that's what Mac just said. Mac just said, give SGA his credit. When I say a super team, I'm not taking away nobody credit, because at the end of the day, the best player still has to play at a certain level for me to even constitute them as a super team. So Shea still got to go out there and do what he's doing for it to constitute it as. I just look at it as a conglomerate of talent. That's how I just view it as. I don't view it as a negative.
Yeah, I think everybody got different definitions of super teams. I don't see no super team in the NBA.
That's because it's fake, and that's why there's no real definition. Y'all
That
just make it up.
that team, boy. That OKC.
SGA is my MVP. That dude.
But I wouldn't want to play OKC in the playoffs.
I was about to say, that team is crazy, bro. That's a
I don't.
Yeah,
everybody
but
could get beat in the West.
The basketball circle don't trust them, though. The basketball circle don't trust them. People think they're still too young to win.
They said the same thing about the Warriors.
I know that, but that's the sentiment, because the idea is
the
idea you're supposed to the idea is you're supposed to go through something. No, that's what I'm saying. You're supposed to go through something. You're supposed to go through trials and tribulations.
I haven't seen a team that thirsty and happy to go play defense.
Yes,
like that's the scary.
They have the best chemistry in basketball. They have the best chemistry in basketball.
Almost every position too. They desire to play defense at practically every position, bro. That's crazy.
Because they got good chemistry. Because they got good chemistry as a team.
You talking about 90s? You talking about 90s teams? Okay,
we talking about right here.
Yeah, it's not like
90s. Stop.
Nobody in the 90s can guard anybody who can play like they play today.
So no, according to what you just said, right? According to what you just said,
if they call traveling and carries, they can.
So according to what you just said, so that will make the Knicks a super team too, right?
How the Knicks a super team?
They got Mikal Bridges, they got Cat, and they got Jalen Brunson.
I don't know if you seen Mikal
all on the same team.
I don't know if you seen Mikal this year.
And they got and their team is deep too, Lo. They got a deep team too with Josh Hart.
No, they don't.
And OG Anunoby and all them guys.
They don't have no bench.
That's their problem. They don't have a bench. They don't have a bench. That's quite literally their problem. That's the reason why McKellen and playing.
Josh Hart come off the bench.
Bro, you need a whole bench. One player.
Nah, they got a decent bench now. Come on now, their bench ain't that bad.
Name the bench. Name the bench.
You're not watching. Josh Hart starts.
McBride.
No, Josh Hart don't start.
I'm looking at.
They got Tom Thibodeau. He on the bench.
Josh Hart is a starter. Josh Hart starts. Yes, he's a starter.
That game I watched, I don't think he was.
It's chemistry, like Lamont said. Chemistry will take
Josh
you
Hart
further than
has
talent.
started. Josh Hart has started every game he's played.
Hold on.
Starting
You
line.
know that. You done seen your Miami Heat do some wonders with chemistry.
I know that. I tell people that all the time. Chemistry is the most important thing in basketball. You have to be able to communicate with one another. Guys have to know their roles. It's a difference. And once you have that in line, that's the thing. That's the hard part. It's hard to get players, like you said, into your philosophy as a coach. Imagine trying to tell someone that could score 20 points per game, no, we don't need you to score 20. We need you doing this. Or somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what ends up happening in the NBA. You got a lot of good players, but they have to play their role. You have to good chemistry. You see it in OKC. Every game, it's like 6 players standing there doing the interview when it's supposed to be just one player. And they be there just hanging out with each other all day long. Some dudes really like playing with one another.
They lose.
And sometimes the chemistry.
Look. Mac is expecting them to lose. Look, Mac is expecting them to lose.
I expected Jokic to lose last year. I was like, the West is too tough. They can't go through that gauntlet.
They're better this year than they were last year. They're better this year than they were last year. They're way better than they were last year.
OKC, even as a number 1 seed, I think they still gonna have to go.
Nah, Denver's not as good as they were last year. Denver was not as good as they were last year. Especially with Gordon being in and out of the lineup.
Let me go through everybody. I'm gonna start with Low. Who y'all got? Who's y'all dark horse?
I got dark horse.
Dark horse.
Oh shit! I mean, I guess Denver will be a dark horse because to me, OKC is.
I'm talking about dark horse to win it all.
Oh, to win it all?
Win it all.
Yeah, Denver. It'd still be Denver. Denver will be the dark horse. Denver or Milwaukee. Denver out the west, Milwaukee out the east. Those are my 2 dark horses.
We got. Hold on, Mac Def. Who you got?
Is that a dark? Is Giannis a dark horse? That is sad. Have we downgraded Giannis to dark horse?
Because he would have to.
I mean, he just downgraded Joker to a dark horse. Why not? You could do the same. Low, just
Yeah,
Joker.
those are good picks, Low.
No, they would have to. They would have to be Cleveland.
A dark horse would be LeBron and the Lakers. Don't nobody
At the end of the day,
expect
it's still a team game though.
No.
Still need a team to win.
No,
They're in the light. They're not in the dark.
The Bucks would have to beat Cleveland and Boston just to get out the East, and then go to the West and probably beat OKC as well. Nigga, that is a dark horse.
Hold on, let me go to OG picks. Who's your dark horse?
I would just say the Bucks and I guess the Lakers.
The Lakers are dark. They're super dark.
Hey, I'm gonna give you a dark horse.
They ain't in the dark. You can see them. You can see them.
I got 2 dark horses out of the West that don't nobody see coming.
Hold on,
if Kawhi stay healthy, if Kawhi is 75%, I'm gonna start with that.
You stopped us for you to bring up the Clippers. This guy.
If Kawhi, listen to me. I know what I seen. I know what I saw in 2014. I know what I saw in 2019. If Kawhi is 75% and the Clippers are healthy, that's my dark horse. That's my dark horse out of the West. Because Kawhi in the 7-game series, 75%, yes, he can make things happen. In the East,
said the Clippers and Kawhi.
In the East,
shit, you might as well say Embiid if he stay healthy. Fuck, right?
Exactly. Thank you.
Nah, you might as well say. You might as well.
You got more. Hell, I ain't got no faith in Embiid. I got more faith in the 75% Kawhi over 100% Embiid. Y'all tripping.
I got more faith that Embiid to play before Kawhi play. I know that much.
Hold on, go James Keenan. Who's your dark horse?
They're not even making the Sixers. Not even making the playoffs in the East. I don't see no dark horse in the East. I think it's the top 4. I just think it's the top 4 teams.
Come on, make it.
Yeah, come on, Lamont. You know who my 2 dark horses is.
Go ahead. I just said the West. Go ahead, then. Y'all got
my God, here go. Biscayne in June. Okay, that's when and where we have our parade in Miami. All right. So it'll be hopefully in 2025 we'll have our parade again. But if not, it's the Lakers. You know me, man. If not, but if you want me to talk as a real fan,
he said a dark horse, not
those are dark horses. Those are dark horses, fool. But you ask, that's a real prayer. All y'all giving a prayer because in reality, there's only 4 teams that really have championship contention.
That's
Boston, that's New York, that's Cleveland, and that's OKC. Everybody else is all dark horses.
You know what the Lakers need to
And
do?
the East got 4 teams. The East got 4 teams, and you don't know what's going to happen in the West.
Hold on one
The
second.
East got 3 teams.
Hey, y'all know what the Lakers need to be a dark horse? I'm gonna see if y'all disagree with this. This is gonna be crazy sounding. This is gonna sound crazy. But for the Lakers to turn into a dark horse, they need LeBron to get injured.
You are wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I
was going to say at least turn back the clock to age 30.
No, listen. Because what it's going to do, like, for example, let's say he rolls his ankle, right? Let's say it's like one of the more serious rolls. You got to sit for, month and a half, close to 2 months.
Make a trade.
It's rest. It's a fresh LeBron. And the only way they can be a dark horse is if you can go into the playoffs with a fresh LeBron, and the Lakers can find a way to hold it down when he's not there. But if you don't have a fresh LeBron going into the playoffs, you ain't no dark horse, because he gets tired too easily now. He will get tired out first in about the second or third quarter, because I'm
asking you
but we've seen him when
I agree with you with that about 3-4 years ago. I agree with you with that. Now let's say LeBron James enters the playoffs healthy, 100%, right? But let's say the standings stay as they are. The Nuggets are 4, the Lakers are 5. Do you got the Lakers beating the Nuggets in the first round?
Yeah, I have the Lakers beating this Nugget team. Hell yeah.
I'll put it like this: if he get hurt,
They don't even know who's on the Nuggets team, man.
if
They still
something
think it's the
happens
same
to
Nuggets team.
Brian and he get hurt and they start winning and he comes back, he's going to destroy the chemistry.
That's one way of looking at
Lamont,
it. The Lakers
that's a
are
wicked
just not
take,
good
Lamont.
enough, bro.
That's nasty work. I almost hit the end stream button on you for saying that. So, but
the Lakers are just not good enough. I like the Timberwolves if they get they shit together
Nope.
and
Like
goes off.
You like everything.
Mac, do you watch
No,
basketball?
no.
Mac? Are you been watching any basketball this season? You like it?
Hold on. Don't
You talking like it's August? It's when January.
Julius Randle was still out of place. Not
Hold
going
on,
to work.
the Timberwolves.
That's what I'm saying. If the Timberwolves get their stuff together, but don't nobody want to see Ant-Man in a 7-game series?
Mac, the Timberwolves got the same record as the Detroit Pistons right now. They ain't happening.
Yeah.
So
the dark horse in the West.
That's actually
if
crazy.
the trade rumors happen,
That's crazy.
and the Suns get Jimmy, the Suns will become the dark horse.
Bickerstaff need to be.
The Suns ain't going nowhere. I'm sorry.
If the trade happens and they get Jimmy, the Suns are the dark horse.
It ain't gonna happen.
That's a deep in the
the dark horse.
Yeah,
They too
Because
old.
like Lo
They can't play. They can't play
Lo
defense.
said, please show somebody how Jimmy Butler and Bradley Beal can be moved anywhere. Just anybody shows how we can move
I
Bradley
said
Beal
if.
and Jimmy Butler.
I just said it was going. I said if, didn't I?
No, but that's what I'm saying. But if you gotta give us, what is that if? How can it be? Because how can you move Jimmy's contract and Bradley Beal's contract? Nobody wants it.
No, it's not that no more. It's the Phoenix.
Oh, the
Suns
Bucks will take Bradley Beal.
No, the only reason the Suns are willing to pay Jimmy is because they're trying to get rid of Bradley Beal. But nobody wants Bradley Beal's contract, so that means they don't have the money for Jimmy neither. So
I thought it was a three-way trade. I thought
nobody wants Bradley Beal. Nobody wants Bradley Beal. They have to get rid of Bradley.
Hold on,
okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just telling y'all, the Suns are gearing up for the trade, but it's not for Jimmy Butler.
I'm about to say, I think it's another trade.
I'm telling you right now, and I've already heard it. It's not Jimmy Butler.
It's not.
Who is it?
I don't know, but all I've been told, it ain't Jimmy. That's all I know.
That's all
I know.
I can't see them getting Zach LaVine.
Bro,
get Steph.
Half these trades,
They ain't get no damn.
you don't
Steph
hear about them
Curry.
until they happen anyway. But the
Bro,
more
they're
you
not
hear
getting
about it,
Steph.
the more fake it is.
They're
The
not
more
getting
it's
Steph.
rumored, the more fake it is.
They're not getting no Steph Curry.
Yeah, they're not
The
getting
dark
Steph.
horse in the East is Cleveland.
It's Atlanta. Atlanta's the only dark horse because they're
What, say-
Atlanta's the only team. No, because Atlanta's the only team. Because Atlanta's the only team in the East that's beating the top teams more than likely. They beat Boston, they beating Cleveland, and they beating the Knicks.
The Suns get
I don't
anybody.
see no
and they-
dark horse in the East.
How can the Suns get anybody and they can't even trade Bradley Beal because he got a no trade clause? If he say he ain't going nowhere, he ain't going nowhere.
They're not trying to trade Bradley Beal. They're
No,
trying to
Bradley
trade
Beal. I'm telling y'all this right now. Bradley Beal has already told the team he's fine with. He said the same thing that Jimmy said. I'll go anywhere but here. That's what I know. So I heard too. I said this.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
Jimmy
if he
said
said
anywhere
that,
but
then-
Memphis. Jimmy said anywhere but Memphis.
Ooh.
Okay, well, if he said that,
is the
then everything
76ers
good.
breaking it?
But see,
apart?
I
Is they
heard
rebuilding?
I heard they're not trying to trade Bradley Beal per se. I heard they're trying to trade Nurkic, and they knew they had to get those picks to put with Nurkic to trade him.
It's trash.
I heard
don't
too.
want no Nurkic.
But of course, I mean, obviously, nobody don't really want Nurkic, but that's the reason why they also got that big out of what you call it as well, because they knew that they're like they're going to replace Nurkic.
We talking about Plumlee?
No.
But the player I
you
think
talking
the
about
Suns are trying to get is
Richards,
stupid.
Nick
Richards. Nick Richards. Yeah,
Nick
What'd you say?
Richards. Yeah.
The player that I heard the Suns are trying to get is absolutely stupid. Makes absolutely no sense.
I haven't heard a name, but I heard that they got those picks to put what Yusuf Nurkic. Next year, Nurkic will be on an expiring contract, so it's not like he don't have that much years left on his deal anyway. He's only making $19 million next year.
I think he ends up with LA.
Who's the person they're trying to get?
Who, me? I heard Fred
Who's
Van
Who?
Fred VanVleet.
Fred VanVleet.
Nah, the Rockets ain't trading.
Oh, they got Tyus Jones.
Wow.
Tyus Jones, no.
Rockets ain't doing that.
What they gonna do with Tyus Jones if they get Fred VanVleet? What they gonna do with Tyus Jones?
Same thing they doing.
They need
now.
to hold on. Right now, the
Get him off
Phoenix
the
Suns
bench.
are struggling because they're trying to run Devin Booker and Bradley Beal at the point, and it's screwing them over. They don't have a point guard. They're getting when they had a point guard, they were looking elite. But without a point guard,
The
they can't.
Thunder might be first round exits, boy.
That's a lie. That ain't happening. That ain't happening.
Hey, hold on. If they face Luka in the first round, y'all just
they're gonna beat
100%
Luka
got the
then.
under.
Hey,
They're gonna beat
you know,
Luka
oddly
then.
enough,
Yeah.
hey, oddly
Yeah.
enough,
Yes.
if they face the Lakers in the first round, the Lakers played them well for some reason.
We haven't played them well this year.
Not
And
this
on
year,
top-
but over the last 3 years, it ain't really been a matchup.
The reason why it hasn't been, I'm gonna say the reason why it hasn't been is because Chet is just too small, and so AD would actually have solid games against him. You can just bully him around. The second problem is that they didn't have enough reps and wing depth to guard LeBron. However, J-Dub has gotten better at that. They still have Lou Dort, and now they have Caruso. So they have multiple bodies to throw at LeBron. Then
they got Al-Hart. They got Al-Hart too now.
and they have another big in Isaiah Hartenstein as well. It's just not.
Yeah,
It's not.
Hartenstein will put Anthony Davis in street.
It's not
though.
the same
That's
thing. It's not the same.
That's a gentleman's sweep. Y'all tripping right now.
That team is different this year, man.
But don't forget about Wiggins. Wiggins be balling too.
Yeah, then their bench has gotten better now. Their bench is producing better. It's that team is. I don't know how anybody can look. If y'all
Luka not getting sweat. That's all I'm saying. Luka
I
can
don't
do
know
it.
if you seen Luka this year. I don't know.
He been hurt. Look, come on, man. Luka in the playoffs though.
That's the problem. He's been hurt.
Y'all, I'm not finna do. If Luka's healthy and the Mavericks are the 8th seed and they face the Thunder first round,
Nobody.
I wouldn't be
fears
surprised.
Dallas Mavericks, my guy.
all these
Nobody.
ifs.
So y'all ain't got no faith
I
in the.
wouldn't be
Y'all ain't got no
surprised.
faith
They
in
the
the
9th seed right now, so they gonna be the 8th seed.
Derek Lively would have to be rushed back on the floor because he's out into the end of the season, so they have to rush him back on the floor as well. No.
Mac, you gotta start
That hurts
watching
right
the
there.
games, Mac.
He made a lot of stuff work for them.
Yes.
That would hurt.
So y'all ain't got no faith in the Memphis Grizzlies.
No.
I'm just saying Luka. Period. Nah, anybody. The Rockets and the
Desmond
Grizzlies.
Bane. How fast did he fall off? Wasn't that crazy? He looked like he fell off the planet.
Yeah.
The Heat wanted him, but now they don't want him neither.
The King. The King is horrible.
Nah, the Rockets ain't bad. Though.
That's a dark horse though. Let me tell you something. Keep sleeping on Memphis, because them young boys with John Morant are some trouble if they get into the playoffs.
I'm gonna sleep on him until I see him.
I'm just saying, y'all pay attention.
Don't
Them
press the
boys,
snooze button
them boys again. Chemistry matters. What's hurt Memphis is John Morant always being in and out of the lineup. But if they get a little stretch here where they can get together and play good together, they got some boys. They got Gigi Jackson. They got some guys over there. They're not a bad team.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought they said Gigi Jackson was injured for the season.
I don't know. They did just announce the Western All-Stars. So
yeah, SGA leading the song.
It's all the names that you all think. It's
Curry,
SGA, KD,
LeBron,
and Jokic.
Jokic, yeah.
That's the starting five?
Yeah.
5, yeah.
Yeah.
KD and Steph still got voted in damn, that's crazy.
I ain't gonna hold you. This is
All
why.
Star game is in Frisco. It's in the city, so
Yeah, he was gonna make it.
Yeah, what do you like?
Yeah, but to be the first, I mean, to get voted over SGA. You said what? SGA?
No, SGA in there. SGA let the guards vote.
Yeah. What other guard in the West is supposed to be over Curry?
You just said Anthony Edwards. Why not him?
No. He's not on there. It's Shea, Curry, KD, LeBron.
That's what I'm saying. It should be Anthony Edwards instead of Curry.
No.
Yeah.
It's in the Bay. It's in the Bay.
Who cares?
First
the man
of all,
scored 2 points the other day.
First of all, they need to get fan voting back. I love Jokic. I love Jokic more than anybody else. I do not want to see Jokic starting in the All-Star game anymore. I'm kind of over that already. Give Wemby the starting position, man. Let him take over, man. Let Wemby take over, go crazy, man.
So it's not on the fans no more. It's fans, players, and media.
It is fans, and then it's the other people, the players and stuff.
Yeah, they
fans vote.
I'll take Kyrie over Anthony Edwards. Y'all too.
But what y'all think about LaMelo getting the top vote over there in the East?
Kyrie,
he didn't make it though. LaMelo didn't start. Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, Giannis, Tatum, and Towns.
Say LaMelo ain't start.
LaMelo got the fan voting, but then the other 2 votes being players and media, he didn't get that vote.
Oh, y'all gonna hear LeVar. LeVar gonna say something about that.
I'm not mad about the East. The East is cool.
Be expecting some kind of
I'm not mad at the East.
Complain about the West.
Hero should have got in there.
I want to.
You said Hero should have got it. He shouldn't have.
Yeah, Hero's balling this year.
And Hero ain't.
But I got to
Hero get in the field. If he
how many players this year? How many other players this year giving you 25, 5 and 5 on 47% shooting and over 40% from the 3-point line, plus 86% from the free throw line?
Compared to those other guys. I'm talking about compared to the guys that made it. Now compare that to the guys that made it.
Stop hating.
Compare that to the guys that made it.
That sound like Manu Ginobili.
Yeah, over in the East.
Manu Ginobili averaged 25 points per game
for about a month.
He said for about a month.
Did Kay Cunningham at least make the All-Star team?
Now it's going to be on the reserve voting.
Nah, Kay been balling now. Kay definitely.
Trae Young, Kay Cunningham is over them boys.
They gonna put
Hero.
LaMelo. They gonna put LaMelo in there.
And LaMelo, yeah, them 3 gotta go up in there.
Y'all gonna put a bunch of players that are not playing defense so people can complain again? We need more defenders out here.
And not in the All-Star game. The All-Star game, it don't need defense.
That's what people complain about.
What happened with Tatum and Steve Kerr? What happened?
I think people blowing that way out of proportion.
Yeah, nothing happened.
Somebody said made it seem like he blew him off or something. I don't know.
Oh, I mean that might happen, but I just think
he was talking with Steph Curry, and Steve Kerr went to go say what's up to him, good game, and he kept the conversation going longer than what it, I guess, should have been. And Steve Kerr just walked off like, I'm not finna wait. And Jaylen Brown started cracking up laughing. Like, nigga, ain't nobody finna shake your hand.
He did it on purpose.
Yeah. Jason Tatum's still soft to everybody, though.
I don't know. I don't know why, because as time progresses,
it's going out of proportion.
Yeah, you don't get no points for slighting Steve Kerr. Man.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and on top of that, like, I just when people sit here and say that, and we
not according to Jason Tatum.
We watched the Olympics. It's like, bro, like where was Tatum supposed to fit in that? you watch LeBron, KD, and Curry go crazy for the last 3 games.
And you watch Steph Curry.
I don't know
anywhere
like shit.
Yeah, like I don't where is he supposed to fit in on that? Like I don't understand.
My biggest question is how long do you leave him out there when you playing that bad? He was playing like
he could have been with the second team. He could have been playing with the second.
No, he couldn't have. He was playing like trash. Like
he was on the second team in the exhibition game, and he still wasn't playing that good.
Yeah, he was playing bad.
To not play him at all is what I'm saying. Like
they didn't need to play him. They didn't need to play him. They still want to go.
That's just your ego wanting to play. His game was on the bench.
No, I would have played. I would have played everybody. Some minutes, everybody would have got in. Tyrese Halliburton. You don't know what
when we do handouts to Bronny. When we do handouts to Bronny, it's a problem.
Did they or did they not win? Did they not still win goals?
They won gold.
Did they not
they
still
won
win
gold
goals?
because they continued their rotation down. And
they won gold because Steph Curry saved their legacy.
It doesn't matter. He was starting over Jason Tatum, which shouldn't have been out there.
Who was starting over Jason Tatum?
Bro, what was y'all just talking about, Mac? Stop playing crazy.
They had LeBron at the point, effectively, Curry at the 2, KD at the 3. They took Embiid out finally and put AD at the 5. Oh, they had D Book out there. So then they had KD at the KD
I ain't hear not one player that was better than Jason Tatum yet.
All of them.
On the Olympic team, okay.
I ain't
On the
gonna say
Olympic
that.
team, that's cool.
I ain't gonna say that.
I can say that all of them.
I ain't gonna say that.
I even think LeBron.
Damn. Do y'all got Jason Tatum top 10 at least? Damn.
Yeah, he number 10.
He getting slighted.
Jason Tatum swag, man. He didn't even win finals MVP like y'all be saying.
Mac, they're talking in a team concept. How are you gonna fit him in a team concept with the other players? No matter how good he is,
I think the roles. I don't think he fit in with Team USA. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
I agree. He played trash and he didn't fit in. But what I'm saying, to not play him, like, that was.
He didn't need to be played. They still want to go without
what
playing.
do you want him to do? You want him to manufacture some little kitty minutes for him or something?
Yes.
Oh,
man. That's not how basketball works.
And Tyrese Halliburton. Yes. Ain't nobody finna ask me in the press conference why this person didn't play. So Jason Tatum, he played 8 minutes. Tyrese Halliburton got in. He played some good minutes
Do you
for us.
know
He got 9 minutes.
it's more disrespectful to throw him in for meaningless minutes like that than just you better off just not playing him as opposed to.
Do you want to win? Do you want to win or you want to do that?
We still would have won. Steph Curry would have saved our legacy.
That's what they're trying to explain to you.
I bet he got that gold medal around the house hanging up somewhere.
So
he didn't fit in. He didn't fit in well, but I still would have gave him.
You wanted Steve Kerr to be like, "Come on, Tatum. Come on, McGee. Some minutes. Come on, Tatum. Come on."
Wait a minute. But wait a minute. But hold on. Wait. So people are upset that Jason Tatum has a gripe with
actually.
Yeah, he
well,
does.
wait, Lo. I thought we supposed to. I thought we supposed to like people who didn't like each other. I thought we supposed to have these rivalries. Isn't that what they say? I thought they like friends. Yeah, shouldn't he have an issue? Right? Shouldn't he find any? Wait. Shouldn't he find? Wait. Shouldn't he have the competitive edge?
That's everybody else.
Shouldn't he have
defending that?
Shouldn't he have the competitive edge to find any reason to just say I don't like you so I can go out there and bust your ass?
But to be fair, I don't think they criticized Tatum. Everybody criticized Kerr for not playing him. And
Tatum's criticism should have been, you whooped my ass in the finals. That's all the motivation.
Yeah, but you know what, Lo? But I don't hear enough people saying he was playing like ass. Like, just be honest about it.
Yeah, just be honest. Yeah.
You don't just
he was
magically not.
I'm not
playing.
saying he was.
Your play.
I mean, he wasn't playing enough to really say he was playing good or bad. It's just
no, those exit y'all. Well, unfortunately, we can't.
He was playing bad. He didn't. Those rotations.
He went a stretch without ever even making a 3. He couldn't make a jump shot. He was bad. He was
still in his slump. He was still in his final slump.
No, I think he was still trying to adjust to the basketball and the shorter 3-point line. So
what that means? That mean he couldn't. So that mean he couldn't make a midi.
He couldn't make a midi.
I mean, so regardless how you would cut it or slice it, if it's a long 2, I guess. But I mean, he couldn't make a midi.
The only time he looked good was that year
when he was on the bench.
The other Olympic, when he was allowed to be ball dominant. That's the only time he looked good in the Olympics. When he had 21? To just kind of be more of a role guy, and you're just getting yours off like the catch and shoot. Your possessions are more limited. He was trash.
Let me go to the thing, because I remember I made a graphic for it and everything, and
I bet he'll be Olympic MVP in 20. When's the next one? 28, 29.
I hope, because I ain't gonna lie, it may be even worse for him if he end up losing.
Steve Kerr, it's not Steve Kerr there.
Steve Curry gonna be there.
If we go another 3 years and then we can't win again because KD, Bron, and Curry not there anymore, and then he's leading the charge and we can't win, that'll be even worse.
No, we'll still win it.
Come on, man, that's wild. That is wild, bro.
Steph Curry saved the legacy.
Getting better year by year. The international,
it's a wrap for USA.
They're getting better year by year. Still, the USA still the best, but we still the best, like KD said. But you got to put the best players out there. You can't just have just Tatum, though. You have to really get the best players.
Why do y'all make this seem like France is gonna be that good? France is not gonna be that good.
Wemby and what's his name for whatchamacallit, the Atlanta Hawks by 20.
Man, you didn't even know who he was. You still don't. Man.
I don't know how to say that nigga name. No, I don't know his name.
Zachary
Yeah.
His first name is Zach, ain't it? Is his first name Zach?
Zachary
Ricochet.
Yeah.
He's not going to do anything of significance in no Olympics, man. All they're going to be doing is trying to ride the back of Wemby, and Wemby is not going to be able to beat all them.
Lamont, bro.
ride the back of
You
Wemby.
thought
Wemby gonna be
USA was so far ahead of the world, and I told you they caught up. You seen how close these games
Nobody
was.
catch up, man. They didn't catch up.
Are you still talking? Okay.
How they gonna ride it back? Lamont,
I
how they gonna ride
told
it
you
back
it was
of
gonna be
Wemby win?
close.
How they gonna ride it back of Wemby?
Just because the score looks closer, don't mean they caught up. That just means they just played a hellified effort. Because I like for example this year. Hold on. For example this year, this year team that I'm coaching right now, the team that put us the closest is one of the sorriest teams. We won 82-81. It don't mean they caught up. They still hot garbage. They just played us tight that game as they be getting super hyped to play good teams.
Correct. These games are not regular season games. It don't matter if the talent is there.
Bro, y'all always say the world caught up just because they played it a little closer. No, they just got a little more hyped up. That's it.
Right. They played it a little closer.
And they're not as bad as the Nigerians were back in the 90s, in the 92 team.
That is true. Yeah, Tatum was, I think he was like 1 for 14 on jump shots in the Olympics. He was terrible.
In the finals?
I was really cheering for South
in the Olympics.
Y'all was really thinking South
Hey,
Sudan.
y'all, this nigga's nasty. Y'all gotta talk about in the finals. Jesus Christ.
He was horrible in the finals. I was just playing. Yeah, he was horrible in the
He
finals.
was horrible in the finals too, though. Tatum had a
I
rough
still
run.
got Tatum top 5. I don't give a damn.
Oh
Y'all
man,
be hating on my boy Tatum.
So you get more evidence that he really not that guy, and you're saying I don't give a fuck.
Nah, I got all the evidence that he a champion. I got all the evidence on
I really think Tatum is going to be better.
Better than Luke.
Tatum is going to prove himself this year around in the playoffs.
He already proved himself. What do you mean he didn't?
I'm talking about even more. I'm talking about from last. I'm talking about from Jalen winning the MVP. I think Tatum is going to really have more of an impact into Boston winning if they make it that far.
If teams load up on him again, then Jalen's gonna win it again. That's just how it goes.
Why does he care about that as long as they're winning championships? I never understood that.
Why?
He doesn't care about
like
that.
Jalen Brown is the number one option. He Jordan.
Last year he didn't
That
care.
doesn't make him the better player. He understands how good Jalen Brown is as a player. He respects Jalen Brown. If Jalen Brown wins it, he's gonna be happy that Jalen Brown wants it. Why do y'all want them to have beef over it?
Each other.
Exactly.
But the ego within is going to make him play better because of the criticism he got from last year. That's
These guys
his ego.
They don't care about your criticism. They don't care about your criticism. They care about winning championships.
I didn't say that. I said they both respect each other.
They care about people's criticism. That's
just KD, man. That's the KD.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, exactly. That's you and KD, Lo. That's you and KD, Lo. That's you and KD.
I actually know for a fact Tatum cares. I know for a fact Tatum cares.
He cares about winning more. I know that much.
No, he cares about winning more, but he definitely cares the way that people perceive him. I know for a fact he does.
No, I mean nobody wants to be talked bad about.
He wouldn't be human if he didn't.
That's what. But I'm just
yeah,
saying,
but it's not to the point where he's gonna put his team, compromise his team.
I'm not gonna say he's gonna jeopardize.
Exactly.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves now.
I don't think he's gonna do that.
He's just gonna play better.
Yeah, he's not gonna go pull a Kobe. He's not gonna go pull a Kobe. He's not gonna pull a Kobe or Dwayne.
See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean about the scarf one.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
It's not, because what is that supposed to mean, bro? Y'all, this is what y'all do.
I'm actively watching Jalen Brown force himself into like offensive sets that he does not deserve to be in.
But you've always said that about him, though. You've always said Jalen Brown plays reckless.
This year is even worse. Like a third of his possessions offensively are in pick and roll or isolation, which is the most that he's ever been. And at first, I was like, okay. I started watching more and more. I'm like, oh, Jalen is just like out of nowhere, just saying, forget what y'all got going on. I'm gonna just improv this possession. I'm like, what is he doing?
Oh, I think it's by design. There's no way.
Yeah, it is, because they have a different team. They don't have. They have a different team from last year as well. They kind of you can see the difference with Al Horford. They don't have KP on the floor as much as they did last year as well. That's why they shoot. No, but I'm just saying that's why they're shooting a lot more threes this year. I think the philosophy is a lot different from what they were trying to do last year.
Man,
they're just trying to evolve. You know what I mean? And you have to, because teams.
I think it's criticism if they don't win the championship.
That game last night when what's his name was trying to get off. That meant Jaylen Brown had like some of the worst. I don't know if y'all watched that game. Jaylen Brown was actively trying to throw the game away damn near. If you watch it, he had like two back-to-back turnovers in regulation. They went on a 10-0 run in the last minute. 2 possessions were given away because of Jaylen Brown. Brown missed another shot, then went in overtime, fouled, I think it was DJJ to get to the basket for an and one to give them 3 more points. Jaylen Brown was horrible. And I just start watching more of them. I'm like, bro, Jaylen Brown is like, I can't imagine.
You always hate on Jaylen Brown, though.
Right, but I can't imagine that he's giving him the ball like that. He's forcing him. He's like almost like forcing him to do it. It doesn't make any sense.
Jaylen Brown got a Finals MVP.
There you go. See, look, that's why I guess it matters because you could, no matter what you do, we could always say, hey, he's a Finals MVP. I guess you could always say that. That's like, you know what, Tatum does need it now.
Boston.
Now I see why Tatum needs it because if Tatum
Finals
gets
MVP
one,
is so weak up in the award, man.
But Iguodala's a Hall of Famer. Tell me why. But mind you, there was
but it don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing when Tony Parker gets it. It don't mean nothing.
They were criticizing.
It don't mean nothing when Paul Pierce gets one on Kobe. That don't mean nothing either.
He's a Hall of Famer. What you mean, Kobe? He ain't on the same team.
No, I'm just saying. I never hear people praise Paul Pierce for his Finals MVP. I never hear that. I never hear say, hey, I never hear that.
That's a part of his legacy.
I never hear that. Just like you said, we never hear nobody say this. We never hear.
I
never hear nobody say Finals MVP Paul Pierce. I never hear.
Well, hey Johnny, I don't never hear you say. Well, I don't never hear you say Finals MVP Andre Iguodala.
Because I don't praise. I just told you I don't praise Finals MVPs. I just told you that. I don't praise it.
Y'all don't praise Finals MVP.
No.
What else don't y'all praise? Scoring titles.
It's max 7 games. Most of the time it's 5 or 6 games, and
you still gotta get there to win it though.
Y'all discredit Player of the Week, and that's 7 days of basketball playing.
Are you
Player of the Month is 10 to 15 games. Y'all discredit that. The end season tournament is an entire new competition. Y'all discredit that.
That is whack. I mean, nobody
that tournament is garbage.
That wasn't even around when Kobe then was playing.
Look, it doesn't matter.
Actually, not George.
It's garbage.
All right.
That wasn't even around when Kobe then was playing.
Garbage.
No, everybody get the award.
No. Even with Milwaukee winning, it's garbage.
Well, what about the conference finals award? Is that garbage too?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that too.
Yeah. The conference finals award. Yeah, that's trash.
Conference finals MVP.
That is not garbage. Y'all are tripping right now.
I'm asking George.
I'm saying,
George,
I'm telling you that the in-season tournament is a gimmick.
How?
Okay,
it is a gimmick. They stole half the things from the Final Four, and for them to put. You see how they changed the courts? Those courts look like college courts.
Everything
that they look like college courts.
When is the last? When is the last?
It like they lowered the rims to 8 feet or something.
When's the
last time the NBA has done something where they've made it themselves? When's the last time they done it?
It's something new in the NBA. It's a gimmick.
Okay, but when's the last time the NBA has just generated something new on their own? The 3-point line was from the
illegal
ABA.
defense. Illegal defense.
That's
the only thing they did. Illegal defense is the only thing I know the NBA created on their own. That's it.
The 3-point lines from the ABA, slam dunk contests from the ABA. When the 6 Man of the Year award came on, that a gimmick as well. All that stuff is when the DPOY award came around. They said
gimmick. Well, it was a gimmick.
We should be just giving the MVP to the best player playing defense anyway. They said the same
Finals
thing.
MVP. They thought of that by themselves.
True. But then they gave it to a loser when they first started.
No,
gimmick.
the ABA
because he deserved it.
No, the ABA had a playoff MVP since '67.
So that sounds like a gimmick too. All this shit is gimmicks. All of it.
No, my thing is it counts, right? If you win the in-season games, doesn't it count towards your regular season record? So I don't understand how it.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
No,
it does. But the playing is the playing. I hate the playing.
I don't think the stats count. That's the stats don't.
That's a gimmick too. Only the playing is a gimmick too.
Only the championship game.
There was an ABA playoff MVP, so they just stole that from them. Oh my God! There's nothing.
All this stuff is a money grab. The same way the NFL added an extra game. It's a money grab.
The NBA been doing money grabs. When you grew up,
it's a money grab. That's all it is.
Growing up, you watching money grab?
The
So wait, you stopped watching football? Oh wait, so you stopped watching football after week 17, George, or did you leave? Is week 18 still available for you?
It's still available because it's part of the NFL now.
What?
It's still a gimmick. It's still a gimmick. It's a money grab. Look, they shortened the preseason to add another game.
So it's a money grab. All right.
So you don't like that? That's not good competition.
They was playing in London like a few years ago.
That's a money grab.
That was a money grab.
But you still gonna watch it, all right?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
Is it garbage?
I watch the NBA from time to time. It's still gonna get my opinion that it's a money grab.
So everything is a money grab, technically.
No, everything is not a money grab. No.
The whole sport is a money grab. What are you talking about?
Oh, here we go,
playing
bro.
for free? They out there playing for free?
No, they ain't playing for free. They ain't signed them new TV deals for free.
Okay.
That's a money
That
grab.
makes sense. That makes sense.
It's all a money grab. Shoot, everything a money grab.
Shit.
They might as well go back and riding buses. That's all a money grab. Shit.
I want to know the big issue with the play-in tournament. That's what I want to know.
There ain't no issue with it, man. Ain't
Again, it all pertains towards the GOAT debate. It all leads back to the GOAT debate. Yes, it does.
You bring that up.
Because it does. Because it does.
You don't have no.
It does. It does. It all pertains towards the GOAT.
Team playing.
It all pertains towards the GOAT debate. If they would have created the in-season tournament in the 90s, it would have been another reason why Jordan's
I'm not saying that. Now you went from the in-season to the play-in.
I was gonna say that.
I said the play-in and the e-season.
I didn't mention the play-in. I said the in-season. I did not mention the play-in at all, George.
Okay,
I said in-season tournament.
Okay, explain why does it pertain to a GOAT debate? Why does the play-in pertain to a GOAT debate?
Yeah.
Because discrediting this legacy is necessary for the GOAT debate to exist.
Oh,
whose legacy?
But didn't they already have like a play-in early on in the NBA history because they used to have like bye weeks for the top.
Yes, they had play-ins exactly. They had play-ins in the 60s and the 80s.
Stop it.
That is quite literally true. That's not a lie. The top seeds back in the day used to have bye weeks.
The first round was only 5 games. Stop it.
No.
That was at 1984. Before 1984, it wasn't that. Before 1984, it wasn't that.
If you had a high enough seed, you didn't have to play in the first round. That is
Facts.
a fact.
That's a fact.
That is a fact.
Yep.
That is an irrefutable fact.
They added an extra round in 1984.
But that's a first round. Okay, that's a first seed in the West. A play-in, we're talking about a 10th seed in the conference. I don't want to watch. Why?
We can say this.
Who cares?
Okay, hold on. No, Mac. Listen, Mac. There were 20. Wait, Mac.
To a GOAT debate.
There were 20 teams in the NBA at one point. Only 12 teams could make it. At one point, it went from being 22 teams and only 12 teams could make it, and they added an extra 2 teams to make the playoffs by adding that extra round without new teams. It's the same thing as the play-in. You don't see it that way because you glorified that era. You cannot glorify this era in the GOAT debate.
But go James.
What? That's your logic?
Go James. Go James. Go James.
What's the difference? What's the difference of like an 8th seed just making the playoffs when we know that they're not gonna win anyway? What's the point of that?
That's how the 30-win team Bulls makes the playoffs. If it was 1983, the 30-win Bulls team don't make the playoffs. They added 2 teams to the seed. It's the same thing. They just added 2 teams.
It was 1970 something. The Bulls would be in the Western Conference.
That's the point. The game has to evolve. You don't hate on it. It evolves. It gets better.
So the reason I like it, I can speak on how the reason I liked it before, and you guys are pertaining from an 8th seed. We seen 8th seeds beat the number 1 seed. We saw an 8th seed.
That didn't happen until 1999. It took 15 years for that to happen.
No, we saw it in 90. We saw it in 94 with Denver versus Seattle. We saw it the San Antonio Spurs versus the Grizzlies. The Knicks made it to the finals. What all I'm saying is that okay, you guys don't care. We shouldn't care about the 8th seed is what you're saying. So why care about the 10th seed? What I'm saying, if you play 82 games and you make it to the 8th seed, okay, you made the playoffs. You did what you had to do. But
no, they added it for them to make the playoffs. It didn't exist before. There was no 8th seed in the playoffs before 1984. So that's what the whole point. In 1983, the 8th seed was not in the playoffs. In 1984, it was.
Correct. Now,
So why you don't consider that the same thing as the play-in?
Because this is why, Johnny. Because in the 1960s, when there were 8 teams, why would I care about an 8th seed when there's only 8
said
teams?
1983.
I'm explaining it, sir. If there's 8 teams, then yes, the playoffs are only going to have 4 teams. When you expand, you add more teams to the playoffs.
In 1983, there were 23 teams and there was no 8th seed. In 1984, there were 23 teams and there was an 8th seed. Why are you making excuses?
Did the NBA expand or not?
The game evolved.
No, it did not expand. From 1983 to 84, it didn't expand.
No, you're talking about. Listen, sir. You're talking about one. You're talking about 1 year. I understand what you're saying. You're talking about 1 year. When you have the ABA merger in the NBA, you're adding more teams. When you add more teams in the 89 or 90, right, and you have the expansion, you're looking at that. You're gonna add more teams. You're adding more teams. So you're gonna expand the playoffs.
They're about to expand right now, though, MacDuff. They're about to put one in Vegas. They're about to expand right now. They're talking about expanding.
So they should add a 9th seed.
So that's why they prepping for it right now.
Exactly. But what I'm okay.
Just let everybody in. Forget
So it's the
it. Let
same thing,
everybody
Lo,
play.
correct? Am I correct? It's the same thing.
Wait.
Yes, it is.
I want to be clear. MacDuff's argument was that the reason why it was fine because, like, for example, the Nuggets made the 8th seed and they made it far. But the Lakers,
that's not. No, I'm saying that based on what you said because you're saying why do we care? Why should we care about the 8th seed when we know that's not? They're never going to win. I'm saying we saw 8 seeds do what they do. The reason I don't like the play-in is because we're actually paying attention to a 10th seed getting into the playoffs when a 7th seed already did what they had to do for an 82-game season to be that seed, but they still can't make the playoffs.
And in 1986, when a 30-win team makes the playoffs, people said the same thing. How is this possible?
Hold on, did nobody criticize Jordan for making the playoffs?
Well, maybe not Jordan in particular, but
you see how it pertains towards the GOAT debate. I said nothing about Michael Jordan. All I said was a 30-win team made the playoff, all due for them adding an extra playoff spot. The same thing you're complaining about.
If
4 years from now, if 4 years from now a 10th seed makes the finals, what are you going to say about the play-in?
I'm gonna say it's trash.
That's what we're talking. Why don't you do this? So why don't you do the same thing when they did it back then? Why don't you do the same thing back then?
If and when it happens, Johnny. If and when it happens, then you can say something. You started by saying this all pertains to the GOAT debate. That's what your first words was, and I'm said, how does the play-in pertain to the GOAT debate? So when you
anything that makes
a Bulls team, go ahead.
Anything that makes this era seem like it's great is pertaining towards the GOAT debate. It cannot be considered great if it's in this era.
Make the era great?
Because it's called great competition. Y'all claim these guys don't compete, and here is a competition that you're saying isn't great. They're competing. You say they don't compete. That's the whole point.
I gotta go to the stream, but I genuinely, actually I don't understand what you're saying, MacDuff.
You gonna play back tonight with the Lakers?
Yeah, well, I'm about to do the Jimmy's not playing, so that sucks. But I'm about to go stream other games too. But this is a genuine question, MacDuff. I don't understand what's the problem with the play-in. If we've added in extra, they've extended how many teams make the playoffs without having immediate expansion of the teams. It went from us, because effectively what you're saying is now we have to be concerned about a 10th seed making the playoffs when everybody did what they were supposed to do. But back then it was the same thing. Now we have to be worried about a 7th and 8th seed when the record from the 7th and 8th seed back then would be larger than the 6 teams that used to make it before. So that not the exact same thing?
My gripe with the plan is that the 7th and 8th seeds now, after 82 games, and you make the 7th and 8th seed, you're not in the playoffs. You actually have to play a play-in. I'm just saying, why do I have to play a play-in after I done proved I was better than this team after 82 games record-wise? Okay, I shouldn't have to all of a sudden play a game 7 versus a 10th seed to try to win a playoff. I think that's disingenuous to the 7th and 8th seeds.
Isn't that the same thing about us extending it another round? Why now Because if I felt like back then I earned a number 1 seed, so I earned a bye week. We've been having bye week. I mean bye rounds. Excuse me. We've been having bye rounds. I used to not have to play. I sat there all 82 games. I earned my 60 plus wins. But now all of a sudden I have to play a round of basketball that I didn't have to play just to go up against some scrub team winning 35 games.
Did the NBA to that? Did the NBA expand?
No.
Did the NBA hold on? Two things happened, Low.
It took them until like what the late 80s into the early 90s to expand though.
No, okay, my point is this. In the 80s, when they added another round, you got the influx of the ABA teams that are getting better.
That was 8 years ago.
Got better. Hold on.
That was
teams
8 years
actually
prior.
Got better. The league, huh?
That was 8 years prior. The merger was in 76.
Correct. What does
84 have to do with 76?
What I am simply saying is that the teams, when they added the round, the teams, meaning the talent, it got better.
Same thing with this year. NBA's better.
Correct. They added another round.
Added play-in. So they added play-in.
With plans to expand. Because
same thing here.
There was only 23 teams.
Okay, so then you should think that it was trash, just like you think the play-in season is trash.
No, why would I think do you understand a league with 23 teams, the talent there's a much bigger talent pool than a league with 30 teams? Do you kind of get that?
No, I don't get that.
No.
Where you getting this extra talent from?
So for example,
no, Mac, that's actually the opposite. The fewer teams you have.
So for example, if you took the 5 worst teams out of the West out of the league, and you took the 5 worst teams out of the Eastern Conference out of the league, and that talent you put on the other remaining teams, you do understand those teams are going to get better, correct? Because of the talent.
You would have to expect that those other 5 to 10 teams have talent.
You would take the best players off those teams and put them on.
You're wrong.
All right, go ahead, Bees. How am I wrong?
Because if you take the 5 worst teams, right, or the worst players in the league, and you get rid of them, you raise the level of the worst player. You don't have to bring those other players back. The lower amount of players that are exclusive in a club, the harder it is to get in the club.
The lower amount of teams, correct?
If the NBA came out today and said we're only going to take 250 players, not 450 players, the level of talent for those 250 goes up.
Yeah,
correct. That's
you
my.
Don't have to
I
bring
agree
other,
wholeheartely.
Hold on. You don't got to bring the other 200 back.
Bees. That was an example. What the basic premises is that he's saying that the league was trash. They didn't need to add another round in the 80s. What I said was
when they added.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's the same thing. It's the same thing. They did the same thing.
He's saying that when they added the teams, it watered it down, just like you're saying.
No, Bees. All I'm saying is Mac is saying that the NBA added a play-in season for no reason. They're allowing 2 extra teams an opportunity that they didn't deserve. It was the same thing in 1984. They gave 2 teams in each conference a chance that they didn't deserve prior to that. There was 23 teams in 1983. There was only 6 teams in each conference that made the playoffs. That means 12 out of the 23 teams were playoff teams. That's it. Then they changed it next year. Now you added now 16 teams make the playoff instead of 12. There's no difference. There's nothing changed. It's the same thing with the in-season tournament. Nothing changes. It's the same thing.
My premise is saying the reason it's different is because today you have 30 teams. The talent is not the same as a league with 23 teams. The league was better. You added the 2 other rounds.
The league is more talented now than it was in 84. The league is more talented now than it was in 83. That's the point.
But we just had somebody agree that if the league was 250 players, the talent would be better. So if we all agree with that, why can't we agree that a league with 23 teams had talent-wise with the teams was better than the league today? You're not going to tell me
they didn't have more talent-wise. They didn't have more talent than today. The talent's better now. That's why you can add an in-season tournament and a play-in.
So Michael Jordan was hold on. Michael Jordan was an
back to Michael
seed,
Jordan.
Right?
Back to the GOAT debate.
Okay, what seed is on that level?
Just say he's right because he is right. I don't like the in-season tournament either, but he's right. The argument he's making is correct. Just acknowledge it,
bro.
They can't.
I'm not acknowledging that because I believe the season when you get the 7th and 8th seed, you did what you had to do for the regular season to actually make the playoffs.
Not in 83. In 83, you didn't.
Wait a minute. So what is y'all really arguing? The in-season tournament or the play-in?
We are arguing Mac Def doesn't have a solid logic to why he hates the play season. He doesn't like the play-in. That's all. He doesn't like it because he has to discredit.
I'm not either. I'm so lost.
Okay, the reason y'all are lost because y'all don't want to listen. I stated one simple thing. I stated one simple thing. I stated that the reason today's NBA is discredited no matter what is due to the GOAT debate. Everything he used to defend the 80s was Michael Jordan. He didn't bring up Magic Johnson upset that now he has to play against his 8th seed when he didn't have to play against the 8th seed in 83. He didn't bring up Larry Bird having to be upset that he has to now play against an 8th seed when the year before he
Didn't nobody say they was upset about
that.
that?
They did. Right. Yes, they did. Nobody cared about a 30-win team in the playoffs.
Go ahead. Cool.
Nobody wanted. You wasn't born in 80. Mac, you wasn't even alive in 84,
Mac. Didn't nobody say they hated? Didn't nobody say they hated
Mac,
the three,
you don't know
the best
this.
Of three?
You
did nobody say they hated the best of 5? Did nobody say they hated expansion?
Yes, they did. They said they did not want to play an extra round. You telling me that they wanted to play?
Mac Deb.
Hold on. Time out. Let me just say this and I'm done.
You never done because you get
if the teams hate an extra round, if the players say they hated an extra round, why do you think they like the play-in? Why do you think the play-in is so good? If the players, what you saying is true, if the players back then didn't want to play an extra round, then why do you think the players like the play-in? Why do you think the play-in is so permanent today?
Because I'm not the one who's sitting here saying that I don't like the play-in. I like that they added 8 teams. I like the fact that they got the play-in. You're the one who's saying this. You're using them. You're the one who likes to sit here and say all this stuff. Okay, then so you're wrong.
No, I'm all right.
Mac,
cool. You have your idea about the play-in. I have my idea about the play-in.
I think we should just
think it's trash.
Johnny's over.
Make the regular season not even matter.
What's happening, Lamont? How you doing, brother?
I'm good. I'm about to shut this one down. Matter of fact.
Well, hold on. Can I? Hold on. But let me speak my piece though, bro. Because here's the thing about. Here's the problem with that. Listen, I don't mind the in-season tournament or the play-in tournament because honestly, bro, this is the reason why. The reason why I believe it's there is because the league is trying to disencourage players from resting. Okay, because these players are too talented to be resting all the damn time. But that's just my personal opinion. But I do think that the in-season tournament is better for the league long term because then in a couple of years the league is going to expand. And you're going to have more teams in the playoffs to try to keep up with the expansion. Now, do I like expansion? Not really, because remember the last time we had expansion in 95, 96, there were a lot of legends back then, even Magic and Bird, that said that expansion watered down the league a lot. Remember that, Go James?
Don't bring me into this conversation. It'll be another 2-hour stream.
That's all I had to say. But I'm just saying.
You keep dropping facts. You good.
I got a question. Okay, for sure. The thing is that expansion is what caused the league to water down a lot in the 90s. Remember, we had 89-90 when they brought in the 4 other teams, including which was Minnesota, Miami, Charlotte, and then what was the 4th team? Orlando. Thank you. Listen, expansion is what watered down the league. And all the legends, even Magic and Bird themselves, can pretty much tell you that with expansion, the league was watered down significantly for a while. Why do you think that a lot of the other teams that were around before expansion couldn't get all the other talented players? I mean, it's as simple as that. And the thing is, when you can hate the in-season tournament or the play-in tournament all you want to, but you're seeing the best of the best playing a significant games late into April and all the way up towards the June. I mean, this is what we want, right? We want the best to play in during those months. I mean, as simple as that. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it's all about the GOAT debate. I mean, they'll try anything to try to dismiss, dismiss Michael, to dismiss LeBron and everything else. So that's all. Go ahead, brother.
The play-in tournament.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Are we talking about the in-season tournament, or are we talking about
the play-in?
They're talking about the play-in.
It's really not horrible, but I feel like it's not good. I feel like it should just be the top 8.
I agree.
To be honest about it, because what's the point of giving a team that's 9 and 10 a chance? It's
the
about
same reason
money,
you gave 6
right?
and 8 a chance. The same reason you gave 6 and 8 a chance.
And listen, it's no different than giving the 6 to the 8 seed an opportunity.
Wait. But if you're 6 and 8, why should you play against 9 and 10?
If I was 1 and 2, why should I play against a 7 and 8?
Exactly. That's the point.
Because you earned your spot as the number 1 seed. If you're the number 1 seed, I don't have to take on the second best team in the playoffs.
No, I get a bye. I don't get a bye no more. I don't get a bye round no more. I have to play extra games.
And then you play the worst team that made the playoffs. That makes sense.
And that's what they did with the play-in seed. They did the same thing with the play-in seed. It makes sense.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. They basically said if you're the 7th and 8th seed, you get to play.
They're trying to get more money involved in the league. That's all it is.
They did the same thing in '84. It's always about money.
What y'all? In '84.
They did the same thing in '84.
Facts. Yes, facts.
7th or 8th
I am
season
simply
probably
saying.
injured the 1st and 2nd seed.
I am simply saying it's about money. That's it.
That's fine.
Aren't
you about money? Aren't you about money? Are you going to take a lesser job for your integrity and your morals and your ego? Are you going to take a less pay?
I'm about money first.
Exactly. So leave the owners alone. Let them make their money.
No, I'm not taking that route. What I'm saying, if y'all criticizing 8 seeds winning 30 games and being below 500, y'all criticizing the 7th and 8th seed, why would you add a play-in with the 9th and 10th seed? If we're already criticizing 7 and 8.
We're not criticizing. We're saying that if you're going to criticize the play-in, then you might as well criticize the NBA.
But the NBA already said why they did this, y'all.
Yeah, they don't listen to the NBA.
Exactly.
They don't listen to the NBA.
I'm not disagreeing with the NBA. I'm putting our perspective of why we don't like the play-in.
Oh no, Lamont. During the pandemic, they did a tournament to see who would be the teams that would make the playoffs to finish out the season. They saw the success in that. They added that to as a play-in. Then they decided, because they're international, that soccer does a great thing by having these little extra tournaments within the season, and that's why they did the play-in. I mean the in-season tournament. So they basically took the in-season tournament from soccer, and they took the play-in from the tournament that they created during the pandemic. Because remember, they finished like 60 or 70 games left in the season, and they played like an 8-game tournament to see who was going to be, because like 23 teams went to the pandemic. So there was only 16 teams could play in the playoffs. So they did it like a little play-in type of situation.
We get it.
So that's why they did that. So again, if you're the 7th and 8th seed, you are a playoff team. You just have to play 1 extra game. That's it.
You're not.
Yes, you do. You have to play 1 extra game, because if you're the 7th seed,
you're not a playoff team.
No, again, if you're the 7th seed, listen, if you're the 7th seed, you win that first play-in game, you're in. You're the 7th seed. That's it.
Then you're in.
No, that's what I'm saying. And you have to beat the 8th seed. You have to beat the 8th seed. You have to beat the playoff team.
At the end of the day, Macbeth, I think it's just people finding something to complain about, because it really doesn't matter anyway. I mean, who the 8th seed is generally don't matter anyway.
Lamont, where does it matter in? Lamont, but where does it matter in? Where does this matter in? Where does this conversation matter in? The only place that this conversation would matter in.
Well, the reason why it actually started to matter is because, obviously LeBron was
the GOAT debate.
Thank you. The GOAT debate, which is what started this whole thing an hour ago. Lamar,
I mean, it really is not. It's really not significant at all. Like y'all are saying it's bad, but it actually has led to some of the best games we end up seeing all year.
Yeah, agreed.
Bro, I've never.
Well, I mean, I don't know why you complain about it when it's
I
produced
think
some of the best basketball.
I think it
The GOAT
adds
is LeBron
pressure
James.
to
Like when we saw
most teams.
LeBron and Curry battle it out in the play-in game, and you see LeBron hit that dagger. That was one of the best games of the year.
That was the greatest dagger of all time.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's producing quality games. When we saw
Show
what Trae Young was doing in the play-ins,
That
it's
was
still
the
giving us
greatest dagger
quality
of all time.
basketball. So
Thank
it's
you.
been successful. So I don't know why we complain about it when it's giving us elite level basketball.
Again, you
Because
only can
it's
complain
saying-
about it because if you're a Michael Jordan fan, you only watch basketball
No,
for
that's
Michael
not,
Jordan.
that's not
and
true.
that's it.
Don't put that on my jacket. That's not what I'm saying. I
It's on your
care less
jacket.
about a GOAT.
Your
I
jacket
care
says
less
MJ.
about a GOAT debate.
With triple L's.
A
Triple
play-in
L's on
tournament
your
is not a
jacket.
part of the GOAT debate.
Yeah, but McDuff, what is it? What's bad about it?
Okay, again, my perspective. We've already had players criticize what he just said. Players criticized back in '83 and '84 for adding another playoff team. We've had fans criticize.
No, you're
All
going
right.
way too far back and just going. I'm just saying, what the hell is wrong with the playing that you don't like? What's so bad about it? Because it's giving us.
We're getting cut because we're.
So you can't be the game.
LeBron is winning it.
I'm not watching no 9th versus 10th seed. What are you talking about?
Because you're not a basketball
Well, it ain't
fan.
about the game then.
You're not a basketball fan.
I love basketball, so I don't care what
The
seed
playing
it is.
games have been some of the best
Whatever.
games.
I love football.
Thank you, Ohio. No, I guarantee you was watching when they added the 7th seed. I guarantee you watched it. They just added an extra round in the NFL. You didn't say, "Oh, this sucks." Why are they putting the 7th seed?
But I'm not what. But it's
You
not
didn't
like
say that,
the
Matt.
worst team in the NFL made it. Hold on. Don't even
7th
try
seed
to
is
go
whack.
with
It's
the
just like the
NFL.
9th.
Hold on. Time
The
out.
9th and 10th seed is not the worst. Mac, stop lying. Mac, can we let Mac keep just backtracking and lying, bro?
You can't do sports. You can't cross sports like that because we've seen 6 seeds win Super Bowls. That's number one. So you don't know football. So don't try to.
Mac, you're on a tangent, bro.
You're gonna have to cut me off. He don't know football.
All I'm asking you is, what did you not like?
Damn, these niggas can never stay consistent. They got no ego. They got no integrity. All they got is ego. They got pride and ego. They got no integrity, no morals, no backbone. They only got ego and pride. That's why they love Michael
Can I
Jordan.
respond without you muting me? Because he's talking about me and not about the play-in.
I'm talking about Mac
like
Def.
about the play-in.
That's what I am.
Lamont,
I'm talking
to
about
answer
you.
your
Yes, I
question,
am.
Is that you're telling a 7th and 8th seed who played 82 games have a record that made the playoffs as a 7th and 8th seed. And then
now you're telling the 2nd seed in the NFL they have to play a game when they had a bye. See what I'm saying? Mac, you can't. You're not consistent, Mac, because you're not consistent.
He's cutting me off.
Hold on, go, James. Let him get him. Let him get it off.
For what? He keeps lying. We heard this lie 20 times already in the last 2 hours.
Go, James. All I'm saying, Mac Def, is, does it really bother you? Like, because I don't think you're really bothered about it.
Yes, I don't like to play it, and that's the reason why I'm not agitated. I'm not pulling out my hair. What y'all putting too much on it? Everybody has their feelings about the play-in tournament.
Hold on. What 7th seed were you really perturbed that had to participate in the play-in that it really bothered you?
What I am saying is that the 7th seed should have earned their right to the playoffs after 82 games. But we're saying to both 7th.
Well, you have to do better than the 7th seed. So what it ultimately does is, if you are the 7th seed, you better keep fighting to the end of the year to try to be the 6th seed. All right, if you're the 11th and 12th seed,
I understand, bro. I understand that. What you're saying is trying to make me understand what the tournament is. I understand what the tournament is, but I have my feelings towards.
Y'all can't have it both ways. Y'all can't cry about things not being competitive when the NBA implements things.
I never said that.
That's what I'm saying.
And you get mad.
I never said that.
The play-in makes everything more competitive. By giving the 9th and 10th seeds an opportunity, it makes the 7th and 8th seed not shut it down early. It makes the 9 and 10 teams not shut it down early. So now you got 2 teams that generally would be shutting it down actually playing for something. Now they got hope. So now that means the 7 and 8 seed, you got to activate. You can't shut it down. And it makes the 7th seed, you got to keep playing to push for the 6th seed. And you know what the 6 seed's not trying to do? 6 seed's not trying to drop to the 7 seed. So they still keep pushing, and they're pushing the 5 seed. So at the end of the day, it's having a trickle up effect. It's making everybody play meaningful games at the end of the year, and you don't have teams shutting it down because the problem with NBA
did the Mavericks shut it down in 23? Didn't the Mavericks shut it down?
It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you don't see that as much. You can point to the Mavericks, but what is?
I'm just saying you can't just say that, and I'm giving you an example of somebody that did.
You're giving me a one-off.
You giving me a one-off? Like I'm explaining why I don't like the plan, and it's an issue. I don't like the plan because I believe that if you're a 7th and 8th seed after 82 games, you earned your spot in the playoffs. That's all I'm saying.
If nobody runs around caring about that, that's you don't.
Well, y'all don't. I do.
No, you don't.
Hey, Matt, wouldn't you like it if a 9th seed went to the finals? Wouldn't that make the league look a little more competitive?
No, it actually makes the league look too good. Their goal is to make this league look bad.
Exactly.
You guys are okay. When again, you guys are saying if. All I'm saying, I'm gonna watch basketball regardless. I just feel if I was a 7th seed, I earned my right through the regular season.
Well, now you don't earn your right anymore.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Matt.
Okay, and I have have your feelings towards it. I have my feelings towards it.
So
we
my
agree
question
to
is,
disagree, my niggas.
Why you don't have the same feelings? Okay, Mac, but why you don't have that same feelings for the people who are in the 1st and 2nd seed?
Yeah.
The same feelings about what?
About them having to do stuff that they normally wouldn't have to do now because
that too.
Because if you're the first, if you're the first seed, you got the number 1 seed, right? You play the worst team in the playoffs. You don't play the number 2 seed. You play the worst team that made the playoffs. And
Matt,
then you go
that's
from
not
there.
the question I asked. That's not the question I asked you. As the 1st and 2nd seed, I did not have to play in the 1st round before. Now, because you changed the rule, I have to play in the 1st round. Same thing with the 7th and 8th seed. When there was no rule change, there was no play-in, I didn't have to worry about playing an extra game to make the playoffs. It's the same thing for the 1st and 2nd seed. Why don't you feel?
Are we talking about basketball or football?
Yes, basketball.
You said the number 1 and 2 seeds didn't have to play a playoff game.
Yes, they didn't have to.
Number 2 seed does.
At one point they didn't. At one point they did.
Bro, listen. You can like the plan for what you like
Mac,
it for.
answer the question, Mac. Answer the question. Why don't you feel the same way about the 1st and 2nd seeds like you do for the 7th and 8th seeds?
Yeah.
Because the number 1. Because if I'm the number 1, if I play the whole season. If I play the whole season and I'm the number 1 seed, I already smacked everybody. Why would I care about the worst team that actually makes the playoffs?
Because I'm playing extra
Why would
games.
I care?
Because I'm playing extra games. I still have to do extra. That's the same thing with this. Why, if I'm the 7th seed, why do I care about the 9th and 10th seed? They're worse than me.
Because the number 1 seed makes the playoffs. The number 7 seed does not automatically make the playoffs. That's my issue. If I play 82 games and I'm the number 1 seed, I made the playoffs. If the number 7th seed, I didn't make the playoffs. That is my issue. What don't you get from that?
You have to lose to not make the playoffs in the play-in, Mac. You didn't. You have to lose.
Agreed. I agree. Okay. But I am simply saying, after 82 games, the number 1 seed automatically makes the playoffs. After 82 games, the 7th and 8th seed don't automatically make the playoffs. That is my issue. That is it.
They only have to win 1 game to go to the playoffs. So what's the big deal?
Correct, but we saw 8th seeds and 7th seeds not make the playoffs after being in the play-in.
No, that's not. There's only one. It only happened once. It only happened once. So they don't do that.
Correct.
It only happened once.
That's how I feel about it. Y'all not finna change how I feel about the plan.
We're not saying how we feel. We're trying to understand
but I can
your
still
feeling.
be mad about these niggas played 82 games and they don't.
We're not trying to change how
you
you feel, Mac. We're trying to understand it. We're not trying to change how you feel. You can feel however you want to. It doesn't.
Don't you understand, nigga?
It doesn't make sense because you don't
matter.
Because you don't feel that way. Because you don't. No, because he doesn't feel that way in the same scenarios and when it comes to the same shit. He doesn't feel the same way. That's like you telling me.
Because
Johnny,
like
the
you- that's
reason
like
I
you
don't
telling
feel
me-
the same way about a number 1 and number 2 seed is because the number 1 and number 2 seed after the regular season, they're in the playoffs automatically.
Not if they lose to the 8th seed. Just like if the 7th seed loses to the 10th seed. That's the point.
Bro, they can't lose to the 8th seed.
They can lose to the 8th seed. They can lose to the 8th
They're
seed.
in the play-in.
Hold on, y'all. This is dumb, y'all. This is a dumb conversation.
About
It's dumb. I don't know why Memphis
Didn't
doesn't
make
like.
no sense.
This is dumb. It's just dumb. Like we talking about this 8C stuff. It's stupid. Nobody like the plan is not that big a deal. Nobody cares about the 7 and 8 season.
It is Lamont. It is the point because it pertains towards the
No,
GOAT debate.
But we know why.
That's why he's defending it to the tooth nails.
No, but we go. Obviously, he's going to try to evade the real reason why he doesn't like it. We know that he's just ducking and dodging it. It's dumb. It's still dumb though. Like at the end of the day, it makes everything more competitive. And at the end of the day, it's still part of the. Like what they have to do is still part of the 82 games. You don't earn your way just as being a standard 7 seed where you get to shut it down early because everybody below you also shut it down. You got to play the season through, and you got a little bit more work to do. So you can't.
Which makes it more competitive. Yeah,
makes everything more competitive. So I don't know why they complain. They complain about the league. They say the league do things to rules to make the game easier. Well, they made things harder. So now you want to cry. Like I say, when these 90s fans, whenever things get harder, they get to crying. When they see Draymond get the hard fouling, they get to crying. Whenever they see anything that actually looks like a semblance of anything being tougher, they start crying. It's dumb. It's dumb to cry about.
Come on, Lamont. That ain't basketball. What Draymond doing? The dude stopping people in the chest and stuff, but that ain't basketball.
But somehow, wait.
Back in the day, what are we talking about?
But somehow the Detroit Pistons was right. I know. You're right.
Bro,
Brother.
none of that is basketball. That's not
Charles
basketball.
Oakley did the same thing back in the day. He was stomping on people. He was F1 dudes. He was always
and do you hear what I'm saying? That's not basketball. Do you hear what I'm saying?
And that's why we done with the 90s then. That's why we
What
done
are
with
you
the 90s.
talking about? That's not basketball.
And that's why we done with the 90s. That's why we always tell you it's trash basketball.
Grabbing people in, like how he did Rudy Gobert when he jumped behind him and put him in the chokehold. Not basketball.
That's what they want to see.
That's what they want to
Hey, but y'all, look, I gotta shut it down. Yeah, I gotta get off here. I got some stuff I gotta do.
All right, peace out, man.
I'm glad y'all pulled up, man.
All right. Salute Lamont.
But y'all salute me. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you,
I just want to say I respect your channel. You're an amazing content creator. One day I hope to be like you. And LeBron, we trust.
I told you I was gonna keep coming up here.
I got you. Hey, yeah, I know. I wish you would have got up here earlier when we was on the main topic, man. Just they kind of derailed it. Everything got derailed when the Jordan fans came up here. They decided to turn it into LeBron and everything but the topic, man. So we got Super LeBron to go.
Wish I was up here.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and drop y'all down. Appreciate it, Olo and Najee. Appreciate you pulling up. But look, y'all, it's been a good one, man. Good stream. We got GOAT James Kingdom tomorrow, Friday. It's gonna be back on him. I'll be back live Saturday, right? Not sure what I'm gonna be talking about specifically, but I'm definitely gonna be back live Saturday. So I hope y'all enjoyed it, man. I try to give y'all some golden information. Like I say, whether you're receptive to it or not, that's on you. But the facts are the facts, man. It is what it is, man. Jordan, as much as y'all want to hide it, man, he has a nasty legacy that's been hidden. And the more you dive into it, the crazier it gets, man. And I just think it's time we start talking about it, man. So we don't try to portray images of these players that's incorrect. But look, y'all, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode. Y'all, we're gonna be back with more sports and news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports, and we out.